The Clerk's Tale. The Prologue. Sir Clerk of Oxenford, our host said, ye ride as still and coy as doth a maid that were new spoused, sitting at the board. This day I heard not of your tongue a word. I trow ye study about some sophime, sophism, but Solomon saith, everything hath time, for God's sake, be of better cheer, livelier, mean it is no time for to study here. Tell us a merry tale, by your fay. Faith, for what man that is entered in a play he needs must unto that play assent. But preach not, as friars do in Lent, to make us for our oldie sins weep, nor that thy tale make us not to sleep. Tell us a merry thing of adventures, your terms, your colours, and your figures keep them in store, till so be ye indite high style, as when that men to kings write. Speak so plain at this time, I you pray, that we may understand what ye say. This worthy clerk benignly answered, Host, quoth he, I am under your yard, rod one ye have of us as now the governance, and therefore would I do you obeisance as far as reason asketh, heartily, boldly, truly I will you tell a tale, which that I learned at Padova of a worthy clerk, as proved by his words and his work. He is now dead and nailed in his chest, I pray to God to give his soul good rest. Francis Petrarch, the laureate poet, to hight this clerk, whose rhetoric so sweet was called illumined all idyll of poetry, as Linnean 3 did of philosophy, or law, or other art particular. But death, that will not suffer us dwell here, but as it were a twinkling of an eye them both hath slain, and alle we shall die. But forth to tellen of this worthy man that taught me this tale, as I began, I say that first he with high style inditeth, ere he the body of his tale writeth, a proem, in the which describeth he Piedmont, and of Saluces for the country, and speaketh of the Pennine hills high, that be the bounds of all West Lombardy. And of Mount Vesulus in special, where as the Po out of a well small taketh his first springing and his source, that eastward I increaseth in his course T. Emilia ward, 5 to Ferraro and Venice, the which a long thing were to devise. Narrate and truly, as to my judgment, me thinketh it a thing impertinent, irrelevant, save that he would convey his matter, but this is the tale, which that ye shall hear. Notes to the Prologue to the Clerk's Tale. 1. Under your yard, under your rod, as the emblem of government or direction. 2. Francesco Petrarca, born 1304, died 1374. For his Latin epic poem on the carer of Scipio, called Africa, he was solemnly crowned with the poetic laurel in the capital of Rome on Easter Day of 1341. 3. Linnean, an eminent jurist and philosopher now almost forgotten, who died 4 or 5 years after Petrarch. 4. Saluces. Saluzzo, a district of Savoy, its marquises were celebrated during the Middle Ages. 5. Emilia, the region called Emilia, across which ran the Via Emilia made by M. Aemilius Lepidus, who was consul at Rome BC 187. It continued the Flaminian way from Ariminum, Rimini, across the Po at Placentia, Piacenza, to Mediolanum, Milan, traversing Cisalpine Gaul. The Tale 1. Pars Prima, first part asterisk. There is, right at the west side of Idyll, down at the root of Vesulus to the cold, a lusty plain, abundant of victual. Pleasant victuals there many a town and tower thou mayst ye behold, that founded were in time of fathers old, and many another delectable sight, and Saluces this noble country height. A marquis whilom lord was of that land, as were his worthy elders him before, ancestors and obedient, ready to his hand, were all his lieges, both less and more. Thus in delight he lived, and had done yore, long beloved and drad, through favour of fortune, held in reverence both of his lords and of his commune. Commonalty. Therewith he was, to speak of lineage, the gentlest Wyborn of Lombardy, a fair person, and strong, and young of age, and full of honour and of courtesy, discreet enough his country for to guide, rule saving in some things that he was to blame, and Walter was this young lord's name. I blame him thus, that he considered not in time coming what might him betide, but on his present lust was all his thought, pleasure, and for to hawk and hunt on every side, well nigh all other cares let he slide, and eke he would, that was the worst of all, wed no wife for aught that might befall. Only that point his people bear so sore, that flockmal on a day to him, they went, in a body and one of them, that wisest was of lore, or else that the Lord would best assent that he should tell him what the people meant, or else could he well show such matter. He to the Marquis said as ye shall hear. O noble Marquis, your humanity assureth us and gives us hardiness as oft as time is of necessity, that we to you may tell our heaviness. Accept, Lord, now of your gentleness, what we with piteous heart unto you complain of, and let your ears my voice not disdain. All asterisk have I not to do in this matter, although more than another man hath in this place, yet forasmuch as ye, my lord so dear, have always showed me favour and grace, I dare the better ask of you a space of audience, to shew in our request, and ye, my lord, to do right as you lest, as pleaseth you. For certes, Lord, so well us like you and all your work, and ever have done, that we ne coulda not ourselves devise how we might live in more felicity. Save one thing, Lord, if that your will it be, that for to be a wedded man you lest, then were your people in sovereign heart's rest. Completely. Bow your neck under the blissful yoke of sovereignty, and not of service, which that men call espousal or wedlock. And think, Lord, among your thoughts wise, how that our days pass in sundry wise, for though we sleep, or wake, or roam, or ride, I fleeth time, it will no man abide. And though your green youth flower as yet, in creepeth age always as still as stone, and death menaceth every age, and smit smiteth in each estate, for there escapeth none, and all so certain as we know each one that we shall die, as uncertain we all be of that day when death shall on us fall. Accept then of us the true intent, mind, desire that never yet refused your hest, command, and we will, Lord, if that ye will assent, choose you a wife, in short time at the least, least born of the gentlest and of the best of all this land, so that it ought to seem honor to God and you, as we can deem. Deliver us out of all this busy dread, doubt, and take a wife, for high God's sake. For if it so befell, as God forbid, that through your death your lineage should slake become extinct, and that a strange successor should take your heritage, oh, woe were us on live. Alive, wherefore we pray you hastily to wive. Their meek prayer and their piteous cheer made the Marquis for to have pity. Ye will, quoth he, mine own people dear, to that I ne'er thought constrain me. Before I me rejoiced of my liberty, that seldom time is found in our marriage, where I was free, I must be in servitude. But nathless I see your true intent, and trust upon your wit, and have done I, wherefore of my free will I will assent to wed me, as soon as e'er I may. But whereas ye have proffered me today to choose me a wife, I you release that choice, and pray you of that proffer cease. For God it wot, that children often been unlike their worthy elders than before. Bount comes all of God, not of the streen goodness of which they be engendered and wybore. Stock, race I trust in God's bount, and therefore my marriage, and mine estate and rest, I him betake, he may do as him lest. Commend to him. Let me alone in choosing of my wife, that charge upon my back I will endure, but I you pray and charge upon your life, that what wife that I take, ye me assure to worship her, while that her life may dure, honor in word and work both here and elsewhere, as she an emperor's daughter were. And farthermore this shall ye swear, that ye against my choice shall never grudge nor strive. Murmur for since I shall forgo my liberty at your request, as ever may I thrive, where as mine heart is set, there will I live, and but ye will assent in such manner, unless I pray you speak no more of this matter. With heartily will they sworn and assent to all this thing, there said not one white nay, beseeching him of grace, ere that they went, that he would grant them a certain day of his espousal, soon as ere he nay, for yet always the people somewhat dread were in fear or doubt lest that the Marquis would no wife wed. He granted them a day, such as him lest, on which he would be wedded sickerly, certainly, and said he did all this at their request, and they with humble heart full buxomly, obediently three kneeling upon their knees full reverently, him thanked all. And thus they have an end of their intent, and home again they wend. And hereupon he to his officers commanded for the feast to provide, and to his privy knights and squires such charge he gave, as him list on them lay, and they to his commandment obey, and each of them doth all his diligence to do unto the feast all reverence. Pars secunda second part. Not far from Thilk palace honorable, that where as this Marquis shope his marriage, prepared, resolved on there stood a thorpe of sight delectable, hamlet in which the poor folk of that village had their beasts and their harborage, asterisk dwelling, and of their labor took their sustenance, after the earth gave them abundance. Among this poor folk there dwelt a man which that was holden poorest of them all, but high God sometimes send can his grace unto a little ox's stall, Janicola men of that thorp him call. A daughter had he, fair enough to sight, and Griseldes this young maiden hight. But for to speak of virtuous beauty, then was she one the fairest under sun, full poorly fostered up was she. No asterisk likerous lust was in her heart run. Asterisk luxurious pleasure asterisk well ofter of the well than of the tun she drank, for she would a virtue please because she knew well labor, but no idle ease. But though this maiden tender were of age, yet in the breast of her virginity there was enclosed a asterisk sad and ripe courage, steadfast and mature, and in great reverence and charity spirit her oldie poor father fostered she. A few sheep, spinning on the field she kept, she would not be idle till she slept. And when she homeward came, she would bring worts, asterisk and other herbs, times oft, plants, cabbages the which she shred and seethed for her living, and made her bed full hard and nothing soft. And she kept her father's life on loft asterisk up, aloft with every obeisance and diligence, that child may do to father's reverence. Upon Griselda, this poor creature, full often sides this marquis set his eye, times as he on hunting rode, peradventure, asterisk by chance, and when it fell that he might her espy he not with wanton looking of folly his eyne cast on her, but in sad asterisk wise serious upon her cheer he would him oft advise, asterisk countenance consider, commending in his heart her womanhead, and eke her virtue, passing any wight of so young age, as well in cheer as deed. For though the people have no great insight in virtue, he considered full right her bount, and disposed that he would asterisk goodness wed only her, if ever wed he should. The day of wedding came, but no wight can tell what woman that it should be, for which marvel wondered many a man, and said when they were in privity, will not our Lord yet leave his vanity? Will he not wed? Alas, alas the while, why will he thus himself and us beguile? But nathless, this marquis had asterisk done make asterisk caused to be made asterisk of gems, set in gold and in azure, brooches and rings, for Griselda's sake, and of her clothing took he the measure of a maiden like unto her stature, and eke of other ornaments all that unto such a wedding should fall. Befit. The time of undurn asterisk of the same day asterisk evening 5 approached, that this wedding should be, and all the palace put was in array, both hall and chamber, each in its degree. Houses of office stuffed with plenty there mazed he thou see of daintiest victual, asterisk victuals, provisions that may be found, as far as lasts idyll. This royal marquis, richly arrayed, lords and ladies in his company, the which unto the feast were prayed, and of his retinue the boclery, with many a sound of sundry melody, unto the village, of the which I told, in this array the right way did they hold. Griselda of this God wot, full innocent, that for her shapen asterisk was all this array, prepared to fetch water at a well is went, and home she came as soon as e'er she may. For well she had heard say, that on that day the marquis should a wed, and, if she might, she fain would have seen somewhat of that sight. She thought, I will with other maidens stand, that be my fellows in our door and see the marchioness, and therefore will I fain strive to do at home, as soon as it may be, the labor which belongeth unto me, and then I may at leisure her behold, if she this way unto the castle hold. And as she would over the threshold gone, the marquis came and gan for her to call, and she set down her water-pot anon beside the threshold, in an ox's stall. And down upon her knees she gan to fall, and with sad asterisk countenance kneeled still, steady till she had heard what was the Lord's will. The thoughtful marquis spake unto the maid full soberly, and said in this manner, Where is your father, Griseldes? He said, and she with reverence in humble cheer, asterisk with humble air answered, Lord, he is already here. And in she went without longer let asterisk delay, and to the marquis she her father fetched. He by the hand then took the poor man, and said thus, when he him had aside, Janicola, I neither may nor can longer the pleasance of mine heart hide. If that thou vouchsafe, whatso betide, thy daughter will I take, ere that I wend, asterisk go as for my wife, unto her life's end. Thou lovest me, that know I well cert, and art my faithful liegeman Wybor, born, and all that liketh me, I dare well sayn it liketh thee. And specially therefore tell me that point, that I have said before, if that thou wilt unto this purpose draw to take me as for thy son-in-law. This sudden case the man astonied so, event that read he waxed, abashed, and all quaking amazed he stood. Unneth said he words mo, scarcely but only thus. Lord, quoth he, my willing is as ye will, nor against your liking I will no thing, mine owen lord so dear, right as you list govern this matter. Then will I, quoth the Marquis softly, that in thy chamber I and thou and she have a collation, and know'st thou why? Conference for I will ask her, if her will it be to be my wife and rule her after me, and all this shall be done in thy presence, I will not speak out of thine audience. Hearing. And in the chamber while they were about the treaty, which ye shall hereafter hear, the people came into the house without, and wondered them in how honest manner and tenderly she kept her father dear, but utterly Griseldes wonder might, for never erst ne saw she such a sight before. No wonder as though that she be astoned, astonished to see so great a guest come in that place, she never was to know such guests wond. Accustomed, want for which she looked with full pale face. But shortly forth this matter for to chase, push on, pursue these are the words that the Marquis said to this benign, very faithful maid. True 6. Griseld, he said, ye shall well understand, it liketh to your father and to me that I you wed and eke it may so stand, as I suppose ye will that it so be, but these demands ask I first, quoth he. Since that it shall be done in hasty wise, will ye assent or else you advise, consider. I say this, be ye ready with good heart to all my lust, and that I freely may, pleasure as me best thinketh, do you laugh or smart, cause you to one never ye to grudge, night nor day, murmur and eke when I say yea, ye say not nay neither by word nor frowning countenance. Swear this, and here I swear our alliance. Wondering upon this word, quaking for dread, she said, Lord, indeed and unworthy am I to this honor that ye me bede offer, but as ye will yourself, right so will I, and here I swear, that never willingly in word or thought I will you disobey for to be dead, though me were loth today. Die. This is enough, Griselde mine, quoth he, and forth he went with a full sober cheer out at the door, and after then came she, and to the people he said in this manner. This is my wife, quoth he, that standeth here, honor her and love her, I you pray, whoso me loves, there is no more to say. And for that nothing of her oldie gear she should a bring into his house, he bade that women should despoil her right there. Strip of which these ladies were nothing glad to handle her clothes, wherein she was clad. But nathless, this maiden bright of hue from foot to head they clothed have all new. Her hairs have they combed that lay untressed loose full rudely, and with their fingers small a crown upon her head they have dressed, and set her full of nouches 7 great and small. Of her array why should I make a tale, unneth the people her knew for her fairness. Scarcely when she transmuted was in such riches. The Marquis hath her spoused with a ring brought for the same cause, and then her set upon a horse snow white and well ambling, and to his palace, ere he longer let delayed with joyful people, that her led and met, conveyed her. And thus the day they spend in revel, till the sun gan descend. And shortly forth this tale for to chase, I say, that to this new Marchioness God hath such favour sent her of his grace, that it ne seemed not by likeliness that she was born and fed in rudeness, as in a cot, or in an ox's stall, but nourished in an emperor's hall. To every wight she waxen is so dear grown and worshipful, that folk where she was born, that from her birth knew her year by year. Unneths trode they, but durst have sworn, scarcely believed that to Janical, of whom I spake before, she was not daughter, for by conjecture them thought she was another creature. For though that ever virtuous was she was increased in such excellence of thews good, set in high bount, qualities and so discreet and fair of eloquence, so benign, and so dean of reverence, worthy and coulda so the people's heart embrace, that each her loved that looked on her face. Not only of Saluses in the town published was the bount of her name, but eke besides in many a region. If one said well, another said the same, so spread of here high bount the fame, that men and women, young as well as old, went to Saluses, her for to behold. Thus Walter lowly, nay, but royally wedded with fortnate honestete, Virtue in God's peace lived full easily at home, and outward grace enough had he, and, for he saw that under low degree was honest virtue hid, the people him held a prudent man, and that is seen full seldom. Not only this Griseldes through her wit couth all the feat of wifely homeliness, knew all the duties but eke, when that the case required it, the common profit could she redress, there en as discord rancor, nor heaviness in all the land, that she could not appease, and wisely bring them all in rest and ease. Though that her husband absent were or none, not if gentlemen or other of that country were wroth, she would abringe them at one, at feud so wise and ripe words had she, and judgment of so great equity, that she from heaven sent was, as men wend, weaned, imagined people to save, and every wrong amend. Not lunge time after that this Griseld was wedded, she a daughter had Wybor, all she had lever born a knave child. Rather boy glad was the Marquis and his folk therefore. For, though a maiden child came all before, she may unto a knave child attain by likelihood, since she is not barren. Pars tertia, third part. There fell as falleth many times when that his child had sucked but a throw, little while this Marquis in his heart longed so to tempt his wife, her sadness for to know, steadfastness that he might not out of his heart throw this marvellous desire his wife try needless God wot, he thought her to affray. Without cause alarm, disturb he had assayed her enough before, and found her ever good, what needed it her for to tempt, and always more and more. Though some men praise it for a subtle wit. But as for me, I say that evil it ill became him a wife when that it is no need, and put her in anguish and in dread. For which this Marquis wrought in this manner, he came at night alone there as she lay, with stern face and with full troubled cheer, and said thus, Griseld, quoth he, that day that you took out of your poor array, and put you in a state of high noblesse, ye have it not forgotten, as I guess. I say, Griseld, this present dignity, in which that I have put you, as I trow believe maketh you not forgetful for to be that you took in poor estate full low, for any weal you must yourself know. Take heed of every word that you say, there is no wight that hears it but we tway. 2. Ye know yourself well how that ye came here into this house, it is not long ago, and though to me ye be right lief and dear, loved unto my gentles ye be nothing so. Nobles, gentlefolk they say, to them it is great shame and woe for to be subject, and be in servage to thee, that born art of small lineage. And namely since thy daughter was Wybor especially these words have they spoken doubtless. But I desire, as I have done before, to live my life with them in rest and peace. I may not in this case be reckless. I must do with thy daughter for the best, not as I would, but as my gentles lest. Please. And yet, God wot, this is full loth to me. Odious but nathless without your weeding knowing I will not do. But this will I, quoth he, that ye to me assent in this thing, show now your patience in your working, that ye me hight and swore in your village promised the day that maked was our marriage. When she had heard all this, she not aimed changed neither in word, in cheer, nor countenance. For as it seemed, she was not aggrieved. She said, Lord, all lies in your pleasance, my child and I, with hearty obeisance be yours all, and ye may save or destroy your own thing. Work then after your will. There may no thing, so God my soul save like to you, that may displease me. Be pleasing nor I desire nothing for to have, nor dread for to lose, save only ye, this will is in mine heart, and I shall be no length of time, nor death may this deface, nor change my courage to another place. Spirit heart. Glad was the Marquis for her answering, but yet he feigned as he were not so, all dreary was his cheer, and his looking when that he should out of the chamber go. Soon after this, a furlong way or two he privily hath told all his intent unto a man, and to his wife him sent. Manor sergeant was this private man, kind of squire though which he faithful often found in had discreet in things great, and eke such folk well can do execution in things bad, the Lord knew well, that he him loved and dreaded, and when this sergeant knew his lord's will, into the chamber stalked he full still. Madam, he said, ye must forgive it me, though I do thing to which I am constrained, ye be so wise, that right well know ye that lord's hests may not be feigned. Asterisk asterisk see note 9. They may well be bewailed and complained, but men must needs unto their lust obey. Pleasure, and so will I, there is no more to say. This child I am commanded for to take. And spake no more, but out the child he hent asterisk seized despiteously, and gan a cheer asterisk to make asterisk unpityingly asterisk asterisk show, aspect as though he would have slain it ere he went. Griseldes must all suffer and consent, and as a lamb she sat there meek and still, and let this cruel sergeant do his will. Suspicious was the diffame asterisk asterisk of this man, asterisk ominous asterisk evil reputation suspect his face, suspect his word also, suspect the time in which he this began. Alas! Her daughter, that she loved so, she weened he would have it slain right though asterisk asterisk thought then, but nathless she neither wept nor psyched, asterisk asterisk sighed, conforming her to what the Marquis liked. But at the last to speak she began, and meekly she unto the sergeant prayed, so as he was a worthy gentleman, that she might kiss her child, ere that it died. And in her barm this little child she laid, lap, bosom with full sad face, and gan the child to bless, asterisk cross and lulled it, and after gan it kiss. And thus she said in her benign voice, Farewell, my child, I shall thee never see. But since I have thee marked with the cross of that Father why blessed Majesty thou be that for us died upon a cross of tree. Thy soul, my little child, I him betake asterisk, commit unto him for this night shalt thou dean for my sake. I trow that to a Norris asterisk in this case asterisk, believe asterisk asterisk nurse it had been hard this Ruth for to see. Asterisk pitiful sight well might a mother then have cried, Alas! But nathless so sad steadfast was she, that she endured all adversity, and to the sergeant meekly she said, Have here again your little young maid. Go now, quoth she, and do my lord's behest, and one thing would I pray you of your grace, but if asterisk my lord forbade you at the least, unless bury this little body in some place, that neither beasts nor birds it erace. Tier 10, but he no word would to that purpose say, but took the child and went upon his way. The sergeant came unto his lord again, and of Griselda's words and of her cheer demeanor he told him point for point, in short and plain, and him presented with his daughter dear. Somewhat this lord had ruth in his manner, but nathless his purpose held he still, as lords do, when they will have their will. And bade this sergeant that he privily should the child full softly wind and wrap, with a less circumstances tenderly, and carry it in a coffer, or in lap. But upon pain his head off for to swap, asterisk strike that no man should know of his intent, nor whence he came, nor whither that he went. But at Bologna, to his sister dear, that at that time of panic, asterisk was countess, panico he should it take, and show her this matter, beseeching her to do her business this child to foster in all gentleness, and whose child it was he bade her hide from every wight, for aught that might betide. The sergeant went, and hath fulfilled this thing. But to the Marquis now return we, for now went he full fast imagining if by his wife's cheer he might see, or by her words aperceive that she were changed, but he never could her find, but ever in one asterisk alike, sad asterisk asterisk and kind. Constantly steadfast. As glad, as humble, as busy in service, and eke in love, as she was wont to be, was she to him, in every asterisk manner wise. Asterisk sort of way asterisk, and of her daughter not a word spake she. No accident for no adversity asterisk, no change of humor resulting was seen in her, nor ere her daughter's name from her affliction she named, or in earnest or in game. Pars quarta fourth part. In this estate there passed be 4 year ere she with child was, but, as God walled, a knave asterisk child she bare by this Walter, boy full gracious and fair for to behold, and when that folk it to his father told, not only he, but all his country, merry were for this child, and God they thank and hurry. Praise. When it was 2 year old, and from the breast departed asterisk of the Norris, on a day asterisk taken, ween this Marquis caught yet another lest asterisk was seized by yet to tempt his wife yet farther, if he may. Another desiro. Needless was she tempted in as say. Trial but wedded men asterisk not canen no measure, asterisk no moderation asterisk, when that they find a patient creature. Wife, quoth the Marquis, ye have heard ere this my people sickly bear our marriage. Regard with displeasure and namely since my son Wyboren is, especially now is it worse than ever in all our age. The murmur slays mine heart and my courage, for to mine ears cometh the voice so smart. asterisk painfully, that it well nigh destroyed hath mine heart. Now say they thus, when Walter is wygone, then shall the blood of Janical succeed, and be our lord, for other have we none. Such words say my people, out of dread. Asterisk doubt well ought I of such murmur take heed, for certainly I dread all such sentence. Asterisk expression of opinion, though they not asterisk plainen in mine audience. Complain in my hearing. I would alive in peace, if that I might. Wherefore I am disposed utterly, as I his sister served ere asterisk by night, asterisk before right so think I to serve him privily. This warn I you, that ye not suddenly out of yourself for no woe should outraya. Become outrageous, rave be patient, and thereof I you pray. I have, quoth she, said thus, and ever shall, I will no thing, nor enil no thing, certain, but as you list. Not grieveth me at all though that my daughter and my son be slain at your commandment. That is to saying, I have not had no part of children twain, but first sickness, and after woe and pain. Ye be my lord, do with your own thing right as you list, and ask no rede of me, for, as I left at home all my clothing when I came first to you, right so, quoth she, left I my will and all my liberty, and took your clothing. Wherefore I you pray do your pleasance, I will your lust obey. Will. And certes, if I had prescience your will to know, ere ye your lust me told, will I would it do without negligence. But now I know your lust, and what ye walled, all your pleasance firm and stable I hold, for wist I that my death might do you ease, right gladly would I deign you to please. Death may not make no comparison unto your love. And when this marquis say asterisk saw the constance of his wife, he cast adown his eyne too, and wondered how she may in patience suffer all this array, and forth he went with dreary countenance, but to his heart it was full great pleasance. This ugly sergeant, in the same wise that he her daughter caught, right so hath he, or worse, if men can any worse devise, why hent her son, that full was of beauty. Asterisk seized, and ever in one so patient was she, asterisk unvaryingly that she no cheer made of heaviness, but kissed her son, and after gan him bless. Save this she prayed him, if that he might, her little son he would in earth grave, asterisk bury his tender limbs, delicate to sight, from fowls and from beasts for to save. But she none answer of him might have, he went his way, as him nothing ne wrought, asterisk cared, but to Bologna tenderly it brought. The Marquis wondered ever longer more upon her patience, and if that he not had soodly known therefore that perfectly her children loved she, he would have weened that of some subtlety, asterisk thought, and of malice, or for cruel courage, disposition she had suffered this with sad visage. Steadfast, unmoved. But well he knew, that next himself, certain she loved her children best in every wise. But now of women would I ask fain, if these assays might not suffice, what could a sturdy asterisk husband more devise stern to prove her wifehood and her steadfastness, and he continuing ever in sturdiness? But there be folk of such condition, that when they have a certain purpose take, they cannot stint of their intention, cease but, right as they were bound unto a stake, they will not of their first purpose slake. Asterisk slacken, abate right so this Marquis fully hath purpose to tempt his wife, as he was first disposed. He waited, if by word or countenance that she to him was changed of courage, asterisk spirit, but never could he find variance, she was I one in heart and in visage, and I the farther that she was in age, the more true, if that it were possible she was to him in love, and more penable. Painstaking in devotion. For which it seemed thus, that of them two there was but one will. For, as Walter lest, pleased the same pleasance was her lust also. Pleasure and, God be thanked, all fell for the best. She showed well, for no worldly unrest, a wife as of herself no thin should will in effect, but as her husband would. The slander of Walter wondrous wide sprad, that of a cruel heart he wickedly, for he a poor woman wedded had, because had murdered both his children privily. Such murmur was among them commonly. No wonder is, for to the people's ear there came no word, but that they murdered were. For which, whereas his people therebefore had loved him well, the slander of his diffame asterisk infamy made them that they him hated therefore. To be a murderer is a hateful name. But nathless, for earnest or for game, he of his cruel purpose would not stent, to tempt his wife was set all his intent. When that his daughter 12 year was of age, he to the court of Rome, in subtle wise informed of his will, sent his message messenger commanding him such bulls to devise as to his cruel purpose may suffice, how that the Pope, for his people's rest, bade him to wed another, if him lest. Wished. I say he bade they shoulda counterfeit the Pope's bulls, making mention that he had leave his first wife to leet, leave to stint rancor and dissension, put an end to be twixt his people and him. Thus spake the bull, the which they have published at full. The rude people, as no wonder is, weened full well that it had been right so. Thought, believed, but when these tidings came to Griseldes, I deemed that her heart was full of woe. But she, alike sad for evermo, steadfast disposed was, this humble creature adversity of fortune all endure. Abiding ever his lust and his pleasance, to whom that she was given, heart and all, as to her very worldly sufficence. To the utmost extent, but shortly if this story tell I shall, of her power the Marquis written hath in special a letter, in which he showed his intent, and secretly it to Bologna sent. To Earl of Panico, which had though there wedded his sister, prayed he specially to bring home again his children to in honorable estate all openly. But one thing he him prayed utterly, that he to know white, though men would inquire, shoulda not tell whose children that they were. But say, the maiden should wedded be unto the Marquis of Salus anon. And as this earl was prayed, so did he, for at day set, he on his way is gone toward Salus, and Lord, many a one in rich array, this maiden for to guide, her young brother riding her beside. Arrayed was toward her marriage as if for this fresh maiden, full of gems clear, her brother, which that 7 year was of age, arrayed eke full fresh in his manner, and thus, in great noblesse and with glad cheer, toward Salus's shaping their journey, from day to day they rode upon their way. Pars Quinta, 5th part. Among all this, after his wick usage, while all this was the Marquis, yet his wife to tempt more going on to the uttermost proof of her courage, fully to have experience and lore knowledge, if that she were as steadfast as before, he on a day, in open audience, full boisterously said her this sentence. Certes, Griselde, I had enough pleasance to have you to my wife, for your goodness, and for your truth, and for your obeisance, not for your lineage, nor for your richess. But now know I, in very soothfastness, that in great lordship, if I well advise, there is great servitude in sundry wise. I may not do as every ploughman may. My people me constraineth for to take another wife, and crieth day by day, and eke the Pope, rancor for to slake, consenteth it, that dare I undertake. And truly, thus much I will you say, my new wife is coming by the way. Be strong of heart, and void anon her place. Immediately vacate and thilk dower that ye brought to me, that take it again, I grant it of my grace. Return to your father's house. Quoth he, no man may always have prosperity. With even heart I read you to endure counsel the stroke of fortune or of adventure. And she again answered in patience, my lord, quoth she, I know and knew alway, how that betwixt your magnificence and my povert, no white nor can nor may make comparison, it is no nay. Cannot be denied I held me never dean in no manner worthy to be your wife, nor yet your chambermaid. And in this house, where ye me lady made, the high God take I for my witness, and also wistly he my soul glade. Surely gladdened I never held me lady nor mistress, but humble servant to your worthiness, and ever shall, while that my life may dure, aboven every worldly creature. That ye so long, of your benignity, have holden me in honor and nobly, nobility whereas I was not worthy for to be, that thank I God and you, to whom I pray foryelled at you. There is no more to say. Reward unto my father gladly will I wend, go and with him dwell unto my life's end. Where I was fostered as a child full small, till I be dead my life there will I lead, a widow clean in body, heart, and all. For since I gave to you my maidenhead, and am your true wife, it is no dread, doubt God shielda, such a lord's wife to take forbid another man to husband or to make mate. And of your new wife, God of his grace so grant you weal and all prosperity, for I will gladly yield to her my place, in which that I was blissful wont to be. For since it liketh you, my lord, quoth she, that whilom wherein all mine heart's rest, that I shall go, I will go when you lest. But whereas ye me proffer such dower as I first brought, it is well in my mind, It was my wretched clothes, nothing fair, the which to me were hard now for to find. O good God! How gentle and how kind ye seemed by your speech and your visage, the day that maked was our marriage. But sooth is said, algate I find it true, at all events for an effect it proved is on me. Love is not old as when that it is new. But certes, Lord, for no adversity, to dean in this case, it shall not be that ere in word or work I shall repent that I you gave mine heart in whole intent. My lord, ye know that in my father's place ye did me strip out of my poor weed, *** raiment, and richly ye clad me of your grace. To you brought I not else, out of dread, but faith and nakedness and maidenhead, and here again your clothing I restore, and eke your wedding ring for evermore. The remnant of your jewels ready be within your chamber, I dare safely sayn, naked out of my father's house. Quoth she, I came, and naked I must turn again. All your pleasance would I follow fain, * cheerfully, but yet I hope it be not your intent that smockless I out of your palace went. Naked. Ye could not do so dishonest a thing, * dishonorable that thilk * womb, in which your children lay, * that shoulda before the people in my walking be seen all bare. And therefore I you pray, let me not like a worm go by the way. Remember you, mine own lord so dear, I was your wife, though I unworthy were. Wherefore, in guerdon of my maidenhead, reward which that I brought and not again I bear, as vouchsafe to give me to my meed * reward, but such a smock as I was wont to wear, that I therewith may wry the womb of her * cover that was your wife. And here I take my leave of you, mine own lord, lest I you grieve. The smock, quoth he, that thou hast on thy back, let it be still, and bear it forth with thee. But well unneds thilk word he spake, with difficulty but went his way for ruth and for pity, before the folk herself stripped she, and in her smock, with foot and head all bare, toward her father's house forth is she fair. Gone. The folk her followed weeping on her way, and fortune I they cursed as they gone, * go, but she from weeping kept her ein dray * dry, nor in this time word spake she none. Her father, that this tiding heard anon, cursed the day and time, that nature showed him to be a living creature. Formed, ordained. For out of doubt, this oldie poor man was ever in suspect of her marriage, for ever deemed he, since it first began, that when the Lord * fulfilled had his courage, had gratified his whim he would think it were a disparagement to his estate, so low for to alight, and void her as soon as e'er he might. Dismiss. Against his daughter hastily went he to meet, for he by noise of folk knew her coming, and with her oldie coat, as it might be, he covered her, full sorrowfully weeping. But on her body might he it not bring, for rude was the cloth, and more of age by days feel than at her marriage. Many 11. Thus with her father for a certain space dwelled this flower of wifely patience, that neither by her words nor by her face, before the folk nor eke in their absence, ne showed she that her was done offence, nor of her high estate no remembrance ne had she, as by * her countenance. To judge from. No wonder is, for in her great estate her ghost was ever in plain * humility. Spirit * full no tender mouth, no heart delicate, no pomp and no semblant of royalty, but full of patient benignity, discreet and prideless, aye honorable, and to her husband ever meek and stable. Men speak of Job, and most for his humbless, as clerks when them list, can well indite namely * of men. But as in soothfastness, particularly though clerks praise women but a light * little there can no man and humbless him quite as women can, nor can be half so true as women be, but it be fall of new. Unless it has lately come to pass *. Pars sexta * sixth part. From Balan is the Earl of Panic come, of which the fame up sprang to more and less, and to the people's ears all and some was known eke, that a new marchioness he with him brought, in such pomp and riches that never was there seen with man's eye so noble array in all West Lombardy. The Marquis, which that shope and knew all this, arranged ere that the Earl was come, sent his message * messenger for thilk poor Selly Griseldes, * innocent, and she, with humble heart and glad visage nor with no swelling thought in her courage, mind came at his hest, and on her knees her set, command and reverently and wisely she him gret. * greeted. Griseld, quoth he, my will is utterly, this maiden, that shall wedded be to me, received be tomorrow as royally as it possible is in my house to be, and eke that every wight in his degree have his estate in sitting and service, what befits his and in high pleasance as I can devise. Condition. I have no women sufficient, certain, the chambers to array in ordinance after my lust, and therefore would I fain pleasure that thine were all such manner governance. Thou knowest eke of old all my pleasance, though then array be bad, and ill beside, poor to look on do thou thy devoir at the least way. Do your duty in the quickest manner, not only, Lord, that I am glad, quoth she, to do your lust, but I desire also you for to serve and please in my degree, without fainting, and shall ever mow. Nor ever for no weal, nor for no woe, ne shall the ghost within mine heart stent spirit cease to love you best with all my true intent. And with that word she gan the house to dight, arrange and tables for to set, and beds to make, and pained her to do all that she might. She took pains praying the chambers for God's sake chambermaids to hasten them, and fast sweep and shake. And she the most serviceable of all hath every chamber arrayed, and his hall. About undurn gan the earl alight, afternoon 5 that with him brought these noble children tway, for which the people ran to see the sight of their array, so richly beside. Rich to behold and then at erst amongst them they say, for the first time that Walter was no fool, though that him lest pleased to change his wife, for it was for the best. For she is fairer, as they demon all, think than is Grisold, and more tender of age, and fairer fruit between them should a fall, and more pleasant for her high lineage. Her brother eke so fair was a visage, that them to see the people hath caught pleasance, commending now the Marquis governance. O stormy people, unsad and ever untrue, variable and undiscreet, and changing as a vein, delighting ever in rumor that is new, for like the moon so wax ye and wane. I full of clapping, dear enough a Jane, worth nothing 12 your doom is false, your constance evil preveth, judgment proveth a full great fool is he that you believeth. Thus said the sad folk in that city, sedate when that the people gazed up and down, for they were glad, right for the novelty, to have a new lady of their town. No more of this now make I mention, but to Grisold again I will me dress, and tell her constancy and business. Full busy was Grisold, in everything that to the feast was appurtenant, right not was she abashed of her clothing, ashamed though it were rude, and some deal eke to rent. Tattered but with glad cheer unto the gate she went expression with other folk, to greet the Marchioness, and after that did forth her business. With so glad cheer his guests she received expression, and so conningly each in his degree, cleverly, skillfully that no default no man aperceived, but they wondered what she might be that in so poor array was for to see, and cowed such honor and reverence. Knew, understood, and worthily they praise her prudence. In all this mean while she not stent ceased this maid, and eke her brother, to commend with all her heart in full benign intent, so well, that no man could her praise amend. But at the last, when that these lords when go to sit down to meat, he gan to call Grisold, as she was busy in the hall. Grisold, quoth he, as it were in his play, how liketh thee my wife and her beauty? Right well, my lord, quoth she, for, in good faith, a fairer saw I never none than she. I pray to God give you prosperity, and so I hope that he will to you send pleasance enough unto your lives' end. One thing beseech I you, and warn also, that ye not prick with no tormenting this tender maiden, as ye have done me 13 for she is fostered in her nourishing more tenderly, and, to my supposing, she might not adversity endure as could a poor fostered creature. And when this Walter saw her patience, her glad cheer, and no malice at all, and he so often had her done offence, although and she sad and constant as a wall, steadfast, continuing ever her innocence o'er all. The sturdy Marquis gan his heart dress prepare to rue upon her wifely steadfastness. This is enough, Grisold mine, quoth he. Be now no more aghast, nor evil paid, afraid, nor displeased I have thy faith and thy benignity as well as ever woman was, assayed, in great estate and poorly arrayed. Now know I, dear wife, thy steadfastness. And her in arms he took, and gan to kiss. And she for wonder took of it no keep. Notice she heard not what thing he to her said she farred as she had start out of a sleep, till she out of her mazeness abraid. Awoke, Grisold, quoth he, by God that for us died, thou art my wife, none other I have, nor ever had, as God my soul save. This is thy daughter, which thou hast supposed to be my wife. That other faithfully shall be mine heir, as I despised. Thou bear them of thy body truly. At Bologna kept I them privily, take them again, for now mayst thou not say that thou hast lorn none of thy children tway. Lost. And folk that otherwise have said of me, I warn them well, that I have done this deed for no malice, nor for no cruelty, but to assay in thy womanhead, and not to slay my children, God forbid, but for to keep them privily and still, till I thy purpose knew, and all thy will. When she this heard, in swoon adown she falleth for piteous joy. And after her swooning she both her young children to her calleth, and in her arms piteously weeping embraced them, and tenderly kissing, full like a mother, with her salt tears she bathed both their visage and their hairs. Oh, what a piteous thing it was to see her swooning, and her humble voice to hear. Grand mercy, Lord God thank it you, quoth she, that ye have saved me my children dear, now reck I never to be dead right here. Asterisk care since I stand in your love, and in your grace, no asterisk force of asterisk death, nor when my spirit pace. No matter for asterisk pass. O tender, O dear, O young children mine, your woeful mother weaned steadfastly believed firmly that cruel hounds, or some foul vermin, had eaten you. But God of his mercy, and your benign father tenderly have asterisk done you keep. And in that same stound caused you to all suddenly, she swapped down to the ground. Be preserved our fell, and in her swoon so sadly holdeth she firmly her children too, when she gan them embrace, that with great sleight and great difficulty art the children from her arm they can erase asterisk pull away o. Many a tear on many a piteous face down ran of them that stood her beside, unneth, about her might they abide. Scarcely. Walter her gladdeth and her sorrow slaketh, asterisk assuages she riseth up abashed from her trance, astonished, and every wight her joy and feast maketh, till she hath caught again her countenance. Walter her doth so faithfully pleasance, that it was dainty for to see the cheer betwixt them two, since they be met in fear. Together. The ladies, when that they their time say asterisk saw have taken her, and into chamber gone, and stripped her out of her rude array, and in a cloth of gold that brightly shone, and with a crown of many a rich stone upon her head, they into hall her brought, and there she was honored as her ought. Thus had this piteous day a blissful end, for every man and woman did his might this day in mirth, and revel to dispend, till on the welkin shone the stars bright. Firmament for more solemn in every man's sight this feast was, and greater of costage asterisk expense than was the revel of her marriage. Full many a year in high prosperity lived these two in concord and in rest, and richly his daughter married he unto a lord, one of the worthiest of all Idle. And then in peace and rest his wife's father in his court he kept, till that the soul out of his body crept. His son succeeded in his heritage, in rest and peace, after his father's day, and fortunate was eke in marriage all asterisk, he put not his wife in great assay. Although this world is not so strong, it is no nay, asterisk not to be denied asterisk as it hath been in oldie times yore, and hearken what this author saith therefore. This story is said, 14 not for that wives should follow Griselda in humility, for it were importable though they would. Not to be born, but for that every wight in his degree should be constant in adversity, as was Griselda. Therefore Petrarch writeth this story, which with high style he indicteth. For since a woman was so patient unto a mortal man, well more we ought receive an all in gree that God us sent. Good will asterisk for great skill is he proved that he wrought, asterisk see note 15 but he tempteth no man that he hath bought, as saith St. James, if ye his epistle read, he proveth folk all day, it is no dread. Doubt. And suffereth us, for our exercise, with sharp scourges of adversity full often to be beat in sundry wise, not for to know our will, for certes he ere we were born, knew all our frailty. And for our best is all his governance, let us then live in virtuous sufferance. But one word, lordings, hearken, ere I go, it were full hard to find nowadays in all a town Griseldas 3 or 2, for if that they were put to such assays, the gold of them hath now so bad a lays asterisk alloys with brass, that though the coin be fair at eye asterisk to see it woulda rather break in two than ply. Bend. For which here for the wife's love of Bath, whose life and all her sex may God maintain in high mastery, and else were it scath. Asterisk damage, pity I will, with lusty heart fresh and green, say you a song to gladden you, I ween, and let a stint of earnestful matter. Hearken my song, that saith in this manner. Geoffrey Chaucer. Greisold is dead, and eke her patience, and both at once are buried in Idle. For which I cry in open audience, no wedded man so hardy be assail his wife's patience, in trust to find Greisold for in certain he shall fail. O noble wives, full of high prudence, let no humility your tongues nail, nor let no clerk have cause or diligence to write of you a story of such marvel, as of Greisold patient and kind, lest Chishevash 16 you swallow in her entrail. Follow echo, that holdeth no silence, but ever answereth at the countertale. Countertally 17 be not bedaft for your innocence, asterisk befooled but sharply take on you the governale. Asterisk helm imprint well this lesson in your mind, for common profit, since it may avail. Ye archiwives, stand I at defence, wives of rank since ye be strong as is a great camel nor suffer not that men do you offence, and slender wives, feeble in battle, be eager as a tiger yond in Ind, eye clapping as a mill, I you counsel. Nor dread them not, nor do them reverence, for though thine husband armed be in mail, the arrows of thy crabbed eloquence shall pierce his breast, and eke his aventail. 18 In jealousy I read eke thou him bind, advise, and thou shalt make him couch as doth a quail. Submit, shrink. If thou be fair, where folk be in presence show thou thy visage and thine apparel. If thou be foul, be free of thy dispense. To get thee friends I do thy travail. Be I of cheer as light as leaf on linden, lime tree, and let him care and weep and ring and wail. Notes to the Clerk's Tale. One Petrarch, in his Latin romance, De obedientia et fide uxoria mythologia, of obedient and faithful wives in mythology, translated the charming story of the patient Grizel from the Italian of Boccaccio's Decameron. And Chaucer has closely followed Petrarch's translation, made in 1373, the year before that in which he died. The fact that the embassy to Genoa, on which Chaucer was sent, took place in 1372-73, has lent countenance to the opinion that the English poet did actually visit the Italian bard at Padua and hear the story from his own lips. This, however, is only a probability, for it is a moot point whether the two poets ever met. 2. Vesulis, Monte Vise, a lofty peak at the junction of the Maritime and Cochin Alps. From two springs on its east side rises the Po. 3. Buxomly, obediently, Anglo-Saxon bogsome, Old English bowsome, that can be easily bent or bowed, German biegsam, pliant obedient. 4. Well ofter of the well than of the tun she drank. She drank water much more often than wine. 5. Undurn, afternoon, evening, though by some undurn is understood as dinner time. 9 AMC note 4 to the Wife of Bath's Tale. 6. Very true, French vry. 7. Nouches, ornaments of some kind not precisely known, some additions red ouches, studs, brooches. Transcriber's note, the Ede gives nouches as a form of ouches, buckles. 8. A furlong way or two, a short time, literally as long as it takes to walk 1 or 2 furlongs. A furlong is 220 yards. 9. Lords' hests may not be why feigned. It will not do merely to feign compliance with a lord's commands. 10. Aristier French or rasher. 11. Feel many German veal. 12. Dear enough a Jane, worth nothing. A Jane was a small coin of little worth, so the meaning is not worth a red cent. 13. Me. This is one of the most licentious corruptions of orthography, says Tyrwhitt, that I remember to have observed in Chaucer. But such liberties were common among the European poets of his time when there was an extreme lack of certainty in orthography. 14. The 14 lines that follow are translated almost literally from Petrarch's Latin. 15. For great skill is he proved that he wrought, for it is most reasonable that he should prove or test that which he made. 16. Chishevash in old popular fable was a monster that fed only on good women and was always very thin from scarcity of such food. A corresponding monster, Bicorn, fed only on obedient and kind husbands and was always fat. The origin of the fable was French, but Lydgate has a ballad on the subject. Chishevash literally means niggardly or greedy cow. 17. Countertail, countertally or counterfoil, something exactly corresponding. 18. Aventail, forepart of a helmet visor. The Merchant's Tale. The Prologue. L. Weeping and wailing, care and other sorrow, I have enough on even and on morrow, quoth the merchant. And so have other mo, that wedded be. I trow that it be so. Believe for well I wot it fareth so by me. I have a wife, the worst that may be, for though the fiend to her why coupled were, she would him overmatch, I dare well swear. Why should I you rehearse in special her high malice? She is a shrew at all. Thoroughly, in there is a long and large difference everything wicked betwixt Griselda's great patience, and of my wife the passing cruelty. Were I unbounden, also may I the thrive, I would a never eft come in the snare. Again we wedded men live in sorrow and care, essay it whoso will, and he shall find that I say sooth by St. Thomas of Ind, to us for the more part. I say not all, God shielda that it shoulda so befall. Forbid Good sir host, I have wedded be these moneths too, and more not party, and yet I trow that he that all his life believe wifeless hath been, though that men would him rive wound into the heart, could in no manner tell so much sorrow, as I you here could tellen of my wife's cursedness. Wickedness. Now, quoth our host, merchant, so God you bless, since ye so much knowen of that art, full heartily I pray you tell us part. Gladly, quoth he, but of mine own sore for sorry heart I tell may no more. Notes to the Prologue to the Merchant's Tale. 1. Though the manner in which the merchant takes up the closing words of the envoy to the clerk's tale, and refers to the patience of Griselda, seems to prove beyond doubt that the order of the tales in the text is the right one, yet in some manuscripts of good authority the Franklin's tale follows the clerk's, and the envoy is concluded by this stanza. This worthy clerk when ended was his tale, our host said, and swore by cock's bones, me lever were than a barrel of ale my wife at home had heard this legend once. This is a gentle tale for the nonce, as, to my purpose, wist ye my will. But thing that will not be, let it be still. In other manuscripts of less authority the host proceeds, in two similar stanzas, to impose a tale on the Franklin. But Tyrwhitt is probably right in setting them aside as spurious, and in admitting the genuineness of the first only, if it be supposed that Chaucer forgot to cancel it when he had decided on another mode of connecting the merchant's with the clerk's tale. 2. St. Thomas of Ind. St. Thomas the Apostle, who is believed to have travelled in India. The tale. L. Whilom there was dwelling in Lombardy a worthy knight, that born was at Pavy, in which he lived in great prosperity. And 40 years a wifeless man was he, and followed his bodily delight on women, whereas was his appetite, as do these fools that be seculars. 2. And, when that he was past 60 years, were it for holiness, or for dotage, I cannot say, but such a great courage inclination had this knight to be a wedded man, that day and night he did all that he can to espy where that he might wedded be. Praying our Lord to grant him, that he might once knowen of that blissful life that is betwixt a husband and his wife, and for to live under that holy bond with which God first man and woman bond. None other life, said he, is worth a bean, for wedlock is so easy, and so clean that in this world it is a paradise. Thus said this oldie knight, that was so wise. And certainly, as sooth as God is king, true to take a wife it is a glorious thing, and namely when a man is old and hoar, especially then is a wife the fruit of his treaser. Then should he take a young wife and a fair, on which he might engender him an heir, and lead his life in joy and in solace. Mirth, delight, whereas these bachelors singeon, alas, when that they find any adversity in love, which is but childish vanity. And truly it sits well to be so, befits that bachelors have often pain and woe, on brittle ground they build, and brittleness they find when they wean sickerness. Think that there they live but as a bird or as a beast, is security in liberty, and under no arrest. Check, control, whereas a wedded man in his estate liveth a life blissful and ordinate, under the yoke of marriage why bound, well may his heart in joy and bliss abound, for who can be so buxom as a wife? Obedient who is so true, and eke so attentive to keep him, sick and whole, as is his make. Care for mate for weal or woe, she will him not forsake, she is not weary him to love and serve, though that he lie bedrid until he sterve. Die, and yet some clerks say it is not so, of which he, Theophrast, is one of those what force though Theophrast list for to lie? What matter? Take no wife, quoth he. 3. For husbandry thrift as for to spare in household thy dispense. A true servant doth more diligence thy good to keep, than doth thine own wife, for she will claim a half part all her life. And if that thou be sick, so God me save, thy very friends or a true knave, servant will keep thee bet than she, that waiteth I asterisk always waits to after thy good, and hath done many a day. Inherit your property this sentence, and 100 times worse, write this man, their God his bones curse. But take no keep asterisk of all such vanity, notice defy Theophrast, and hearken to me. Distrust. A wife is God's gift verily, all other manner gifts heartily. Asterisk truly as hands, rents, pasture, or commune, common land or mebles, all be gifts of fortune. Furniture for that passen as a shadow on the wall. But dread thou not, if plainly speak I shall, asterisk doubt a wife will last, and in thine house endure, well longer than thee list, peradventure. Perhaps marriage is a full great sacrament, he which that hath no wife, I hold him shent. Asterisk ruined he lived helpless and all desolate, I speak of folk in secular estate, who are not and hearken why I say not this for naught. Of the clergy that woman is for man's help why wrought. The high God, when he had Adam maked, and saw him all alone belly naked, God of his great goodness said then, let us now make a help unto this man like to himself, and then he made him Eve. Here may ye see, and hereby may ye prove that a wife is man as help and his comfort, his paradise to rester and his disport. So buxom and so virtuous is she, obedient, complying they must needs live in unity, one flesh they be, and one blood, as I guess, with but one heart in weal and in distress. A wife? Ah, Saint Mary, Bendicite, how might a man have any adversity that hath a wife? Certes, I cannot say the bliss the which that is betwixt them tway, there may no tongue it tell, or heart think. If he be poor, she helpeth him to swink. Labor she keeps his good, and wasteth never a deal. Would all that her husband list, her liketh asterisk well. Pleaseth she saith not one's nay when he saith yea. Do this, saith he. All ready, sir, saith she, O blissful order, wedlock precious. Thou art so merry, and eke so virtuous, and so commended and approved eke, that every man that holds him worth a leak upon his bare knees ought all his life to thank his God, that him hath sent a wife. Or else pray to God him for to send a wife, to last unto his life's end. For then his life is set in sickerness, security he may not be deceived, as I guess, so that he work after his wife's rede. Counsel then may he boldly bear up his head, they be so true, and therewithal so wise. For which if thou wilt worken as the wise, do always so as women will thee read. Counsel lo how that Jacob, as these clerks read, by good counsel of his mother Rebek, bound the kid's skin about his neck, for which his father's benison asterisk he won. Benediction lo Judith, as the story tell can, by good counsel she God's people kept, and slew him Holofernes while he slept. Lo Abigail, by good counsel, how she saved her husband Nabal, when that he should have been slain. And lo, Esther also by counsel good delivered out of woe the people of God, and made him Mardach of Asura enhanced for to be. Advanced in dignity there is nothing in Greece superlative asterisk of higher esteem asterisk, as saith Seneca above a humble wife. Suffer thy wife's tongue, as Cato bid she shall command, and thou shalt suffer it, and yet she will obey of courtesy. A wife is keeper of thine husbandry, well may the sick man bewail and weep, there as there is no wife the house to keep. I warn thee, if wisely thou wilt work, work love well thy wife, as Christ loveth his church, thou lovest thyself if thou lovest thy wife. No man hateth his flesh, but in his life he fostereth it, and therefore bid I thee cherish thy wife, or thou shalt never the. Thrive husband and wife, whatso men jape or play, although men joke of worldly folk hold the sicker way, and jeer certain they be so knit there may no harm betide, and namely upon the wife's side. Especially, for which this January, of whom I told, considered hath within his days old the lusty life, the virtuous quiet, that is in marriage honey sweet. And for his friends upon a day he sent to tell them the effect of his intent. With face sad, his tale he hath them told. Grave, earnest he said, Friends, I am hoar and old, and almost God wot on my pit's brink, graves upon my soul somewhat must I think. I have my body foolishly dispended, blessed be God that it shall be amended, for I will be certain a wedded man, and that anon in all the haste I can unto some maiden fair and tender of age, I pray you shape for my marriage arrange, contrive all suddenly, for I will not abide, and I will fawn to a spy, on my side, try to whom I may be wedded hastily. But forasmuch as ye be more than, ye shall rather such a thing espy than I, and where me best were to ally. But one thing warn I you, my friends dear, I will none old wife have in no manner she shall not pass 16 year certain. Old fish and young flesh would I have fain. Better, quoth he. A pike than a pickerel * young pike, and better than old beef is tender veal. I will no woman 30 year of age, it is but bean a straw and great forage. And eke these oldie widows, God it wot, they con * so much craft on Wade's boat, 5 no * so much brook harm, when that them lest, * they can do so much that with them should I never live in rest. Harm when they wish for sundry schools make subtle clerks woman of many schools half a clerk is. But certainly a young thing men may guide right as men may warm wax with hands ply. Bend, mold, wherefore I say you plainly in a clause, I will none old wife have, right for this cause. For if so were I had such mischance, that I and her could have no pleasance, then should I lead my life in a voutry, **** adultery, and go straight to the devil when I die. Nor children should I none upon her get. Yet, were me lever hounds had me eaten, I would rather * than that mine heritage should a fall in strange hands. And this I tell you all. I doubt not I know the cause why men should a wed. And farthermore know I there speaketh many a man of marriage that knows no more of it than doth my page, for what causes a man should take a wife. If he may not live chaste his life, take him a wife with great devotion, because of lawful procreation of children, to honor of God above, and not only for paramour or love, and for they should a lechery eschew, and yield their debt when that it is due, or for that each of them should help the other in mischief. As a sister shall the brother * trouble and live in chastity full holily. But sires, by your leave, that am not I, for God be thanked, I dare make a vaunt. * boast I feel my limbs stark and sufficient * strong to do all that a man belongeth to. I wot myself best what I may do. Though I be hoar, I fare as doth a tree that blossoms ere the fruit waxen be. Grown the blossomy tree is neither dry nor dead. I feel me now here hoar but on my head. Mine heart and all my limbs are as green as laurel through the year is for to seen. *c and, since that ye have heard all mine intent, I pray you to my will ye would assent. Diverse men diversely him told of marriage many examples old, some blamed it, some praised it, certain but at the haste, shortly for to saying, as all day falleth altercation constantly, every day betwixt friends in disputation. There fell a strife betwixt his brethren two, of which that one was called Placebo, Justinus soothly called was that other. Placebo said, O January, brother, full little need have ye, my lord so dear, counsel to ask of any that is here. But that ye be so full of sapience, that you not liketh, for your high prudence, to wave from the word of Solomon. Depart, deviate this word, said he unto us every one, work a thing by counsel. Thus said he, and then shalt thou not repent thee but though that Solomon spake such a word, mine own dear brother and my lord. So wistly God my soul bring at rest, * surely I hold your own counsel is the best. For brother mine, take of me this motive. Advice, encouragement I have now been a courtman all my life, and God it wot, though I unworthy be, I have standen in full great degree about lords of full high estate, yet had I ne'er with none of them debate, I never them contraried truly. I know well that my lord can * more than I, knows what that he saith I hold it firm and stable, I say the same, or else a thing semblable. A full great fool is any counsellor that serveth any lord of high honor that dare presume, or one's thinking it, that his counsel should pass his lord's wit, nay, lords be no fools by my fay. Ye have yourself showed here today so high sentence, so holily and well * judgment. Sentiment that I consent, and confirm every deal * in every point your words all, and your opinion by God, there is no man in all this town nor in Idle, could better have said. Christ holds him of this counsel well apaid. * satisfied and truly it is a high courage of any man that stopen * is in age. * advanced 6 to take a young wife, by my father's kin, your heart hangeth on a jolly pin. Do now in this matter right as you lest, for finally I hold it for the best. Justinus, that I still sat and heard, right in this wise to Placebo answered. Now, brother mine, be patient I pray, since ye have said, and hearken what I say. Senec, among his other words wise, saith that a man ought him right well advise, consider to whom he gives his hand or his chattel. And since I ought advise me right well to whom I give my good away from me, well more I ought advise me, party, to whom I give my body. For alway I warn you well it is no child's play to take a wife without advisement. Men must inquire, this is mine assent, where she be wise, or sober, or dronkaloo, given to drink or proud, or any other ways a shrew, a chidester, or a waster of thy good, a scold, or rich, or poor. or else a man is wood. Asterisk mad albeit so, that no man find shall none in this world, that trotteth whole in all, is sound in no man, nor beast, such as men can devise, every point describe, but nathihes it ought enough suffice with any wife, if so were that she had more good thews than her vices bad. Asterisk qualities, and all this asketh leisure to inquire. For God it wot, I have wept many a tear full privily, since I have had a wife. Praise whoso will a wedded man's life, certes, I find in it but cost and care, and observances of all blisses bare. And yet, God wot, my neighbours about, and namely of women many a rout asterisk especially asterisk company say that I have the most steadfast wife, and eke the meekest one, that beareth life. But I know best where ringeth me my shoe, asterisk pinches ye may for me right as you like do advise you. Ye be a man of age, how that ye enter into marriage, and namely with a young wife and a fair, especially by him that made water, fire, earth, air. The youngest man that is in all this rout asterisk company is busy enough to bringen it about to have his wife alone. Trust me, ye shall not please her fully years 3, this is to say, to do her full pleasance. A wife asketh full many an observance. I pray you that ye be not evil apaid, asterisk displeased. Well, quoth this January, and hast thou said, straw for thy senech and for thy proverbs, I count not a pannier full of herbs of school terms. Wiser men than thou, as thou hast heard, assented here right now to my purpose. Placebo, what say ye? I say it is a cursed asterisk man, quoth he, ill-natured, wicked, that letteth matrimony sickerly. Hindereth, and with that word they rise up suddenly, and be assented fully, that he should be wedded when him list, and where he would. High fantasy and curious business from day to day gan and the soul impress asterisk, imprint themselves of January about his marriage many a fair shape, and many a fair visage there passed through his heart night by night. As whoso took a mirror polished bright, and set it in a common marketplace, then should he see many a figure pace by his mirror. And in the same wise gan January in his thought devise of maidens, which that dwelt him beside. He wist not where that he might abide. Stay, fix his choice, for if that one had beauty in her face, another stood so in the people's grace for her sadness and her benignity. Sedateness that of the people greatest voice had she, and some were rich and had a bad name. But nathless, betwixt earnest and game, he at the last appointed him on one, and let all others from his heart gone, and chose her of his own authority, for love is blind all day, and may not see. And when that he was into bed brought, he portrayed in his heart and in his thought her fresh beauty and her age tender, her middle small, her arms long and slender, her wise governance, her gentleness, her womanly bearing, and her sadness. Sedateness, and when that he on her was condescended, had selected her he thought his choice might not be amended, for when that he himself concluded had, he thought each other man's wit so bad, that impossible it were to reply against his choice. This was his fantasy. His friends sent he to, at his instance, and prayed them to do him that pleasance, that hastily they would unto him come, he would abridge their labor all and some, needed no more for them to go nor ride, 7 he was appointed where he would abide. He had definitively. Placebo came, and eke his friends soon, made his choice asterisk, and alder first he bade them all a boon asterisk first of all, he asked that none of them no arguments would make a favor of them against the purpose that he had white take. Which purpose was pleasant to God, said he, and very ground of his prosperity. He said there was a maiden in the town, which that of beauty had great renown, all were it so she were of small degree, although sufficed him her youth and her beauty. Which maid, he said, he would have to his wife, to lead in ease and holiness his life, and thanked God that he might have her all, that no wight with his bliss part shall have a share, and prayed them to labor in this need, and shape that he fail not to speed. For then, he said, his spirit was at ease. Then is, quoth he, nothing may me displease, save one thing pricketh in my conscience, the which I will rehearse in your presence. I have, quoth he, heard said, full yore ago, long there may no man have perfect blisses too, this is to say, on earth and eke in heaven. For though he keep him from the sins 7, and eke from every branch of thilk tree, 8 yet is there so perfect felicity, and so great ease and lust, in marriage, comfort and pleasure that ever I am aghast, now in mine age asterisk ashamed, afraid that I shall head now so merry a life, so delicate, without woe or strife, that I shall of mine heaven on earth here. For since that very heaven is bought so dear, with tribulation and great penance, how should I then, living in such pleasance as wedded men do with their wives, come to the bliss where Christ etern on live is, lives eternally asterisk this is my dread. And ye, my brethren tway, asterisk doubt assoil me this question, I you pray. Resolve, answer. Justinus, which that hated his folly, answered anon right in his japery, asterisk mockery, jesting way, and for he would his lunge tale abridge, he would a no authority allege, asterisk written texts but said. Sir, so there be none obstacle other than this, God of his high miracle, and of his mercy may so for you work that, ere ye have your rites of holy church, ye may repent of wedded man's life, in which ye say there is no woe nor strife. And else God forbid, but if asterisk he sent unless a wedded man his grace him to repent well often, rather than a single man, and therefore, sir, the bestay read I can, this is the best counsel despair you not, but have in your memory, that I know asterisk peradventure she may be your purgatory, she may be God's means, and God's whip, and then your soul shall up to heaven skip swifter than doth an arrow from a bow. I hope to God hereafter ye shall know that there is none so great felicity in marriage, nor ever more shall be, that you shall let asterisk of your salvation hinder so that ye use, as skill is and reason, the lusts of your wife attemperely, pleasures moderately, and that ye please her not too amorously, and that ye keep you eke from other sin. My tale is done, for my wit is but thin. Be not aghast hereof, my brother dear, asterisk aharmed, afraid, but let us wadden out of this matter. The wife of Bath, if ye have understand of marriage, which ye have now in hand, declared hath full well in little space. Fare ye now well, God have you in his grace. And with this word this Justin and his brother have ta'en their leave, and each of them of other. And when they saw that it must needs be, they wrought so, by slight and wise treaty, that she, this maiden, which that May's height, was named May asterisk as hastily as ever that she might, shall wedded be unto this January. I trow it were too lunge you to tarry, if I told you of every script and band asterisk written bond asterisk by which she was fiefed in his hand, or for to reckon of her rich array, but finally wykemen is the day that to the church both be they went, for to receive the holy sacrament. Forth came the priest, with stole about his neck, and bade her be like Sarah and Rebek, in wisdom and in truth of marriage. And said his orisons, as is usage, and crouched asterisk them, and prayed God should them bless, crossed, and made all sicker enough with holiness. Cert. Thus be they wedded with solemnity, and at the feast sat both he and she with other worthy folk upon the dais. All full of joy and bliss is the palace, and full of instruments, and of victual asterisk victuals, food the most daintiest of all idyll. Delicate before them stood such instruments of sound, that Orpheus, nor of Thebes' Amphion, ne made never such a melody. At every course came in loud minstrelsy, that never Joab trumped for to hear, nor he Theodomas, yet half so clear at Thebes, when the city was in doubt. Bacchus the wine them skinked all about. Asterisk poured nine, and Venus laughed upon every wight, for January was become her night, and would a both essay his courage in liberty, and eke in marriage, and with her firebrand in her hand about danced before the bride and all the rout. And certainly I dare right well say this, Hymenaeus, that god of wedding saw never his life so merry a wedded man. Hold thou thy peace, thou poet Martian 10 that writest us that ilk asterisk wedding merry same of her philology and him Mercury, and of the songs that the muses sung, too small is both thy pen, and eke thy tongue for to describen of this marriage. When tender youth hath wedded stooping age, there is such mirth that it may not be writ. Essay it yourself, then may ye wit asterisk know if that I lie or no in this matter. Maius, that sat with so benign a cheer asterisk countenance, her to behold it seemed fairy. Queen Esther never looked with such an eye on a Sura, so meek a look had she. I may you not devise all her beauty, but thus much of her beauty tell I may, that she was hike the bright morrow of May fulfilled of all beauty and pleasance. This January is ravished in a trance, at every time he looked in her face, but in his heart he gan her to menace, that he that night in arms would her strain harder than ever Paris did Helene. But nathless yet had he great pity that thilk night offend her must he, and thought, alas, O tender creature, now would a god ye might well endure all my courage, it is so sharp and keen, I am aghast ye shall it not sustain. Asterisk afraid, but God forbid that I did all my might. Now would a god that it were waxen night, and that the night would last an evermo. I would that all this people were wygo. Gone away, and finally he did all his labor, as he best might, saving his honor, to haste them from the meat in subtle wise. The time came that reason was to rise, And after that men dance and drink fast, and spices all about the house they cast. And full of joy and bliss is every man, all but a squire that hight Damian, who carved before the night full many a day. He was so ravished on his lady May, that for the very pain he was nigh wood. Mad almost he swelt, and swooned where he stood, fainted so sore had Venus hurt him with her brand, as that she bare it dancing in her hand. And to his bed he went him hastily, no more of him as at this time speak I, but their eye let him weep enough and plain asterisk bewail till fresh May will rue upon his pain. O perilous fire, that in the bedstraw breedeth! O foe familiar, that his service beateth! Domestic 11 asterisk offers O servant traitor. O false homely hue, asterisk servant 12, like to the adder in bosom shy untrue God shield us ale from your acquaintance. O January, drunken in pleasance of marriage, see how thy Damian, thine Owen Squire, and thy born man, asterisk born 13 intendeth for to do thee villainy, asterisk dishonor, outrage God grant thee thine home foe t espy. Enemy in the household for in this world is no worse pestilence than homely foe, all day in thy presence. Performed hath the sun his arc diurn, daily no longer may the body of him sojourn on the horizon in that latitude. Night with his mantle, that is dark and rude, gan overspread the hemisphere about, for which departed is this asterisk lusty rout asterisk pleasant company from January, with thank on every side. Home to their houses lustily they ride, whereas they do their things as them lest, and when they see their time they go to rest. Soon after that this hasty asterisk January eager will go to bed, he will no longer tarry. He drank Hippocras, Clar, and Vernage 14 of spices hot, to increase his courage, and many a lectuary had he full fine, potions such as the cursed monk Dan Constantine 15 hath written in his book asterisk de coitu. Of sexual intercourse to eat them all he would nothing eschew, and to his privy friends thus said he, for God's love, as soon as it may be, let voiden all this house in courteous wise. Everyone leave end they have done right as he will devise. Men drink in, and the traverse draw anon. Asterisk curtains the bride is brought to bed as still as stone, and when the bed was with the priest why blessed, out of the chamber every wight him dressed. And January hath fast in arms white take his fresh May, his paradise his make. Mate he lulled her, he kissed her full oft, with thick bristles of his beard unsoft, like to the skin of houndfish, sharp as brier asterisk dogfish briar, for he was shaven all new in his manner. He rubbed her upon her tender face, and said thus, Alas! I must trespass to you, my spouse, and you greatly offend, ere time come that I will down descend. But nathless consider this, quoth he, there is no workman, whatsoe'er he be, that may both work well and hastily. This will be done at leisure perfectly. It is asterisk no force how lunge that we play, no matter asterisk in true wedlock coupled be we tway, and blessed be the yoke that we be in, for in our acts may there be no sin. A man may do no sin with his wife, nor hurt himself with his owen knife, for we have leave to play us by the law. Thus labored he, till that the day gan daw, and then he took a sop in fine clar, and upright in his bed then sat he, and after that he sang full loud and clear, and kissed his wife and made wanton cheer. He was all coltish, full of raggery wantonness and full of jargon as a flecked pie. 16 the slacky skin about his neck shaked, while that he sang, so chanted he and craked. Asterisk quavered, but God wot what that may thought in her heart, when she him saw up sitting in his shirt and his nightcap, and with his neck lean she praised not his playing worth a bean. Then said he thus, My reste will I take now day is come, I may no longer wake, and down he laid his head and slept till prime. And afterward, when that he saw his time, up rose January, but fresh May held to her chamber till the 4th day, as usage is of wives for the best. For every labor some time must have rest, or else lunge may he not endure. This is to say, no life of creature, be it of fish, or bird, or beast, or man. Now will I speak of woeful Damian, that languisheth for love, as ye shall hear, therefore I speak to him in this manner. I say, O silly Damian, alas, answer to this demand, as in this case, how shalt thou to thy lady, fresh May, tell thy woe? She will always say nay, eke if thou speak, she will thy woe betray God be thine help, I can no better say. This sick Damian in Venus, fire so burned that he died for desire, for which he put his life in a venture, asterisk at risk asterisk no longer might he in this wise endure. But privily a penner gan he borrow, asterisk writing case, and in a letter wrote he all his sorrow, in manner of a complaint or a lay, unto his fair fresh lady May, and in a purse of silk, hung on his shirt, he hath it put, and laid it at his heart. The moon, that at noon was thilk day that January had wedded fresh May in 10 of Torah, was into Cancer glided. 17 so long had Maius in her chamber abided, as custom is unto these nobles all. A bride shall not eaten in the ball till days 4 or 3 days at the least, why past be. Then let her go to feast. The 4th day complete from noon to noon, when that the high mass was done, in Hala sat this January and May, as fresh as is the bright summer's day. And so befell how that this good man remembered him upon this Damien, and said, Saint Mary, how may this be that Damien attendeth not to me, is he I sick, or how may this betide? His squires, which that stood there beside, excused him because of his sickness, which ledded him to do his business, hindered none other cause might make him tarry. That me forthinketh, quoth this January grieves, causes, he is a gentle squire, by my truth, uneasiness if that he died, it were great harm and ruth. He is as wise, as discreet, and secure, secret, trusty as any man I know of his degree, and thereto manly and eke serviceable, and for to be a thrifty man right able. But after meat, as soon as ever I may I will myself visit him, and eke may to do him all the comfort that I can. And for that word him blessed every man, that of his bounty and his gentleness he would a so comfort in sickness his squire, for it was a gentle deed. Dame, quoth this January, take good heed, at after meat, ye with your women all, when that ye be in chamber out of this hall, that all ye go to see this Damien do him disport, he is a gentle man, and tell him that I will him visite, have I nothing but rested me a light. When only I have rested and speed you fast, for I will abide me a little till that ye sleep fast by my side. And with that word he gan unto him call a squire, that was marshal of his hall, and told him certain things that he walled. This fresh May hath straight her way hold, with all her women, unto Damien. Down by his bed's side sat she then comforting him as goodly as she may. This Damien, when that his time he say saw in secret wise his purse, and eke his bill, in which that he written had his will, hath put into her hand without more, save that he sighed wondrous deep and sore, and softly to her right thus said he, Mercy, and that ye not discover me, for I am dead if that this thing be kid. Discovered 18 the purse hath she in her bosom hid, and went her way. Ye get no more of me, but unto January come is she, that on his bed's side sat full soft. He took her, and he kissed her full oft, and laid him down to sleep, and that anon. She feigned her as that she must gone there, as ye know that every wight must need. And when she of this bill had taken heed, she ran it all to clouts at the last, fragments, and in the privy softly it cast. Who studieth now but fair fresh May? Is thoughtful adown by oldie January she lay, that slept, till the cough had him awaked. Anon he prayed her strip her all naked, he would of her, he said, have some pleasance, and said her clothes did him encumbrance. And she obeyed him, be her leaf or loth. Willing or unwilling but lest that precious folk be with me wroth. Overnice 19 how that he wrought I dare not to you tell, or whether she thought it paradise or hell. But their eye let them worken in their wise till even song ring, and they must arise. Were it by destiny or aventure, chance were it by influence or by nature or constellation, that in such a state the heaven stood at that time fortunate as for to put a bill of Venus works, for a lething hath time, as say these clerks. To any woman for to get her love I cannot say, but great God above, that knoweth that none act is causeless, he deem of all, for I will hold my peace. Let him judge but sooth is this, how that this fresh May hath taken such impression that day of pity on the sick Damien, that from her heart she not drive can the remembrance for to do him ease. To satisfy, certain, thought she, whom that this thing displease his desire I reck not, for here I him assure, to love him best of any creature, though he no more hatty than his shirt. Lo, pity runneth soon in gentle heart. Here may ye see, how excellent franchise generosity in women is when they them narrow advise. Closely consider some tyrant is, as there be many a one, that hath a heart as hard as any stone, which would have let him sterven in the place die well rather than have granted him her grace and then rejoicin in her cruel pride, and reckon not to be a homicide. This gentle May, full filled of pity, write of her hand a letter makes she, in which she granted him her very grace, there lacked not, but only day and place, where that she might unto his lust suffice, for it shall be right as he will devise. And when she saw her time upon a day to visit this, Damien went this May, and subtly this letter down she thrust under his pillow, read it if him lust. Pleased she took him by the hand, and hard him twist so secretly, that no white of it wist, and bade him be all whole. And forth she went to January, when he for her sent. Up rose Damian the next morrow, all past was his sickness and his sorrow. He combed him, he proined 20 him and picked, he did all that unto his lady liked, and eke to January he went as low as ever did a dog for the bow. 21 He is so pleasant unto every man, for craft is all, whoso that do it can. Every wight is fain to speak him good, and fully in his lady's grace he stood. Thus leave I Damian about his need, and in my tale forth I will proceed. Some clerk hold that felicity writers, scholars stands in delight, and therefore certain he this noble January with all his might in honest wise as longeth to a night, belongeth shope him to live full deliciously. Prepared, arranged his housing, his array, as honestly honorably, suitably to his degree was maked as a king. Amonges other of his honest things he had a garden walled all with stone, so fair a garden wot I know where none. For out of doubt I verily suppose that he that wrote the romance of the rose 22 could not of it the beauty well devise. Describe nor Priapus 23 might not well suffice, though he be god of gardens. For to tell the beauty of the garden, and the well fountain that stood under a laurel always green. Full oftentime he, Pluto, and his queen Proserpina, and all their fairy, disported them and made melody about that well, and danced, as men told. This noble night, this January old such dainty had in it to walk and play, pleasure that he would suffer no wight to bear the key, save he himself, for of the small wicket he bare always of silver a clicket *** key with which when that him list he had unshet. * opened, and when that he would pay his wife's debt. In summer season, thither would he go, and may his wife, and no wight but they two, and things which that were not done in bed, he in the garden them performed and sped. And in this wise, many a merry day lived this January and fresh May. But worldly joy may not always endure to January, nor to no creatusere. O sudden hap, O thou fortune unstable, like to the scorpion so deceivable * deceitful that hatchest with thy head when thou wilt sting, thy tail is death, through thine envenoming, O brittle joy, O sweet poison quaint. Strange O monster, that so subtly canst paint thy gifts under hue of steadfastness, that thou deceivest both * more and less. Great and small * why hast thou January thus deceived, that hadst him for thy full friend received? And now thou hast bereft him both his eyne, for sorrow of which desireth he to dean. Alas! This noble January free, amid his lust and his prosperity * pleasure is waxen blind, and that all suddenly. He wept and he wailed piteously, and therewithal the fire of jealousy, lest that his wife should fall in some folly, so burnt his heart that he would have fain, that some man both him and her had slain, for neither after his death nor in his life, ne would he that she were no love nor wife, but ever live as widow in clothes black, sole as the turtle that hath lost her mate, but at the last, after a month or tway, his sorrow gan assuage, sooth to say. For when he wist it might none other be, he patiently took his adversity, save out of doubt he may not foregone that he was jealous evermore in one. Continually which jealousy was so outrageous, that neither in hall, nor in none other house, nor in none other place never the mo, he would suffer her to ride or go, but if that he had hand on her alway. Unless for which full often wept fresh May, that loved Damian so burningly that she must either dean suddenly, or else she must have him as her lest. Pleased she waited when her heart would abreast. Expected burst upon that other side Damian becomen is the sorrowfullest man that ever was, for neither night nor day he might speak a word to fresh May as to his purpose of no such matter, but if that January must it hear, unless that had a hand upon her evermo. But nathless, by writing to and fro, and privy signs, wist he what she meant, and she knew eke the fine of his intent. Aim. O January, what might it thee avail, though thou might see as far as ship sail? For as good is it blind deceived to be, as be deceived when a man may see. Lo, Argus, which that had 100 eyne, 24 for all that ever he could pour or pry in, yet was he blent. And God wot, so be mo, deceived that ween wistly that it be not so. Think confidently pass over is an ease, I say no more. This fresh May, of which I spake yore, previously in warm wax hath imprinted the clicket **, taken an impression that January bare of the small wicket of the key **, by which into his garden oft he went. And Damien, that knew all her intent. The clicket counterfeited privily. There is no more to say, but hastily some wonder by this clicket shall betide, which ye shall herein, if ye will abide. O noble Ovid, sooth says te thou, God wot, what slight is it, if love be long and hot, that he'll not find it out in some manner. By Pyramus and Thisbe may men lear. Learn though they were kept full long and straight o'er all they be accorded, roning asterisk through a wall, agreed asterisk whispering, where no wight could have found out such a slight. But now to purpose. Ere that days 8 were past of the month of July, Philip befell that January caught so great a will, through egging of his wife, him for to play asterisk inciting in his garden, and no wight but they tway that in a morning to this May said he. 25. Rise up, my wife, my love, my lady free. The turtle's voice is heard, mine owen sweet. The winter is gone, with all his rains wheat. Wet come forth now with thine ein columbine asterisk eyes like the dove's well fairer be thy breasts than any wine. The garden is enclosed all about. Come forth, my white spouse. For out of doubt thou hast me wounded in mine heart, O wife, no spot in thee was e'er in all thy life. Come forth, and let us take in our disport, I choose thee for my wife and my comfort. Such oldie lewd words used he. Foolish, ignorant on Damien a scene made she, that he should go before with his clicket. This Damien then hath opened the wicket, and in he start, and that in such manner that no wight might him either see or hear, and still he sat under a bush. Anon this January, as blind as is a stone, with mace in his hand, and no white mow, into this fresh garden is why go, and clapped to the wicket suddenly. Now, wife, quoth he, here is but thou and I, thou art the creature that I beste love, for by that lord that sits in heaven above, lever I had to dean on a knife, rather than the offend, dear true wife. For God's sake, think how I thee chose not for no covetize doubtless, covetousness but only for the love I had to thee. And though that I be old and may not see, be to me true, and I will tell you why. Certes 3 things shall ye win thereby. First, love of Christ, and to yourself honor, and all mine heritage, town and tower. I give it you, make charters as you lest. This shall be done tomorrow ere sun rest. So wisly God my soul bring to bliss. Surely I pray you, on this covenant me kiss. And though that I be jealous, wight me not. Blame ye be so deep imprinted in my thought, that when that I consider your beauty, and therewithal th unlikely eld of me, dissimilar age I may not, certes, though I should a die, forbear to be out of your company, for very love. This is without doubt. Now kiss me, wife, and let us roam about. This fresh May, when she these words heard, benignly to January answered. But first and forward she began to weep. I have, quoth she, a soul for to keep as well as ye, and also mine honor, and of my wifehood thilk asterisk tender flower that same which that I have assured in your hund, when that the priest to you my body bond. Wherefore I will answer in this manner, with leave of you mine owen lord so dear. I pray to God, that never dawn the day that I no sterve, as foul as woman may, do not die if e'er I do unto my kin that shame, or else I impair so my name that I be false. And if I do that lack, do strip me and put me in a sack, and in the next river do me drench. Asterisk asterisk drown I am a gentle woman and no wench, why speak ye thus? But men be e'er untrue, and women have reproof of you I knew. Ye know none other dalliance, I believe, but speak to us of untrust and reproof. And with that word she saw where Damien sat in the bush, and cough she began, and with her finger scene made she that Damien should climb upon a tree that charged was with fruit. And up he went, for verily he knew all her intent, and every scene that she could make, better than January her own make. Mate for in a letter she had told him all of this matter, how that he work shall, and thus I leave him sitting in the perry asterisk pear tree and January, and May roaming full merry. Bright was the day, and blue the firmament. Phobos of gold his streams down had sent to gladden every flower with his warmness. He was that time in Gemini's, I guess, but little from his declination of Cancer, Jove's exaltation. And so befell, in that bright morning tide, that in the garden on the farther side Pluto, that is the king of Faery, and many a lady in his company following his wife, the queen Proserpina, which that he ravished out of Ethna, 26 while that she gathered flowers in the mead. In Claudian ye may the story read, how in his grisly chariot he her fetched this king of Faery adown him set upon a bank of turfs fresh and green, and right anon thus said he to his queen. My wife, quoth he, there may no wight say nay. Experience so proves it every day. The treason which that woman doth to man, 10,000 stories tell I can notable of your untruth and brittleness * inconstancy, O Solomon, richest of all riches, full filled of sapience and worldly glory, full worthy be thy words of memory to every wight that wit and reason can. Knows thus praised he yet the bounty of man. Goodness, among 1,000 men yet found I one, but of all women found I never none. 27 Thus said this king that knew your wickedness, and Jesus filius surech. 28 As I guess, he spake of you but seldom reverence. While to fire and corrupt pestilence so fall upon your bodies yet tonight, ne see ye not this honorable knight, because, alas, that he is blind and old, his own man shall make him cuckold. Lo, where he sits, the lecher in the tree. Now will I grant of my majesty unto this oldie blind worthy knight that he shall have again his sight, when that his wife will do him villainy, then shall be known all her harlotry, both in reproof of her and other mo. Yea, sir, quoth Proserpine, and will ye so? Now by my mother Ceres, soul I swear that I shall give her sufficient answer, and alle women after for her sake, that though they be in any guilt white take, with face bold they shall themselves excuse, and bear them down that would of them accuse. For lack of answer, none of them shall dean. All had ye seen a thing with both your eyne, although yet shall we visage it so heartily, confront it and weep, and swear, and chide subtly, that ye shall be as lewd as be geese. Ignorant, confounded, what recketh me of your authorities? I wot well that this Jew, this Solomon found of us women fools many one, but though that he found no good woman, yet there hath found many another man women full good, and true, and virtuous, witness on them that dwelt in Christ's house, with martyrdom they proved their constance. The Roman jests 29 make remembrance of many a very true wife also. But sire, be not wroth, albeit so, though that he said he found no good woman. I pray you take the sentence of the man. Opinion, real meaning he meant thus, that in sovereign bounty perfect goodness is none but God, no, neither he nor she. Man nor woman hey, for the very God that is but one, why make ye so much of Solomon, what though he made a temple, God's house, what though he were rich and glorious? So made he eke a temple of false gods, how might he do a thing that more forebode is? Forbidden party, as fair as ye his name emplaster, plaster over, whitewash, he was a lecher, and an idolaster idohater, and in his eld he very God forsook. The true, and if that God had not, as saith the book, spared him for his father's sake, he should have lost his rigne rather than he would. Kingdom sooner I set not of all the villainy value not that he of women wrote, a butterfly. I am a woman, needs must I speak, or else swell until mine heart break. For since he said that we be jangleresses, chatterers as ever may I brook whole my tresses, preserve I shall not spare for no courtesy to speak him harm, that said us villainy. Dame, quoth this Pluto, be no longer wroth I give it up, but since I swore mine oath that I would grant to him his sight again, my word shall stand, that warn I you certain, I am a king, it sits me not to lie. Becomes, befits, and I, quoth she, am queen of fairy, her answer she shall have, I undertake, let us no more words of it make, forsooth, I will no longer you contrary. Now let us turn again to January, that in the garden with his fair may singeth well merrier than the popinjay, parrot, you love I best, and shall, and other none. So long about the alleys is he gone, till he was come to that ilk perry, the same pear tree where as this Damien sat full merry on high, among the fresh leaves green. This fresh May, that is so bright and sheen, gan for to sigh, and said, Alas my side. Now, sir, quoth she, for aught that may betide, I must have of the pears that I see, or I must die, so sore longeth me to eaten of the small pears green help for her love that is of heaven queen. I tell you well, a woman in my plight 30 may have to fruit so great an appetite that she may dean but she of it have. Unless, alas, quoth he, that I had here a knave servant that could a climb, alas, quoth he, for I am blind. Yea, sir, no force, quoth she, no matter, but would ye vouchsafe for God's sake the perry in your arms for to take, for well I wot that ye mistrust me, then would I climb well enough, quoth she, so I my foot might set upon your back. Certes, said he, therein shall be no lack, might I you help with mine heart's blood. He stooped down, and on his back she stood, and caught her by a twist, and up she goth. Twig, bow, ladies, I pray you that ye be not wroth, I cannot glose, I am a rude man. Mince matters, and suddenly anon this Damien gan pullin up the smock, and in he throng. Asterisk rushed 31, and when that Pluto saw this great wrong to January, he gave again his sight, and made him see as well as ever he might. And when he thus had caught his sight again, was never man of anything so fain, but on his wife his thought was evermo. Up to the tree he cast his eyne too, and saw how Damien his wife had dressed, in such manner it may not be expressed, but if asterisk I woulda speak uncourteously. And lessened up he gave a roaring and a cry, as doth the mother when the child shall die. Out! Help! Alas! Harrow! He gan to cry, O stronge lady stower, 32 what doest thou? And she answered, Sir, what aileth you? Have patience and reason in your mind, I have you helped on both your eyne blind. On peril of my soul, I shall not lean, as me was taught to help with your eyne was nothing better for to make you see, than struggle with a man upon a tree, God wot, I did it in full good intent. Struggle? Quoth he, yea, Algate in it went. Whatever way God give you both one shame's death to dean. He swived asterisk thee, I saw it with mine eyne, enjoyed carnally and else be I hanged by the house. Asterisk neck, then is, quoth she, my medicine all false, for certainly if that ye might see, ye would not say these words unto me, ye have some glimpsing and no perfect sight. Glimmering I see, quoth he, as well as ever I might, thanked be God, with both mine eyne too, and by my faith methought he did thee so. Ye mays, asterisk ye mays, good sir, quoth she, rave or confused, this thank have I, for I have made you see, alas. Quoth she, that ere I was so kind. Now, dame, quoth he, let all pass out of mind come down my leaf, and if I have missed, love God help me so, as I am evil apaid. Dissatisfied asterisk, but by my father's soul, I weened have seen how that this Damien had by thee lain, and that thy smock had lain upon his breast. Yea, sir, quoth she, ye may ween as ye lest. Asterisk think as you but, sir, a man that wakes out of his sleep, please he may not suddenly well keep asterisk notice upon a thing, nor see it perfectly, till that he be ad verily. Awakened right so a man that long hath blind why be, he may not suddenly so well see, first when his sight is new come again, as he that hath a day or two seen. Till that your sight established be a while, there may full many a sight you beguile. Beware I pray you, for by heaven's king full many a man weeneth to see a thing, and it is all another than it seemeth, he which that misconceiveth oft misdeemeth. And with that word she leapt down from the tree. This January, who is glad but he kissed her, and clipped asterisk her full oft, embraced, and on her womb he stroked her full soft, and to his palace home he hath her lad. Asterisk led now, good men, I pray you to be glad. Thus endeth here my tale of January, God bless us, and his mother Saint Mary. Notes to the Merchant's Tale. 1. If, as is probable, this tale was translated from the French, the original is not now extant. Tyrwhitt remarks that the scene is laid in Italy, but none of the names, except Damien and Justin, seem to be Italian, but rather made at pleasure, so that I doubt whether the story be really of Italian growth. The adventure of the pear tree I find in a small collection of Latin fables, written by one Adolphus, in elegiac verses of his fashion in the year 1315. Whatever was the real origin of the tale, the machinery of the fairies, which Chaucer has used so happily, was probably added by himself. And indeed, I cannot help thinking that his Pluto and Proserpina were the true progenitors of Oberon and Titania, or rather, that they themselves have, once at least, deigned to revisit our poetical system under the latter names. 2. Seculars, of the laity. But perhaps, since the word is of twofold meaning, Chaucer intends a hit at the secular clergy, who, unlike the regular orders, did not live separate from the world, but shared in all its interests and pleasures, all the more easily and freely that they had not the civil restraint of marriage. 3. This and the next 8 lines are taken from the Liber Aureolis Theophrasti de Nuptiis, Theophrastus's Golden Book of Marriage, quoted by Hieronymus, contra Jovinianum, against Jovinian, and thence again by John of Salisbury. 4. Meubles, movables, furniture, and c. French, meubles. 5. Wade's boat was called Gingelot, and in it, according to the old romance, the owner underwent a long series of wild adventures and performed many strange exploits. The romance is lost, and therefore the exact force of the phrase in the text is uncertain. But Mr. Wright seems to be warranted in supposing that Wade's adventures were cited as examples of craft and cunning, that the hero, in fact, was a kind of northern Ulysses. It is possible that to the same source we may trace the proverbial phrase, found in Chaucer's Remedy of Love, to bear Watty's pack, signifying to be duped or beguiled. 6. Stopen, advanced past participle of step. Elsewhere, y stepped in age is used by Chaucer. 7. They did not need to go in quest of a wife for him, as they had promised. 8. Thilk tree, that tree of original sin, of which the special sins are the branches. 9. Skinkt, poured out from Anglo-Saxon, senken. 10. Martianus Capella, who wrote a kind of philosophical romance, De nuptiis Mercurii et Philology, of the marriage of Mercury and philology. Her and him, 2 lines after, like he applied to Theodomas, are prefixed to the proper names for emphasis, according to the Anglo-Saxon usage. 11. Familiar, domestic, belonging to the familia or household. 12. Hugh, domestic servant, from Anglo-Saxon, hewa. Tyrwhitt reads false of holy Hugh, but Mr. Wright has properly restored the reading adopted in the text. 13. Born man, born, owing to January faith and loyalty because born in his household. 14. Hippocras, spiced wine. Clar, also a kind of spiced wine, vernage, a wine believed to have come from Crete, although its name, Italian, vernaccia, seems to be derived from Verona. 15. Dan Constantine, a medical author who wrote about 1080, his works were printed at Bâle in 1536. 16. Full of jargon as a flecked pie, he chattered like a magpie. 17. Nearly all the manuscripts read into of Torah. But Tyrwhitt has shown that, setting out from the 2nd degree of Taurus, the moon, which in the 4 complete days that Maius spent in her chamber could not have advanced more than 53 degrees, would only have been at the 25th degree of Gemini, whereas, by reading 10, she is brought to the 3rd degree of Cancer. 18. Kid or kid, past participle of kythe or kythe, to show or discover. 19. Precious, precise, overnice, French, precia, affected. 20. Proined, or pruned, carefully trimmed and dressed himself. The word is used in falconry of a hawk when she picks and trims her feathers. 21. A dog for the bow, a dog attending a hunter with the bow. 22. The Romance of the Rose, a very popular medieval romance, the English version of which is partly by Chaucer. It opens with a description of a beautiful garden. 23. Priapus, son of Bacchus and Venus. He was regarded as the promoter of fertility in all agricultural life, vegetable and animal, while not only gardens but fields, flocks, bees, and even fisheries were supposed to be under his protection. 24. Argus was employed by Juno to watch Io with his 100 eyes, but he was sent to sleep by the flute of Mercury, who then cut off his head. 25. My beloved spake and said unto me, Rise up, my love, my fair one, and come away. For lo, the winter is past, the rain is over and gone. The flowers appear on the earth, the time of the singing of the birds is come, and the voice of the turtle is heard in our land. Song of Solomon, Roman 2, 10-12. 26. That fair field of Anna, where Proserpine, gathering flowers, herself a fairer flower, by gloomy Dis was gathered. Milton, Paradise Lost, Roman 4, 268. 27. Behold, this have I found, saith the preacher, counting one by one to find out the account, which yet my soul seeketh, but I find not. One man amongst 1,000 have I found, but a woman among all those I have not found. Lo, this only have I found, that God hath made man upright. Ecclesiastes, Roman 7, 27-29. 28. Jesus, the son of Sirach, to whom is ascribed one of the books of the Apocrypha, that called the Wisdom of Jesus the son of Sirach, or Ecclesiasticus, in which, especially in the 9th and 25th chapters, severe cautions are given against women. 29. Roman jests, histories, such as those of Lucretia, Portia, and C. 30. May means January to believe that she is pregnant, and that she has a craving for unripe pears. 31. At this point, and again some 20 lines below, several verses of a very coarse character had been inserted in later manuscripts, but they are evidently spurious and are omitted in the best editions. 32. Store is the general reading here, but its meaning is not obvious. Stower is found in several manuscripts. It signifies struggle or resist, and both for its own appropriateness and for the force which it gives the word strange, the reading in the text seems the better. The Squire's Tale. The Prologue. Hey, God's mercy, said our host though, then, now such a wife I pray God keep me fro. Lo, such sleights and subtilities in women be. For aye as busy as bees are they us silly men for to deceive, and from the sooth will they ever wive, truth asterisk swerve, depart as this merchante's tale it proveth well. But nathless, as true as any steel, I have a wife, though that she poor be, but of her tongue a labbing asterisk shrew is she. Chattering, and yet she hath a heap of vices mo. Asterisk moreover thereof no force, let all such things go. No matter asterisk, but wit asterisk ye what. In council asterisk be it said, no asterisk secret, confidence me ruth sore I am unto her tied, for an I should reckon every vice if which that she hath, why wise I were too nice. Certainly asterisk foolish and cause why, it should reported be and told her by some of this company, by whom it needeth not for to declare, since women canen utter such chaffair one, and eke my wit sufficeth not thereto to tell in all, wherefore my tale is due. Done Squire, come near, if it your will be, and say somewhat of love, for certes ye asterisk con thereon asterisk as much as any man. Know about it, nay, sir, quoth he, but such thing as I can with hearty will, for I will not rebel against your lust, a tale will I tell. Pleasure have me excused if I speak amiss, my will is good, and lo, my tale is this. Notes to the prologue to the Squire's tale. 1. Women canen utter such chaffair. Women are adepts at giving circulation to such wares. The host evidently means that his wife would be sure to hear of his confessions from some female member of the company. The tale 1. Pars prima, first part asterisk. At Sarah, in the land of Tartary, there dwelt a king that warried asterisk Russie. 2 asterisk made war on through which there died many a doughty man. This noble king was called Cambuscan, 3 which in his time was of so great renown, that there was nowhere in no region so excellent a lord in a lething, him lacked not that longeth to king, as of the sect of which that he was born. He kept his law to which he was wise-worn, and thereto he was hardy, wise, and rich, moreover, besides, and piteous, and just always whilick. Alike, even-tempered true of his word, benign and honorable of his courage as any centre stable. Asterisk firm, immovable of spirit young, fresh, and strong, in arms desirous as any bachelor of all his house. A fair person he was, and fortunate, and kept always so well his royal estate, that there was nowhere such another man. This noble king, this Tartar Cambuscan, had 2 sons by Elfida his wife, of which the eldest hight Algarsife, the other was called Camballo. A daughter had this worthy king also, that youngest was, and hight Canis, but for to tell you all her beauty, it lies not in my tongue, nor my conning. Skill I dare not undertake so high a thing, mine English eke is insufficient, it must be a rhetor excellent, orator asterisk, that couth his colours longing for that art asterisk see for if he should her describe in any part. I am none such, I must speak as I can. And so befell, that when this Cambuscan had 20 winters borne his diadem, as he was wont from year to year, I deem, he let asterisk the feast of his nativity his birthday party asterisk do cry, throughout Sarah his city, be proclaimed the last Idus of March, after the year. Phobus the sun full jolly was and clear, for he was nigh his exultation in Mart's face, and in his mansion 5 in Aries, the choleric hot sign, full lusty asterisk was the weather and benign. Asterisk pleasant for which the fowls against the sun sheen asterisk bright what for the season, and the young green, full loud sange their affections, them seem to have got protections against the sword of winter keen and cold. This Cambuscan, of which I have you told, in royal vesture, sat upon his dais, with diadem, full high in his palace, and held his feast so solemn and so rich, that in this worlde was there none at lick. Like of which if I should tell all the array, then would it occupy a summer's day, and eke it needeth not for to devise describe at every course the order of service. I will not tellen of their strange sows, dishes 6 nor of their swans, nor their heron sews. Young herons 7 eke in that land, as tell knights old, there is some meat that is full dainty hold, that in this land men asterisk reck of it full small. Care for there is no man that may report all. I will not tarry you, for it is prime, and for it is no fruit, but loss of time, unto my purpose I will have recourse. Story 8. And so befell that, after the 3rd course, while that this king sat thus in his nobly, asterisk noble array hearing his minstrels their things play before him at his board deliciously. In at the hall door all suddenly there came a knight upon a steed of brass, and in his hand a broad mirror of glass, upon his thumb he had of gold a ring, and by his side a naked sword hanging, and up he rode unto the high board. In all the hall was there not spoke a word, for marvel of this knight, him to behold full busily they waited, young and old. Watched. This strange knight that came thus suddenly, all armed, save his head, full richly saluted king and queen and lords all by order as they sat in the hall with so high reverence and observance, as well in speech as in his countenance, that Gawain nine with his oldie courtesy, though he were come again out of fairy, him could not amend with a word. Could not better him, and after this, before the high board, by one word he with a manly voice said his message, after the form used in his language, without vice asterisk of syllable or letter. Fault, and for his tale should seem the better accordant to his words was his cheer, demeanor as teacheth art of speech them that it lear. Learn albeit that I cannot sound his style, nor cannot climb over so high a style. Yet say I this, as to commune intent, general sense or meaning thus much amounteth all that ever he meant. This is the sum of if it so be that I have it in mind. He said, the King of Araby and Ind, my liege lord, on this solemny day saluteth you as he best can and may, and sendeth you, in honor of your feast, by me, that am all ready at your hest, command this steed of brass that easily and well can in the space of one day natural. This is to say, in 24 hours. Whereso you list, in drought or else in shores, bear your body into every place to which your heart willeth for to pass, go without whim of you, through foul or fair. Hurt, injury, or if you list to fly as high in air as doth an eagle, when him list to soar, this same steed shall bear you evermore without harm, till ye be where you lest it pleases you, though that ye sleepen on his back or rest, and turn again with writhing of a pin. Twisting he that it wrought, he cowed many a gin. New contrivance 10 he waited in any a constellation, observed ere he had done this operation, and knew full many a seal 11, and many a bond this mirror eke, that I have in mine hund, hath such a might, that men may in it see when there shall fall any adversity unto your realm, or to yourself also, and openly who is your friend or foe. And over all this, if any lady bright hath set her heart on any man or wight, if he be false, she shall his treason see, his new love, and all his subtlety, so openly that there shall nothing hide. Wherefore, against this lusty summertide, this mirror, and this ring that ye may see, he hath sent to my lady Canis, your excellent daughter that is here. The virtue of this ring, if ye will hear, is this, that if her list it for to wear upon her thumb, or in her purse it bear, there is no fowl that flieth under heaven, that she shall not well understand his Stephen speech, sound and know his meaning openly and plain, and answer him in his language again, and every grass that groweth upon root she shall eke know, to whom it will do boot, remedy all be his wounds ne'er so deep and wide. This naked sword that hangeth by my side such virtue hath, that what man that it smite, throughout his armor it will carve and bite, where it is thick as is a branched oak, and what man is wounded with the stroke shall ne'er be whole, till that you list of grace, to stroke him with the flat in thilk place the same where he is hurt. This is as much to saying, ye must with the flat sword again stroke him upon the wound, and it will close. This is the very sooth without glose, deceit it faileth not while it is in your hold. And when this knight had thus his tale told, he rode out of the hall, and down he light. His steed, which that shone as sun bright, stood in the court as still as any stone. The knight is to his chamber led anon, and is unarmed, and to meet Wyset. Seated these presents be full richly wyfet, fetched this is to say, the sword and the mirror, and borne anon into the high tower, with certain officers ordained therefor. And unto Canis the ring is bore solemnly, where she sat at the table, but sickerly withouten any fable, the horse of brass, that may not be removed. Removed 12 it stood as it were to the ground glued. There may no man out of the place it drive for no engine of windlass or polive. Pulley and cause why, for they cannot the craft, know not the cunning and therefore in the place they have it laughed, of the mechanism till that the knight hath taught them the manner to void him, as ye shall after hear. Remove. Great was the press, that swarmed to and fro to Gorin on this horse that stood so. Gaze for it so high was, and so broad and long, so well proportioned for to be strong, right as it were a steed of Lombardy. Therewith so horsely, and so quick of eye as it a gentle Poiles 13 courser were, for certes, from his tail unto his ear nature nor art knee could him not amend in no degree, as all the people wend. Weaned, Thought, but evermore their most wonder was how that it could a go, and was of brass, it was of fairy, as the people seemed. Diverse folk diversely they deemed, as many heads as many wits been. They murmured, as doth a swarm of bin, bees and made skills after their fantasies, reasons rehearsing of the oldie poetries, and said that it was like the Pegasus, the horse that had wings for to flee. Fly, or else it was the Greek's horse Sinon, 14 that brought Troy to destruction, as men may in the oldie jests read. Tales of adventures mine heart, quoth one, is evermore in dread. I trow some men of arms be therein that shape them this city for to win. Design, prepare it were right good that all such thing were no. Another roan to his fellow low, whispered and said, he lies, for it is rather like an appearance made by some magic, as jugglers playin at these feasts great. Of sundry doubts they jangle thus and treat. As lewd people deem commonly ignorant of things that be made more subtly than they can in their lewdness comprehend, they deem gladly to the badder end. Are ready to think, and some of them wondered on the mirror. The worst that born was up into the master tower. Chief 15 how men might in it such things see. Another answered and said, it might well be naturally by compositions of angles, and of sly reflections, and said that in Rome was such a one. They speak of Alhazen and Vitellin, 16 and Aristotle, that wrote in their lives of quaint mirrors, and of perspectives, curious as know they that have their books heard. And other folk have wondered on the sword. Sword that would a pierce throughout everything, and fell in speech of Telephus the king, and of Achilles for his quaint spear, 17 for he could with it both heal and dare, wound right in such wise as men may with the sword of which right now ye have yourselves heard. They spake of sundry hardening of metal, and spake of medicines therewithal, and how, and when, it should a hardened be which is unknown algate unto me. However then spake they of Canas's ring, and said in all, that such a wondrous thing of craft of rings heard they never none, save that he, Moses, and King Solomon, hadn't a name of conning in such art. A reputation for thus said the people, and drew them apart. Knowledge put nathless some said that it was wonder to make in of fern ashes glass, and yet is glass not like ashes of fern. But for they have wino in it so fern because before 18 therefore ceaseth their jangling and their wonder. As sore wonder some on cause of thunder, on ebb and flood, on gossamer and mist, and on all things, till that the cause is wist. Known thus jangle they, and demon and devise, till that the king gan from his board arise. Phoebus had left the angle meridional, and yet ascending was the beast royal, the gentle lion with his Aldrian 19 when that this Tartar king, this Cambuscan rose from the board. There as he sat full high before him went the loud minstrelsy, till he came to his chamber of parements, 20 there as they sounded diverse instruments, that it was like a heaven for to hear. Now danced lusty Venus, children dear. For in the fish their lady sat full Pisces, and looked on them with a friendly eye. 21 This noble king is set upon his throne, this strange knight is fetched to him full soon, and on the dance he goes with Canis. Here is the revel and the jollity, that is not able a dull man to devise. Describe he must have known love and his service, and been a feastly man, as fresh as May, merry, gay that should you devise such array. Who could tell you the form of dances so uncouth, and so fresh countenances, unfamiliar gestures, such subtle lookings and dissimulances, for dread of jealous men's aperceivings? No man but Launcelot, 22 and he is dead. Therefore I pass o'er all this lusty head pleasantness I say no more, but in this jolliness I leave them, till to supper men them dress. The steward bids the spices for to high haste and eke the wine, in all this melody. The ushers and the squires be wygone, the spices and the wine is come anon they eat and drink, and when this hath an end unto the temple as reason was, they wend. The service done, they suppen all by day what needeth you rehearse their array, each man wot well, that at a kinge's feast is plenty, to the most and to the least, highest and dainties more than be in my knowing. At after supper went this noble king to see the horse of brass, with all a rout of lords and of ladies him about. Such wondering was there on this horse of brass, that, since the great siege of Troy was, there as men wondered on a horse also, ne'er was there such a wondering as was though. There, but finally the king asked the knight the virtue of this courser, and the might, and prayed him to tell his governance. Mode of managing him the horse anon began to trip and dance, when that the knight laid hand upon his rein, and said, Sir, there is no more to sayn, but when you list to ride in anywhere, ye must trill a pin, stands in his ear, turn 23 which I shall tell you betwixt us two, ye must name him to what place also, or to what country that you list to ride. And when ye come where you list abide, bid him descend, and trill another pin, for therein lies effect of all the gin asterisk. Contrivance 10, and he will down descend and do your will, and in that place he will abide still, though all the world had the contrary swore, he shall not thence be thrown nor be bore. Or, if you list to bid him thens gone, trill this pin, and he will vanish anon out of the sight of every man or wight, and come again, be it by day or night. When that you list to cleep him again, call in such a guise, as I shall to you sayn be twixt you and me, and that full soon. Ride 24. When you list, there is no more to dawn. Informed when the king was of the night, and had conceived in his wit aright the manner and the form of all this thing, full glad and blithe, this noble doughty king repaired to his revel as beforn. The bridle is into the tower borne, and kept among his jewels leaf and dear. Cherish the horse vanished, I not in what manner, no not out of their sight. Ye get no more of me. But thus I leave in lust and jollity this Cambuscan his lord's feastying, entertaining 25, until well nigh the day began to spring. Pars secunda, second part. The Norris of digestion, the sleep nurse gan on them wink, and bade them take keep heed that much mirth and labor will have rest. And with a gaping mouth he all them kest, yawning kissed, and said that it was time to lie down, for blood was in his domination. 26 Cherish the blood, nature's friend, quoth he. They thanked him gaping, by 2 and 3, and every wight gan draw him to his rest, as sleep them bade, they took it for the best. Their dreams shall not now be told for me, full are their heads of fumosity, 27 that caused dreams of which there is no charge, of no significance they slept. Till that, it was prime large, late morning the most part, but it was canis. Except she was full measurable, as women be. Moderate for of her father had she ta'en her leave to go to rest, soon after it was eve her list not appalled for to be. To look pale nor on the morrow unfeastly for to see, to look sad, depressed and slept her first sleep. And then awoke. For such a joy she in her heart took both of her queen a ring and her mirror. That 20 times she changed her color, and in her sleep, right for impression of her mirror, she had a vision. Wherefore, ere that the sun gan up glide, she called upon her mistress, her beside, governesses, and said, that her list for to rise. These oldie women, that be gladly wise as are her mistresses, answered anon, and said, Madame, whither will ye gone thus early? For the folk be all in rest. I will, quoth she, arise, for me less no longer for to sleep and walk about. Her mistresses called women a great rout, and up they rose, well a 10 or 12, up rose fresh Canis herself, as ruddy and bright as is the yonge sun that in the ram is 4 degrees Wyron. No higher was he, when she ready was, and forth she walked easily apace, arrayed after the lusty season swoot, pleasant sweet lightly for to play, and walk on foot not but with 5 or 6 of her many, and in a trench forth in the park went she. Sunken path the vapor, which up from the earth glowed, glided made the sun to seem ruddy and broad. But nathless, it was so fair a sight that it made all their hearts for to light. Be lightened, glad what for the season and the morrowing, and for the fowls that she heard sing. For right anon she wist what they meant knew right by their song, and knew all their intent. The not why that every tale is told, nucleus, chief matter if it be tarried, till the list be cold delayed inclination of them that have it hearkened after yore. For a long time the savour passeth ever longer more, for fulsomeness of the prolixity, and by that same reason thinketh me. I shoulda unto the not condescend, and maken of her walking soon an end. Amid a tree forgery, as white as chalk, thoroughly dried up there sat a falcon o'er her head full high, that with a piteous voice so gan to cry, that all the wood resounded of her cry, and beat she had herself so piteously with both her wings, till the red blood ran and delong the tree. There, as she stood from top to bottom, and ever in one always she cried and shright. Incessantly shrieked, and with her beak herself she so pite. Wounded that there is no tiger, nor cruel beast, that dwelleth either in wood or in forest, but would have wept if that he weep could for sorrow of her. She shrieked always so loud. For there was never yet no man alive, if that he could a falcon well descrive, Describe that herd of such another of fairness as well of plumage as of gentleness, of shape, of all that might reckon be. A falcon peregrine seemed she, of fremd asterisk land. And ever as she stood 4 and 28, she swooned now and now for lack of blood till well nigh is she fallen from the tree. This fair Kinge's daughter Canis, that on her finger bare the quaint ring, through which she understood well everything that any fowl may in his leaden saying, asterisk language 29, and could him answer in his leaden again, hath understood what this falcon said, and well nigh for the ruth almost she died. Pity, and to the tree she went, full hastily, and on this falcon looked piteously and held her lap abroad. For well she wist the falcon must fall from the twist twig, bough when that she swooned next, for lack of blood. A lunge while to wait her she stood, till at the last she apake in this manner unto the hawk, as ye shall after hear. What is the cause, if it be for to tell, that ye be in this furial asterisk pain of hell? Asterisk raging, furious quoth Canis unto this hawk above. Is this for sorrow of death, or loss of love? For, as I trow, these be the causes too. Believe that cause most a gentle heart woe, of other harm it needeth not to speak. For ye yourself upon yourself auric, inflict which proveth well that either ire or dread asterisk fear must be occasion of your cruel deed, since that I see none other wight you chase, for love of God, as asterisk do yourself grace, have mercy on or what may be your help. For west nor east, yourself I never saw ere now no bird nor beast that fared with himself so piteously ye slay me with your sorrow verily. I have of you so great compassion. For God's love come from the tree adown, and, as I am a Kinge's daughter true if that I verily the causes knew of your disease, if it lay in my might, distress I would amend it, ere that it were night. So wisly help me the great God of kind. Surely asterisk nature and herbs shall I right enough find, to heal with your hurts hastily. Then shrieked this falcon yet more piteously than ever she did, and fell to ground anon, and lay a swoon, as dead as lies a stone till Canis had in her lap her take. Unto that time she gan of swoon awake, and, after that she out of swoon abraid, awoke right in her hawk's leaden thus she said. That pity runneth soon in gentle heart, feeling his similitude in pain's smart, is proved every day, as men may see, as well by work as by authority, by experience as by doctrine for gentle heart kitheth asterisk gentleness. Showeth, I see well, that ye have on my distress compassion, my fair Canis, of very womanly benignity that nature in your prinkles hath set. But for no hope for to fare the better but for tea, obey unto your heart free, and for to make others aware by me, as by the whelp chastised asterisk is the lion, instructed, corrected right for that cause and that conclusion. While that I have a leisure and a space, mine harm I will confessen ere I pace. Depart, and ever while the one her sorrow told, the other wept, as she to water walled, asterisk as if she would dissolve till that the falcon bade her to be still, into water in with a sigh right thus she said asterisk her till, asterisk to her, where I was bred alas that ilk asterisk day. Same and fostered in a rock of marble grey so tenderly, that nothing ailed me, I wist, not what was adversity, knew till I could flee full high under the sky. Fly then dwelled a tercelet 30 me fast by, that seemed a well of a lead gentleness, all were he full of treason and falseness, although he was so wrapped under humble cheer, asterisk under an aspect, and under hue of truth, in such manner, of humility under pleasance, and under busy pain, that no wight weened that he could feign, so deep in grain he dyed his colours. Right as a serpent hides him under floors, till he may see his time for to bite, right so this God of love's hypocrite did so his ceremonies and obeisances, and kept in semblance all his observances that sounden unto gentleness of love. Our consonant to us on a tomb is all the fair above, and under is the corpse, which that ye wet. Such was this hypocrite, both cold and hot, and in this wise he served his intent, that, save the fiend, none wist what he meant. Till he so long had weeped and complained, and many a year his service to me feigned, till that mine heart, too piteous and too nice, asterisk foolish, simple all innocent of his crowned malice, forfeared of his death, as thought me, greatly afraid lest upon his oaths, and his surety he should die granted him love, on this condition that evermore mine honour and renown were saved, both asterisk privy and apert. Privately and in public this is to say, that, after his desert, I gave him all my heart and all my thought, God wot, and he that other ways not, in no other way took his heart in change of mine for I. But sooth is said, gone since many a day, a true wight and a thief think not one. Do not think alike, and when he saw the thing so far wygone, that I had granted him fully my love, in such a wise as I have said above, and given him my true heart as free as he swore that he gave his heart to me, anon this tiger, full of doubleness, fell on his knees with so great humbleness, with so high reverence, as by his cheer, means so like a gentle lover in manner, so ravished, as it seemed, for the joy that never Jason nor Paris of Troy, Jason, certes, nor ever other man, since Lamech 31 was, that alder first began first of all to love too, as right folk beforn, nor ever since the first man was born, could a no man, by 20,000 counterfeit the sophimes of his art. Sophistries, beguilements where doubleness of feigning should approach, nor worthy were to unbuckle his galoch, shoe 32 nor could so thank a wight, as he did me. His manner was a heaven for to see to any woman, were she ne'er so wise, so painted he and kempt at point devise, combed, studied as well his words as his countenance. With perfect precision, and I so loved him for his obeisance, and for the truth I deemed in his heart, that, if so were that anything him smart, pained all were it ne'er so light, and I at whist, little methought I felt death at my heart twist. And shortly, so far forth this thing is went, gone that my will was his will's instrument. That is to say, my will obeyed his will in a thing as far as reason fell. Allowed keeping the bounds of my worship ever, and never had I things so lief or lever, so dear or dearer as him, God wot, nor never shall know mo. This lasted longer than a year or two, that I supposed of him naught but good. But finally, thus at the last it stood, that fortune woulda that he must twin depart, separate out of that place which that I was in. Where me was woe, it is no question, whether I cannot make of it description. For one thing dare I tell boldly, I know what is the pain of death thereby, such harm I felt, for he might not bylev. Stay 33 so on a day of me, he took his leave so sorrowful eke that I weened verily, that he had felt as much harm as I, when that I heard him speak and saw his hue. But nathless, I thought he was so true, and eke that he repair should again within a little while, sooth to sayn, and reason would eke that he must go for his honor as often happeneth so, that I made virtue of necessity, and took it well, since that it must be. As I best might, I hid from him my sorrow, and took him by the hand, St. John to borrow, witness, pledge, and said him thus, Lo, I am yours all be such as I have been to you, and shall. What he answered it needs not to rehearse, who can say bet than he who can do worse? Better when he had all well said than had he done, therefore behoveth him a full long spoon that shall eat with a fiend, thus heard I say. So at the last he must forth his way, and forth he flew, till he came where him lest. When it came him to purpose for to rest, I trow that he had thilk text in mind, that a thing repairing to his kind gladdeth himself. 34 thus say men, as I guess, men love of kind Newfoundlandness, see note 35 as birds do, that men in cages feed. For though thou night and day take of them heed, and strew their cage fair and soft as silk, and give them sugar, honey, bread, and milk, yet, right anon as that his door is up, immediately on his he with his feet will spurn down his cup, door being opened and to the wood he will, and worms eat. So newfangle be they of their meat, and love novelties of proper kind, no gentleness of blood may them bind. So far this tercelet, alas the day. Though he were gentle born, and fresh and gay, and goodly for to see, and humble and free, he saw upon a time a kite flee, fly, and suddenly he loved this kite so that all his love is clean from me wygo, and hath his troth falsed in this wise. Thus hath the kite my love in her service, and I am lorn without remedy. Lost, undone. And with that word this falcon gan to cry, and swooned eft in Canas's barm again clap great was the sorrow, for that hawk's harm, that Canis and all her women made, they wist not how they might the falcon glade. Gladden but Canis home bare her in her lap, and softly in plasters gan her wrap, there as she with her beak had hurt herself. Now cannot Canis but herbs delve out of the ground, and make salves new of herbs precious and fine of hue, to heal with this hawk. From day to night she did her business, and all her might. And by her bed's head she made a mew bird cage, and covered it with velouettes blue, 36 velvets in sign of truth that is in woman seen. And all without the mew is painted green in which were painted all these false fowls, as be these tidifes, tercelets, and owls. Titmus and pies, on them for to cry and chide, right for despite were painted them beside. Thus leave I Canis her hawk keeping. I will no more as now speak of her ring, till it come eft asterisk to purpose for to sayn again how that this falcon got her love again repentant, as the story telleth us, by mediation of Cambalus, the kinge's son of which that I you told. But henceforth I will my process hold to speak of adventures, and of battles that yet was never heard so great marvels. First I will tell you of Cambuscan, that in his time many a city won, and after will I speak of Algarsife, how he won Theodora to his wife, for whom full oft in great peril he was, and had he asterisk been holpen by the horse of brass. Had he not asterisk, and after will I speak of Camballo, 37 that fought in lists with the brethren too for Canis, ere that he might her win, and where I left I will again begin. 38. The Franklin's Tale. The Prologue, 1. In faith, Squire, thou hast thee well acquit, and gently, I praise well thy wit, quoth the Franklin. Considering thy youth so feelingly thou speak'st, sir, I allow asterisk thee, asterisk allow, approve asterisk as to my doom. There is none that is here so far as my judgment of eloquence that shall be thy peer, goes if that thou live. God give thee good chance, and in virtue send thee continuance, for of thy speaking I have great dainty. Asterisk value, esteem I have a son, and by the Trinity it were me lever than 20 pound worth land. I would rather asterisk though it right now were fallen in my hand. He were a man of such discretion as that ye be. Fie on possession, but if asterisk a man be virtuous withal. Unless I have my son snibbed and yet shall, asterisk rebuked. Snubbed. For he to virtue listeth not to intend. Asterisk does not wish to but for to play at dice, and to dispend, apply himself and lose all that he hath, is his usage, and he had lever talk with a page, than to commune with any gentle wight, there he might learn gentilesse aright. Straw for your gentilesse, quoth our host. What? Franklin, pardie, sir, well thou wast asterisk knowest that each of you must tell in at the least a tale or two, or break his behest. Asterisk promise, that know I well, sir, quoth the Franklin. I pray you have me not in disdain, though I to this man speak a word or two. Tell on thy tale, without words mo. Gladly, sir host, quoth he, I will obey unto your will. Now hearken what I say. I will you not contrary in no wise, disobey as far as that my wits may suffice. I pray to God that it may please you, then wot I well that it is good eno. These oldie gentle Bretons in their days of divers adventures made lays, too, rhymed in their first Breton tongue, which lays with their instruments they sung, or else read them for their pleasance, and one of them have I in remembrance, which I shall say with good will as I can. But, sirs, because I am a boral man, rude, unlearned at my beginning first, I you beseech have me excused of my rude speech. I learned never rhetoric, certain thing that I speak, it must be bare and plain. I slept never on the Mount of Parnasso, nor learned Marcus Tullius Cicero. Colors know I none, without dread, asterisk doubt, but such colors as growen in the mead, or else such as men dye with or paint, colors of rhetoric be to me quaint. Strange my spirit feeleth not of such matter. But if you list, my tale shall ye hear. Notes to the Prologue, to the Franklin's Tale. 1. In the older editions, the verses here given as the prologue were prefixed to the merchant's tale, and put into his mouth. Tyrwhitt was abundantly justified, by the internal evidence afforded by the lines themselves, in transferring them to their present place. 2. The Breton lays were an important and curious element in the literature of the Middle Ages. They were originally composed in the Armorican language, and the chief collection of them extant was translated into French verse by a poetess calling herself Marie, about the middle of the 13th century. But though this collection was the most famous, and had doubtless been read by Chaucer, there were other British or Breton lays, and from one of those the Franklin's Tale is taken. Boccaccio has dealt with the same story in the Decameron and the Philocopo, altering the circumstances to suit the removal of its scene to a southern clime. The tale. In Armoric, that called is Britannia, there was a knight that loved and did his pain asterisk devoted himself to serve a lady in his bestowise. Strovend many a labor, many a great emprise, asterisk enterprise he for his lady wrought, ere she were won. For she was one the fairest under sun, and eke thereto come of so high kindred, that well unnethes durst this knight for dread. Asterisk see note 1 tell her his woe, his pain, and his distress, but at the last, she for his worthiness, and namely for his meek obeisance, especially hath such a pity caught of his penance, asterisk suffering, distress that privily she fell of his accord to take him for her husband and her lord, of such lordship as men have o'er their wives. And for to lead the more in bliss their lives, of his free will he swore her as a knight, that never in all his life he day nor night should take upon himself no mastery against her will, nor kythe her jealousy, show but her obey, and follow her will in all, as any lover to his lady shall, save that the name of sovereignty that would he have, for shame of his degree. She thanked him, and with full great humbleness she said, Sir, since of your gentleness ye proffer me to have so large a reign, ne would a God never betwixt us twain, as in my guilt were either war or strife. See note 2, sir, I will be your humble true wife, have here my troth, till that my heart breast burst. Thus be they both in quiet and in rest. For one thing, sires, safely dare I say that friends ever each other must obey if they will lunge hold in company. Love will not be constrained by mastery. When mastery comes, the god of love anon beateth three his wings, and farewell, he is gone. Love is a thing as any spirit free. Women of kind desire liberty, by nature and not to be constrained as a thrall, slave, and so do men, if soothly I say shall. Look who that is most patient in love, he is at his advantage all above. Enjoys the highest patience is a high virtue certain. Advantages of all for it vanquisheth, as these clerks saying, thinges that rigor never should attain. For every word men may not chide or plain. Learn to suffer, or, so may I go, prosper ye shall it learn whether ye will or no. For in this world certain no wight there is, that he not doth or saith sometimes amiss. Ire, or sickness, or constellation the influence of wine, woe, or changing of complexion. The planets causeth full oft to do amiss or speaken. On every wrong a man may not be wreaken. Revenged after the time must be temperance according to every wight that can of governance. Is capable of and therefore hath this worthy wise knight to live in ease, sufferance her behight. Promised, and she to him full wistly gan to swear surely that never should there be default in her. Here may men see a humble wife accord, thus hath she ta'en her servant and her lord, servant in love, and lord in marriage. Then was he both in lordship and servage. Nay, but in lordship all above, since he had both his lady and his love, his lady certes and his wife also, the which that law of love accordeth to. And when he was in this prosperity, home with his wife he went to his country, not far from Penmark, where his dwelling was, and there he lived in bliss and in solace. Delight who could tell, but he had wedded be, unless the joy, the ease, and the prosperity, that is betwixt a husband and his wife. A year and more lasted this blissful life, till that this knight, of whom I spake thus, that of Carod 5, was called Arviragus, showed him to go and dwell a year or twain prepared, arranged in England, that called was eke Britain, to seek in arms worship and honor, for all his lust he set in such labor. Pleasure, and dwelled there 2 years, the book saith thus. Now will I stint of this Arviragus, see speaking and speak I will of Dorage and his wife, that loved her husband as her heart's life. For his absence weepeth she and siketh, sigheth as do these noble wives when them liketh, she mourneth, waketh, waileth, fasteth, plaineth, desire of his presence her so distraineth, that all this wide world she set it not. Her friends, which that knew her heavy thought, comfort her in all that ever they may. They preach her, they tell her night and day, that causeless she slays herself, alas, and every comfort possible in this case they do to her, with all their business, assiduity, and all to make her leave her heaviness. By process, as ye know in every one, men may so lunge graven in a stone till some figure therein imprinted be, so long have they comforted her, till she received hath by hope and by reason imprinting of their consolation, through which her great sorrow gan assuage, she may not always duren in such rage. And eke Arviragus in all this care, hath sent his letters home of his welfare, and that he will come hastily again, or else had this sorrow her hearty slain. Her friends saw her sorrow gin to slake, slacken, diminish, and prayed her on knees for God's sake to come and roman in their company, away to drive her dark fantasy. And finally she granted that request, for well she saw that it was for the best. Now stood her castle fast by the sea, and often with her friends walked she, her to disport upon the bank on high there as many a ship and barge saw sailing their courses, where them list to go. But then was that a parcel of her woe, part for to herself full oft, alas! Said she, is there no ship, of so many as I see, will bringe home my lord? Then were my heart all wearished asterisk of this bitter pain's smart. Asterisk cured 6 another time would she sit and think, and cast her eyne downward from the brink. But when she saw the grisly rocks blake, asterisk black for very fear, so would her heart quake. That on her feet she might her not sustain asterisk sustain, then would she sit down upon the green, and piteously into the sea behold, asterisk look out on the sea asterisk, and say right thus, with asterisk careful sighs cold, painful sighs, eternal God, that through thy purveyance leadest this world by certain governance. In idle, as men say, ye nothing make. Idly in vain, but, Lord, these grisly fiendly rocks blake, that seem rather a foul confusion of work than any fair creation of such a perfect wise God and stable. Why have ye wrought this work unreasonable? For by this work, north, south, or west, or east, there is not fostered man, nor bird, nor beast, it doth no good to my wit, but annoyeth. Asterisk works mischief 7, see ye not, Lord, how mankind it destroyeth? 100,000 bodies of mankind have rocks slain, all be they not in mind. Though they are which mankind is so fair part of thy work, forgotten asterisk thou madest it like to thine own mark. Image then seemed it ye had a great churt asterisk love, affection toward mankind, but how then may it be that ye such means make it to destroy, which means do no good, but ever annoy? I wot well, clerks will say as them lest, asterisk please by arguments, that all is for the best, although I can the causes not wino, but thilk asterisk God that made the wind to blow, asterisk that is keep my lord, this is my conclusion to clerks leave I all disputation. But would to God that all these rocks blake were sunken into hell for his sake, these rocks slay mine heart for the fear. Thus would she say, with many a piteous tear. Her friends saw that it was no disport to roam by the sea, but discomfort, and shoped them for to play somewhere else. Arranged they lead her by rivers and by wells, and eke in other places delectables, they dance in, and they play at chess and tables. Backgammon so on a day, right in the morning tide, unto a garden that was there beside, in which that they had made their ordinance asterisk provision, arrangement of victual, and of other purveyance. They go and play them all the lunge day. And this was on the 6th morrow of May, which May had painted with his soft showers this garden full of leaves and of flowers. And craft of man's hand so curiously arrayed had this garden truly, that never was there garden of such price. Asterisk value, praise but if asterisk it were the very paradise. Unless asterisk odor of flowers, and the fresh sight, would have maked any heart light that ere was born, but if too great sickness unless or too great sorrow held it in distress, so full it was of beauty and pleasance. And after dinner they began to dance and sing also, save Dorigen alone, who made alway her complaint and her moan, for she saw not him on the dance go that was her husband, and her love also. But nathless she must a time abide, and with good hope let her sorrow slide. Upon this dance, among other men, danced a Squire before Dorigen that fresher was, and jollier of array as to my doom than is the month of May. In my judgment he sang and danced, passing any man, that is or was since that the world began, therewith he was, if men should him descrive, one of the beste faring asterisk men alive, most accomplished asterisk young, strong, and virtuous, and rich, and wise, and well beloved, and holden in great price. Asterisk esteem, value, and shortly if the sooth I tell shall, unweeding of asterisk this Dorigen at all, asterisk unknown to this lusty Squire, servant to Venus, which that why called was Aurelius, had loved her best of any creature 2 year and more, as was his aventure. Fortune but never durst he tell her his grievance, without cup he drank all his penance. He was despaired, nothing durst he say, save in his songs somewhat would he asterisk betray his woe, as in a general complaining, he said, he loved and was beloved nothing. Of such matter made he many lays, songes, complaints, roundels, virelays ate how that he durst not his sorrow tell, but languished as doth a fury in hell. And die he must, he said, as did Echo for Narcissus, that durst not tell her woe. In other manner than ye hear me say, he durst not to her his woe bewray, save that peradventure sometimes at dances, where young folk keep their observances, it may well be he looked on her face in such a wise, as man that asketh grace, but nothing wist she of his intent. Nathless it happened, ere they thence went thence, from the because that he was her neighbour garden and was a man of worship and honour, and she had known him of time yore, for a long time they fell in speech, and forth I more and more unto his purpose drew Aurelius. And when he saw his time, he said thus, Madam, quoth he, By God that this world made, so that I wist it might your heart gladden I would, that day that your Arviragus went over sea, that I, Aurelius, had gone where I should never come again. For well I wot my service is in vain, my guerdon is but bursting of mine heart. Reward, madam, rue upon my pains smart, for with a word ye may me slay or save. Here at your feet God would that I were grave. I have now no leisure more to say, have mercy, sweet, or you will asterisk do me day. Cause me to die. She gan to look upon Aurelius. Is this your will, quoth she, and say ye thus ne'er erst, quoth she. I wist what ye meant. Before but now, Aurelius, I know your intent. By thilk asterisk God that gave me soul and life, asterisk that never shall I be an untrue wife in word nor work as far as I have wit, I will be his to whom that I am knit, take this for final answer as of me. But after that in play thus said she. Playfully in jest, Aurelius, quoth she, by high God above, yet will I grant you to be your love, since I you see so piteously complain. Look, what day that in Delong Bretagne from end to end of ye remove all the rocks, stone by stone, that they not let ship nor boat to gone, prevent I say, when ye have made this coast so clean of rocks that there is no stone seen, then will I love you best of any man, have here my troth in all that ever I can, for well I wot that it shall ne'er betide. Let such folly out of your heart glide. What dainty should a man have in his life asterisk value, pleasure for to go love another man's wife, that hath her body when that ever him liketh? Aurelius full often sore siketh. Sigheth, is there none other grace in you? Quoth he, no, by that lord, quoth she, that maked me. Woe was Aurelius when that he this heard, and with a sorrowful heart he thus answered. Madame, quoth he, this were an impossible, then must I die of sudden death horrible. And with that word he turned him anon. Then came her other friends many a one, and in the alleys roamed up and down, and nothing wist of this conclusion, but suddenly began to revel new, till that the bright sun had lost his hue, for horizon had reft the sun his light, this is as much to say as it was night, and home they go in mirth and in solace, save only wretched Aurelius, alas he to his house is gone with sorrowful heart, he said, he may not from his death astart. Escape him seemed, that he felt his heart cold. Up to the heave in his hands gan he hold, and on his knees bare he set him down, and in his raving said his orasound. Prayer for very woe out of his wit he brayed, wandered he wist not what he spake, but thus he said, with piteous heart his plaint hath he begun unto the gods, and first unto the sun. He said, Apollo God and governor of every plant, herb, tree, and flower, that giv'st, after thy declination to each of them his time and his season, as thine herbero changeth low and high. Asterisk dwelling, situation Lord Phoebus. Cast thy merciable eye on wretched Aurelius, which that am but lorn. Undone, lo, Lord, my lady hath my death wisworn, without guilt, but asterisk thy benignity, unless upon my deadly heart have some pity. For well I wot, Lord Phoebus, if you lest asterisk please ye may me help, save my lady best. Now vouchsafe, that I may you devise asterisk tell, explain how that I may be help, asterisk, and in what wise. Helped your blissful sister, Lucina the Sheen, nine that of the sea is chief goddess and queen, though Neptunus have deity in the sea, yet empress above him is she. Ye know well, Lord, that, right as her desire is to be quicked and lighted of your fire, quickened for which she followeth you full busily, right so the sea desireth naturally to follow her, as she that is goddess both in the sea and rivers more and less. Wherefore, Lord Phoebus, this is my request, do this miracle or do mine heart breast. Cause my heart that flow next at this opposition to burst asterisk which in the sign shall be of the lion, as pray her so great a flood to bring, that 5 fathom at least it overspring the highest rock in Armoric Bretagne, and let this flood endure years twain, then certes to my lady may I say, hold your hest, the rocks be away. Lord Phoebus, this miracle do for me, pray her she go no faster course than ye, I say this, pray your sister that she go no faster course than ye these years too, then shall she be even at full alway, and spring flood last both night and day. And but she vouchsafe in such manner if she do not asterisk to grant me my sovereign lady dear, pray her to sink every rock adown into her own dark region under the ground, where Pluto dwelleth in or nevermore shall I my lady win. Thy temple in Delphos will I barefoot seek, Lord Phoebus. See the tears on my cheek and on my pain have some compassion. And with that word in sorrow he fell down, and lunge time he lay forth in a trance. His brother, which that knew of his penance, asterisk distress up caught him, and to bed he hath him brought, despaired in this torment, and this thought let I this woeful creature lie, choose he for me where he will live or die. Whether Arviragus with health and great honor, as he that was of chivalry the flower is come home, and other worthy men. Oh, blissful art thou now, thou Dorigen! Thou hast thy lusty husband in thine arms, the fresh knight, the worthy man of arms that loveth thee as his own heart's life. Nothing list him to be imaginative, he cared not to fancy asterisk if any wight had spoke, while he was out to her of love. He had of that no doubt. Fear, suspicion he not intended asterisk to know such matter, asterisk occupied himself with but danced, jousted, and made merry cheer. And thus in joy and bliss I let them dwell. And of the sick Aurelius will I tell in languor, and in torment furious 2 year and more lay wretched Aurelius, ere any foot on earth he might gone, nor comfort in this time had he none, save of his brother, which that was a clerk. Scholar he knew of all this woe and all this work, for to none other creature certain of this matter he durst no word saying, under his breast he bare it more secre than e'er did Pamphilus for Galatea. 10 His breast was whole without for to seen, but in his heart eye was the arrow keen, and well ye know that of a surcinure 11 in surgery is perilous the cure, but men might touch the arrow or come thereby. Except his brother wept and wailed privily, till at the last him fell in remembrance, that while he was at Orleans 12 in France, as young clerks, that be likerous, eager to read in arts that be curious, seeken in every asterisk halk and every hern asterisk nook and corner asterisk 13 particular sciences for to learn. He him remembered, that upon a day at Orleans in study a book he say asterisk saw of magic natural, which his fellow. That was that time, a bachelor of law all were he there to learn another craft, though had privily upon his desk while laughed. Which book spake much of operations touching the 28 mansions that lunge to the moon, and such folly as in our days is not worth a fly. For holy church's faith, in our belief, credus suffereth none illusion to grieve. And when this book was in his remembrance anon for joy his heart began to dance, and to himself he said privily, my brother shall be werished hastily asterisk cured, for I am sicker that there be sciences, certain by which men make divers appearances, such as these subtle trigators play. Tricksters 14 for oft at feasts have I well heard say, that trigators, within a holla large, have made come in a water and a barge, and in the holla rowen up and down. Sometimes hath seemed come a grim leoun, and sometimes flowers spring as in a mead, sometimes a vine and grapes white and red, sometimes a castle all of lime and stone, and when them liked, voided asterisk it anon. Asterisk vanished, thus seemed it to every man's sight. Now then conclude I thus. If that I might at Orleans some oldie fellow find, that hath these moon's mansions in mind, or other magic natural above, he should well make my brother have his love. For with an appearance a clerk may make, asterisk learned man to man's sight, that all the rocks Blake of Britannia were voided every one, asterisk removed and ships by the brink come and gone, and in such form endure a day or two, then, were my brother werished asterisk of his woe, cured then must she needs asterisk hold her behest, keep her promise or else he shall shame her at the least. Why should I make a longer tale of this? Unto his brother's bed he commend is, and such comfort he gave him, for to gone to Orleans, that he upstart anon, and on his way forthward then is he fair, gone in hope for to be list of his care. Eased of 15. When they were come almost to that city, but if it were a 2 furlong or 3, all but a young clerk roaming by himself they met, which that in Latin thriftily them gret. Asterisk greeted them, and after that he said a wondrous thing. Civilly I know, quoth he, the cause of your coming. Odd ere they farther any foot went, he told them all that was in their intent. The Breton clerk him asked of fellows the which he had known in oldie days, and he answered him that they dead were, for which he wept full often many a tear. Down off his horse Aurelius light anon, and forth with this magician is begone home to his house, and made him well at ease them lacked no victual that might them please. Asterisk victuals, food so well arrayed a house as there was one, Aurelius in his life saw never none. He showed him, ere they went to supper, forests, parks, full of wilde deer. There saw he harts with their horns high, the greatest that were ever seen with eye. He saw of them 100 slain with hounds, and some with arrows bleed of bitter wounds. He saw, when voided were the wilde deer, passed away these falconers upon a fair river, that with their hawks have the heron slain. Then saw he knights jousting in a plain. And after this he did him such pleasance, that he him showed his lady on a dance, in which himself danced, as him thought. And when this master, that this magic wrought, saw it was time, he clapped his hands to and farewell, all the revel is why go. Gone, removed, and yet removed they never out of the house, while they saw all the sights marvellous. But in his study, where his books be, they sat still, and no wight but they three. To him this master called his squire, and said him thus, May we go to supper? Almost an hour it is, I undertake, since I you bade our supper for to make, when that these worthy men went with me into my study, where my books be. Sir, quoth this squire, when it liketh you, it is all ready, though ye will write now. Go we then sup, quoth he, as for the best, these amorous folk some time must have rest. At after supper fell they entreaty what sum should this master's guerdon be, reward to remove all the rocks of Bretagne, and eke from Gironde 16 to the mouth of Seine. He made it strange, and swore, so God him save, a matter of less than £1,000 he would not have, difficulty nor gladly for that sum he would not gone. See note 17. Aurelius with blissful heart anon answered thus, Fie on £1,000. This wide world, which that men say is round, I would it give if I were lord of it. This bargain is full driven, for we be knit. Agreed ye shall be paid truly by my troth. But look, for no negligence or sloth ye tarry us here no longer than tomorrow. Nay, quoth the clerk, have here my faith to borrow. I pledge my to bed is gone Aurelius when him lest, faith on it and well nigh all that night he had his rest, what for his labour and his hope of bliss, his woeful heart of penance had a liss. Had a respite from suffering upon the morrow, when that it was day. Unto Bretagne they took the right way, Aurelius and this magician beside, and be descended where they would abide. And this was, as the books me remember, the cold frosty season of December. Phobos waxed old, and hued like laton asterisk brass that in his haute declinity shone as the burned gold, with streams asterisk bright. Beams but now in Capricorn adown he light, where as he shone full pale, I dare well sayn. The bitter frosts, with the sleet and rain, destroyed have the green in every yard. Courtyard, garden Janus sits by the fire with double beard, and drinketh of his bugle horn the wine. Before him stands the brawn of tusked swine, and Noel, crieth every lusty man Noel 18 Aurelius, in all that ever he can, did to his master cheer and reverence, and prayed him to do his diligence to bringe him out of his pains smart, or with a sword that he would slit his heart. This subtle clerk such ruth had on this man, pity that night and day he sped him, that he can to wait a time of his conclusion, this is to say, to make illusion, by such an appearance of jugglery, I know no terms of astrology, that she and every wight should ween and say, that of Bretagne the rocks were away, or else they were sunken underground. So at the last he hath a time found to make his japes, and his wretchedness tricks of such a superstitious cursedness. Detestable villainy his tables Tolton's 19th he brought, full well corrected, that there lack not, neither his collect, nor his expanse years, neither his roots, nor his other gears as be his centers and his arguments, and his proportional convenience for his equations in everything. And by his 8 spheres in his working, he knew full well how far Elnath 20 was shoved from the head of that fixed Aries above, that in the 9th sphere considered is. Full subtly he calculed all this. When he had found his first mansion, he knew the remnant by proportion, and knew the rising of his moon well, and in whose face and term and every deal, and knew full well the moon's mansion accordant to his operation, and knew also his other observances for such illusions and such meschances, wicked devices as heathen folk used in thilke days, for which no longer made he delays, but through his magic, for a day or 21, it seemed all the rocks were away. Aurelius, which yet despaired is where he shall have his love, or fare amiss, whether awaited night and day on this miracle, and when he knew that there was none obstacle, that voided were these rocks every one, removed down at his master's feet he fell anon, and said, I, woeful wretched Aurelius, thank you, my lord and lady mine Venus, that me have holpen from my cares cold. And to the temple his way forth hath he hold, whereas he knew he should his lady see. And when he saw his time, anon right he with dreadful heart, and with full humble cheer fearful mean saluteth hath his sovereign lady dear. My rightful lady, quoth this woeful man, whom I most dread and love as I best can, and lothest were of all this world displease, were it not that I for you have such disease, distress, affliction that I must die here at your foot anon, not would I tell how me is woebegone. But certes either must I die or plain, bewail ye slay me guiltless for very pain. But of my death though that ye have no ruth, advise you, ere that ye break your truth, repent you, for thilke God above, ere ye me slay because that I you love. For madame, well ye wot what ye have hight. Asterisk promised not that I challenge anything of right of you, my sovereign lady, but of grace. But in a garden yond, in such a place, ye wot right well what ye behight asterisk me, asterisk promised, and in mine hand your troth plighted ye to love me best. God wot ye said so, albeit that I unworthy am thereto. Madam, I speak it for honor of you more than to save my heart's life right now. I have done so as ye commanded me, and if ye vouchsafe, ye may go see. Do as you list, have your behest in mind, for, quick or dead, right there ye shall me find. In you he's all to do me live or day. Cause me to, but well I wot the rocks be away. Live or die. He took his leave, and she astonished stood. In all her face was not one drop of blood. She never weened have come in such a trap. Alas, quoth she, that ever this should hap, for weened I ne'er, by possibility, that such a monster or marvel might be. It is against the process of nature. And home she went a sorrowful creature, for very fear unnethes may she go. Scarcely she weeped, wailed, all a day or two, and swooned that it ruth was to see. But why it was to know white told she, for out of town was gone Arviragus. But to herself she spake, and said thus, with face pale and full sorrowful cheer, in her complaint, as ye shall after hear. Alas, quoth she, on thee, fortune, I complain that unware hast me wrapped in thy chain, from which to scape, wot I no succor, save only death, or else dishonor, one of these two behoveth me to choose. But nathless, yet had I lever lose asterisk sooner, rather my life, than of my body have shame, or know myself false, or lose my name, and with my death I may be quit wise. I may certainly purchase hath there not many a noble wife, ere this, my exemption in many a maiden, slain herself, alas, rather than with her body do trespass, yes, certes. Lo, these stories bear witness. 22. When 30 tyrants full of curseness asterisk wickedness had slain Phidon in Athens at the feast, they commanded his daughters to arrest, and bringe them before them, in despite, all naked, to fulfill their foul delight, and in their father's blood they made them dance upon the pavement. God give them mischance. For which these woeful maidens, full of dread, rather than they would lose their maidenhead, they privily be start into a well, suddenly leaped and drowned themselves, as the books tell. They of Messene let inquire and seek of Lastyman 50 maidens eke, on which they would ado their lechery. But there was none of all that company that was not slain, and with a glad intent chose rather for to die, than to assent to be oppressed asterisk of her maidenhead. Forcibly bereft, why should I then to dean be in dread? Lo, eke the tyrant Aristoclides, that loved a maiden hight Stymphalides, when that her father slain was on a night. Unto Diana's temple went she right. And hent the image in her hands too, caught, clasped from which image she would never go, no white her hands might off at Ares, pluck away by force till she was slain right in the self asterisk place. Same now since that maidens had such despite to be defouled with man's foul delight. Well ought a wife rather herself to slay than be defouled, as it thinketh me. What shall I say of Hasdrubal's wife, that at Carthage bereft herself of life? For, when she saw the Romans win the town, she took her children all and skipped down into the fire, and rather chose to die than any Roman did her villainy. Hath not Lucretia slain herself, alas? At Rome, when that she oppressed asterisk was asterisk ravished of Tarquin, for her thought it was a shame to live, when she had lost her name. The 7 maidens of Milesy also have slain themselves for very dread and woe, rather than folk of Gaul them should oppress. More than 1,000 stories, as I guess, could I now tell as touching this matter. When a bradate was slain, his wife so dear 23 herself slew, and let her blood to glide in a bradate's wounds, deep and wide, and said, my body at the least way there shall no white defoul, if that I may. Why should I more examples hereof sayn, since that so many have themselves slain? Well rather than they would defouled be, I will conclude that it is for me better to slay myself, than be defouled thus. I will be true unto Arviragus, or else slay myself in some manner, as did Demotion's daughter dear, because she would not defouled be. O said Assus, it is full great pity to read how thy daughters died, alas, that slew themselves for such manner cas. In circumstances of as great a pity was it, or well more, the same kind asterisk the Theban maiden, that for Nicanor herself slew, right for such manner woe. Another Theban maiden did right so, for one of Macedon had her oppressed, she with her death her maidenhead redressed. Asterisk vindicated what shall I say of Niceradus, wife, that for such case bereft herself her life? How true was eke to Alcibiades his love, that for to dean rather chose than for to suffer his body unburied be? Lo, what a wife was Alcest, quoth she. What saith Homer of good Penelope? All Greece knoweth of her chastity. Party of Laodamia is written thus, that when at Troy was slain Procellaus, 24 no longer would she live after his day. The same of noble Portia tell I may, without Brutus coulda she not live, to whom she did all whole her heart give. 25 The perfect wifehood of Artemisy 26 honored is throughout all Barbary. O Tuta 27 Queen, thy wifely chastity to alle wives may a mirror be. 28 Thus plain Dorigen a day or tway, purposing ever that she would a day die, but nathless upon the third night home came Arviragus, the worthy knight, and asked her why that she wept so sore, and she gan weepen ever longer more. Alas, quoth she, that ever I was born, thus have I said, quoth she, thus have I sworn. And told him all, as ye have heard before, it needeth not rehearse it you no more. This husband with glad cheer, in friendly wise, demeanour answered and said, as I shall you devise. Relate is there aught else, Dorigen, but this? Nay, nay, quoth she, God help me so, as wise asterisk assuredly this is too much, and asterisk it were God's will. If yea, wife, quoth he, let sleep what is still, it may be well parventure yet today, ye shall your troth hold by my fay, for God so wisly have mercy on me, asterisk certainly I had well lever sticked for to be, I had rather be slain for very love which I to you have, but if ye should your troth keep and save. Truth is the highest thing that man may keep. But with that word he burst anon to weep, and said, I you forbid, on pain of death, that never, while you lasteth life or breath, to no wight tell ye this misaventure, as I may best, I will my woe endure, nor make no countenance of heaviness, that folk of you may deem harm or guess. And forth he called a squire and a maid. Go forth anon with Dorigen, he said, and bringe her to such a place anon. They take their leave, and on their way they gone, but they not wist why she thither went, he would to no wight tell his intent. This squire, which that hight Aurelius, on Dorigen that was so amorous, of a venture happened her to meet amid the town, right in the quickest street, asterisk nearest as she was bound to go the way forthright asterisk prepared, going 29 toward the garden, there as she had hight. Asterisk promised, and he was to the garden ward also. For well he spied when she would go out of her house, to any man or place, but thus they met, of aventure or grace, and he saluted her with glad intent, and asked of her whitherward she went. And she answered, half as she were mad, unto the garden, as my husband bade, my troth for to hold, alas, alas. Aurelius gan to wonder on this case, and in his heart had great compassion of her, and of her lamentation, and of Arviragus, the worthy knight, that bade her hold all that she had hight. So loth him was his wife should break her truth troth, pledged word, and in his heart he caught of it great ruth, asterisk pity considering the best on every side, that from his lust yet were him lever abide, asterisk see note 30 then do so high a churlish wretchedness wickedness against franchise, asterisk and a lead gentleness. Generosity for which in few words he said thus. Madame, say to your lord Arviragus, that since I see the great gentleness of him, and eke I see well your distress, that him were lever have shame, and that were ruth rather asterisk pity than ye to me should break thus your truth, I had well lever I asterisk to suffer woe, forever than to depart the love betwixt you two. Sunder, split up I you release madame into your hund, quit every surement and every bond, surety that ye have made to me as herebeforn, since thilk time that ye were born. Have here my truth, I shall you ne'er reproach asterisk of no behest. And here I take my leave, asterisk of no breach of as of the truest and the beste wife promise that ever yet I knew in all my life. But every wife beware of her behest, on Dorigen remember at the least. Thus can a squire do a gentle deed, as well as can a knight without dread. Doubt. She thanked him upon her knees bare, and home unto her husband is she fair, gone and told him all, as ye have heard said, and trust me, he was so well apaid. Asterisk satisfied that it were impossible me to write. Why should I longer of this case indite? Arviragus and Dorigen his wife in sovereign bliss led forth their life. Ne'er after was there anger them between. He cherished her, as though she were a queen, and she was to him true for evermore. Of these two folk ye get of me no more. Aurelius, that his cost had asterisk all forlorn, utterly lost cursed the time that ever he was born. Alas, quoth he, alas that I behight asterisk promised of pured asterisk gold 1,000 pound of weight refined to this philosopher. How shall I do? I see no more, but that I am fordo. Ruined, undone mine heritage must I needs sell, and be a beggar. Here I will not dwell, and shame and all my kindred in this place, but I of him made yet better grace. Unless but nathless I will of him assay at certain days year by year to pay, and thank him of his great courtesy. My troth will I keep, I will not he. With heart sore he went unto his coffer and brought gold unto this philosopher, the value of £500, I guess, and him beseeched of his gentleness, to grant him days of asterisk the remenant, time to pay up, and said, Master, I dare well make a vaunt, I failed never of my truth as yet. For sickerly my debt shall be quit towards you howso that ere I fare to go a begging in my kirtle bare. But would ye vouchsafe, upon surety, 2 year or 3, for to respite me, then were I well, for else must I sell mine heritage. There is no more to tell. This philosopher soberly answered, gravely, and said thus, when he these words heard, Have I not holden covenant to thee? Yes, certes, well and truly, quoth he. Hast thou not had thy lady as thee liked? No, no, quoth he, and sorrowfully siked. Sighed, what was the cause? Tell me if thou can. Aurelius his tale anon began, and told him all as ye have heard before, it needeth not to you rehearse it more. He said, Arviragus of gentleness had lever die in sorrow and distress, rather than that his wife were of her troth false. The sorrow of Dorigen he told him als, also how loth her was to be a wicked wife, and that she lever had lost that day her life, and that her troth she swore through innocence she ne'er erst had heard speak of a parent's asterisk before asterisk, see note 31, that made me have of her so great pity. And right as freely as he sent her to me, as freely sent I her to him again. This is all in sum, there is no more to sayn. The philosopher answered, Leave, brother, dear, ever each of you did gently to the other, thou art a squire, and he is a knight, but God forbid for his blissful might. But if a clerk could do a gentle deed as well as any of you, it is no dread doubt, sir. I release thee thy £1,000, as thou right now were crept out of the ground, nor ever ere now hadst known me. For, sir, I will not take a penny of thee for all my craft, nor not for my travail. Labour, pains thou hast why paid well for my victual, it is enough, and farewell, have good day. And took his horse, and forth he went his way. Lordings, this question would I ask now, which was the most free, as thinketh you? Generous 32 now tell me, ere that ye farther wend. I can no more, my tale is at an end. No, can tell. The Doctor's Tale. The Prologue, 1. Yea, let that pass, quoth our host, as now, Sir Doctor of Physic, I pray you tell us a tale of some honest matter. It shall be done, if that ye will it hear, said this doctor, and his tale gan anon. Now, good men, quoth he, hearken every one. Notes to the Prologue. The Pardoner's Tale. The Prologue. Our host gan to swear as he were wood. Harrow, quoth he, by nails and by blood, one this was a cursed thief, a false justice. As shameful death as heart can devise come to these judges and their advocates. Advocates, counsellors algate this selly maid is slain, alas. Nevertheless innocent, alas. Too dear bought she her beauty. Wherefore I say, that all day man may see that gifts of fortune and of nature be cause of death to many a creature. Her beauty was her death, I dare well sayn, alas. So piteously as she was slain. Of both gifts that I speak of now men have full often more harm than profit, but truly, mine owen master dear, this was a piteous tale for to hear, but nathless pass over. 'Tis no force. No matter, I pray to God to save thy gentle course, body, and eke thine urinals, and thy Jordans, thine Hippocras, and eke thy galleons, too, and every boist full of thy lectuary, box 3, God bless them, and Our Lady Saint Mary. So may I thou art a proper man, thrive, and like a prelate, by Saint Ronian said I not well. Can I not speak in term? In set form but well I wot thou dost mine heart to makest grieve for that I have almost caught a cardiacal heartache 5 by corpus domini 6, but I have triacal unless a remedy or else a draught of moist and corny 7 ale, or but I hear anon a merry tale, unless mine heart is brost for pity of this maid. Burst, broken thou, bel ami, thou partner, he said, good friend, tell us some mirth of japes right anon. Jokes, it shall be done, quoth he, by Saint Ronian. But first, quoth he, here at this ale stake alehouse signate I will both drink and bite on a cake. But right anon the gentles gan to cry, nay, let him tell us of no ribaldry, tell us some moral thing that we may learn some wit and then will we gladly hear. Wisdom, sense, I grant wise, quoth he, but I must think surely upon some honest thing while that I drink. Notes to the Prologue to the Pardoner's Tale. 1. The nails and blood of Christ, by which it was then a fashion to swear. 2 medieval medical writers. See note 36 to the prologue to the tales. 3 boist box, French boit, old form boist. 4 grieve from Anglo-Saxon earm, wretched. 5 cardiacal, heartache from Greek cardialgia. 6 corpus domini, God's body. 7 corny ale, new and strong nappy. As to moist, see note 39 to the prologue to the tales. 8 transcriber's note. In this scene the pilgrims are refreshing themselves at tables in front of an inn. The pardoner is drunk, which explains his boastful and revealing confession of his deceits. The tale 1. Lordings, quoth he, in church when I preach, I pain me to have an haughty asterisk speech. Take pains loud too, and ring it out, as round as doth a bell, for I know all by rote that I tell. My theme is always one, and ever was, radix malorum est cupiditas. 3 first I pronounce whence that I come, and then my bulls show I all and some. Our liege lord's seal on my patent, that show I first, my body to warrant, for the protection that no man be so hardy, priest nor clerk, of my person me to disturb of Christ's holy work. And after that then tell I forth my tales. Bulls of popes, and of cardinals of patriarchs, and of bishops I show, and in Latin I speak a words few to savour with my predication. And for to stir men to devotion then show I forth my lunge crystal stones, crammed fall of clouts and of bones, rags, fragments relics they be, as ween they each one. As my listeners think then have I in Latin a shoulder bone asterisk brass witch that was of a holy Jew's sheep. Good men, say I, take of my words keep, asterisk heed if that this bone be washed in any well if cow or calf or sheep or ox swell, that any worm hath eat or worm wystung, take water of that well and wash his tongue, and it is whole anon, and farthermore of pox and of scab, and every sore shall every sheep be whole, that of this well drinketh a draught. Take keep asterisk of that I tell. Heed. If that the goodman, that the beasts oweth, asterisk owneth will every week, ere that the cock him croweth, fasting, why drinken of this well a draught, as thilk holy Jew our elders taught, his beasts and his store shall multiply. And sirs, also it healeth jealousy, for though a man be fallen in jealous rage, let make with this water his pottage, and never shall he more his wife mistrust, asterisk mistrust though he the sooth of her default wist, though he truly all had she taken priests 2 or 3. For knew her sin here is a mitting eke that ye may see. Glove, mitten he that his hand will put in this mitting, he shall have multiplying of his grain when he hath sown, be it wheat or oats, so that he offer pence or else groats. And men and women, one thing warn I you, if any wight be in this church now that hath done sin horrible, so that he dare not for shame of it shriven asterisk be. Confessed, or any woman, be she young or old, that hath made her husband cokewold, cuckold such folk shall have no power nor no grace to offer to my relics in this place. And whoso findeth him out of such blame, he will come up and offer in God's name, and I assoil him by the authority absolve which that by bull granted was to me. By this God have I 1 year by year jest, trick 100 marks since I was pardoner. I stand like a clerk in my pulpit, and when the lewd asterisk people down is set, asterisk ignorant I preach so as ye have heard before, and tell them 100 japes asterisk more. Jests, deceits than pain I me to stretch forth my neck, and east and west upon the people I beck, as doth a dove, sitting on a burn, barn my hands and my tongue go so yearn, briskly that it is joy to see my business. Of avarice and of such cursedness asterisk wickedness is all my preaching, for to make them free to give their pence, and namely asterisk unto me. Especially for mine intent is not but for to win, and nothing for correction of sin. I reck never, when that they be buried, though that their souls go a blackberried. 5 for certes many a predication asterisk preaching is often inspired cometh oft time of evil intention, by evil motive some for pleasance of folk, and flattery, to be advanced by hypocrisy, and some for vainglory, and some for hate. For when I dare not otherwise debate, then will I sting him with my tongue smart asterisk sharply in preaching, so that he shall not astart escape to be defamed falsely, if that he hath trespassed asterisk to my brethren or to me. Offended for, though I tell not his proper name, men shall well know that it is the same by signs, and by other circumstances. Thus quite I asterisk folk that do us displeasances. I am revenged on asterisk, thus spit I out my venom, under hue of holiness, to seem holy and true. But shortly mine intent I will devise, I preach of nothing but of covetize. Therefore my theme is yet, and ever was, radix malorum est cupiditas. 3 thus can I preach against the same vice which that I use, and that is avarice. But though myself be guilty in that sin, yet can I make in other folk to twin depart from avarice, and sore them repent. But that is not my principal intent. I preach nothing but for covetize. Of this matter it ought enough suffice. Then tell I them examples many a one, of oldie stories lunge time gone, for lewd people love tales old. Unlearned such things can they well report and hold. What? Trow ye, that whiles I may preach and win gold and silver for I teach, because that I will live in povert, wilfully? Nay, I thought it never truly. For I will preach and beg in sundry lands, I will not do no labor with mine hands, nor make baskets for to live thereby, because I will not begin idly. I will none of the apostles counterfeit, imitate in poverty. I will have money, wool, and cheese, and wheat, all were it given of the poorest page, even if or of the poorest widow in a village, all should her children sterve for famine. Dine, I will drink the liquor of the vine, and have a jolly wench in every town. But hearken, lordings, in conclusion your liking is that I shall tell a tale now I have drunk a draught of corny ale. By God, I hope I shall you tell a thing that shall by reason be to your liking. For though myself be a full vicious man a moral tale yet I you tell can, which I am wont to preach, for to win. Now hold your peace, my tale I will begin. In Flanders whilom was a company of young folks, that haunted folly, as riot, hazard, stews, and taverns. Brothels where as with lutes, harps, and guitarns, guitars they dance and play at dice both day and night, and eat also, and drink over their might, through which they do the devil's sacrifice within the devil's temple, in cursed wise, by superfluity abominable. Their oaths be so great and so damnable, that it is grisly for to hear them swear. Dreadful 6 our blissful Lord's body they to tear, tore to pieces 7 them thought the Jews rent him not enough, and each of them at others sin lock. Laughed, and right anon in come Thomasters 8 fetties and small, and young fruitesters. Dainty fruit girls singers with harps, bawds, wafras, revelers cake sellers which be the very devil's officers, to kindle and blow the fire of lechery, that is annexed unto gluttony. The holy writ take I to my witness, that luxury is in wine and drunkenness. 9 lo, how that drunken lot unkindly unnaturally lay by his daughters too unwittingly. So drunk he was he knew not what he wrought, Herodes, who so well the stories sought. 10, when he of wine replete was at his feast, right at his own table, gave his hest command to slay the Baptist John full guiltless. Seneca saith a good word, doubtless. He saith he can no difference find betwixt a man that is out of his mind, and a man which that is drunkaloo, a drunkard 11, but that woodness why fallen in a shrew madness one evil-tempered persevereth longer than drunkenness. O gluttony, full of all cursedness, O cause first of our confusion, original of our damnation, till Christ had bought us with his blood again, look, how dear, shortly for to sain a bought was first this cursed villainy. Atoned for corrupt was all this world for gluttony. Adam our father, and his wife also from paradise, to labor and to woe were driven for that vice, it is no dread. Doubt for while that Adam fasted, as I read, he was in paradise, and when that he ate of the fruit defended of the tree, forbidden 12 anon he was cast out to woe and pain. O gluttony! Well ought us on the plain. Oh, wist a man how many maladies follow of excess and of gluttonies, he would be the more measurable moderate of his diet, sitting at his table. Alas! The short throat, the tender mouth, maketh that east and west, and north and south, in earth, in air, in water, men do swink labor to get a glutton dainty meat and drink. Of this matter, O Paul, well canst thou treat meat unto womb, and womb eke unto meat, belly shall God destroy both, as Paulus saith. 13 Alas! A foul thing is it, by my faith, to say this word, and fouler is the deed, when man so drinketh of the white and red I. Wine that of his throat he maketh his privy through thilk cursed superfluity the apostle saith. 14 Weeping full piteously. There walk many, of which you told have I say it now weeping with piteous voice, that they be enemies of Christ's cross of which the end is death, womb is their God. Belly O womb, O belly stinking is thy cod, bag 15 full filled of dung and of corruption, at either end of the fowl is the sound. How great labor and cost is thee to find. Supply these cooks how they stamp, and strain, and grind, and turn substance into accident, to fulfill all thy likerous talent. Out of the hard bones knock they the marrow, for they cast not away that may go through the gullet soft and sweet of spicery and leaves, of bark and root, shall be his sauce why maked by delight, to make him have a newer appetite. But certes, he that haunteth such delices is dead, while that he liveth in those vices. A lecherous thing is wine, and drunkenness is full of striving and of wretchedness. O drunken man, disgird is thy face, 16 sour is thy breath, foul art thou to embrace, and through thy drunken nose soneth the sound, as though thou saidst I, Samson, and yet God wot, Samson drank never wine, thou fallest as it were a sticked swine, thy tongue is lost, and all thine honest cure. Asterisk care for drunkenness is very sepulture asterisk tomb of man's wit and his discretion. In whom that drink hath domination, he can no counsel keep, it is no dread. Doubt now keep you from the white and from the red, and namely asterisk from the white wine of Leap, 17 especially, that is to sell in Fish Street 18 and in cheap. This wine of Spain creepeth subtly, in other wines growing fast by of which there riseth such fumosity, that when a man hath drunken draughts 3, and weeneth that he be at home in cheap, he is in Spain, right at the town of Leap, not at the Rochelle, nor at Bordeaux town, and then will he say, Samson. But hearken, lordings, one word, I you pray that all the sovereign acts, dare I say, of victories in the Old Testament, through very God that is omnipotent, were done in abstinence and in prayer. Look in the Bible, and there ye may it lear. Learn look Attila, the great conqueror, died in his sleep, 19 with shame and dishonor, bleeding eye at his nose in drunkenness. A captain should I live in soberness and o'er all this, advise you right well asterisk consider, bethink what was commanded unto Lemuel. 20 not Samuel but Lemuel, say I, read the Bible, and find it expressly of wine giving to them that have justice. No more of this, for it may well suffice. And now that I have spoke of gluttony, now will I you asterisk defend hazardry. Asterisk forbid gambling asterisk hazard is very mother of leasings, asterisk lies and of deceit, and cursed forswearings, blaspheme of Christ, manslaughter and waste also of chattel and of time, and for thermo, property it is repreve, asterisk and contraire of honor, reproach for to be held a common hazarder. And ever the higher he is of estate, the more he is holden desolate. Undone, worthless if that a prince use hazardry. In a leg governance and policy he is, as by common opinion, why hold the less in reputation? Chilon, that was a wise ambassador, was sent to Corinth with full great honor from Lacedaemon, 21 to make alliance, and when he came it happened him by chance that all the greatest that were of that land, why playing a te hazard he them found for which, as soon as that it might be, he stole him home again to his country and said there, I will not lose my name, nor will I take on me so great defame, asterisk reproach you to ally unto no hazardors. Gamblers send some otherwise ambassadors, for by my troth me were lever die, rather than I should you to hazardors ally. For ye that be so glorious in honors shall not ally you to no hazardors as by my will nor as by my treaty. This wise philosopher thus said he, look eke how to the king Demetrius the king of Parths, as the book saith us, sent him a pair of dice of gold in scorn, for he had used hazard their beforn, for which he held his glory and renown at no value or reputation. Lords may find in other manner play, honest enough to drive the day away. Now will I speak of oaths false and great a word or two, as Audiobooks treat. Great swearing is a thing abominable, and false swearing is more reprovable. The high God forbade swearing at all witness on Matthew. 22 but in special of swearing saith the holy Jeremy, 23 thou thou'lt swear sooth thine oaths, and not lie, and swear in doom and eke in righteousness. Judgment but idle swearing is accursedness. Wickedness behold and see, there in the first table of high God's hests honorable, commandments how that the second best of him is this, take not my name in idle or amiss. In vain lo, rather he forbiddeth such swearing, asterisk sooner than homicide, or many a cursed thing. I say that as by order thus it standeth. This knoweth he that his hests understandeth, commandments how that the second hest of God is that. And farthermore, I will thee tell all flatly, plainly that vengeance shall not part from his house, that of his oaths is outrageous. By God's precious heart, and by his nails, 24 and by the blood of Christ, that is in Hales, 25:7 is my chance, and thine is sink and tray. By God's arms, if thou falsely play, this dagger shall throughout thine heart go. This fruit comes of the asterisk bicked bones too, asterisk 2 cursed bones, dice, forswearing, ire, falseness, and homicide. Now, for the love of Christ that for us died, leave your oaths, both great and small. But, sirs, now will I ell you forth my tale. These rioters three, of which I tell long asterisk erst than prime rang of any bell, asterisk before were set them in a tavern for to drink, and as they sat, they heard a bell clink before a corpse was carried to the grave. That one of them gan call to his knave asterisk servant, go bet. 26 quoth he, and ask readily what corpse is this, that passeth here forth by, and look that thou report his name well. Sir, quoth the boy, it needeth never a deal. Wit it was me told ere ye came here 2 hours, he was, party, an old fellow of yours, and suddenly he was wyslain tonight. For drunk as he sat on his bench upright, completely drunk there came a privy thief men cleep death, that in this country all the people slayth, and with his spear he smote his heart in two, and went his way without words mo. He hath 1,000 slain this pestilence, and master, ere you come in his presence, methinketh that it were full necessary for to beware of such an adversary, be ready for to meet him evermore. Thus taught me my dame, I say no more. By Saint Mary, said the taverner, the child saith sooth, for he hath slain this year hence over a mile within a great village, both man and woman, child and hind and page, I trow his habitation be there, to be advised great wisdom it were, asterisk watchful on one's guard ere that he did a man a dishonor. Lest. Yea, God's arms, quoth this rioter, is it such peril with him for to meet? I shall him seek by style and eke by street. I make a vow by God's dean bones. Worthy hearken, fellows, we three be a le ones, asterisk at one let each of us hold up his hand to other, and each of us become the other's brother, and we will slay this false traitor death. He shall be slain, he that so many slayth, by God's dignity, ere it be night. Together have these three their troth plight to live and die each one of them for other, as though he were his own sworn brother. And up they start, all drunken in this rage. And forth they go towards that village of which the taverner had spoke beforn, and many a grisly oath have they sworn, asterisk dreadful and Christ's blessed body they to rent, tore to pieces 7, death shall be dead, if that we may him hent. Catch when they had gone not fully half a mile, right as they would have trodden o'er a stile, an old man and a poor with them met. This oldie man full meekly them asterisk greeted and said thus, Now, lords, God you see. Look on graciously the proudest of these rioters three answered again, What, churl, with sorry grace, why art thou all forept save thy face? Closely wrapped up why livest thou so long in so great age? This oldie man gan look on his visage, and said thus, For that I cannot find a man, though that I walked unto ind neither in city, nor in no village go, that would change his youth for mine age, and therefore must I have mine age still as lunge time as it is God's will, and death, alas, he will not have my life. Thus walk I like a restellus caitiff, asterisk miserable wretch, and on the ground, which is my mother's gate, I knock with my staff, early and late, and say to her, Leave, mother, let me in. Dear lo, how I wane, flesh and blood and skin, alas, when shall my bones be at rest? Mother, with you I would a change my chest, that in my chamber lunge time hath be, yea, for an hairy clout to wrap in me. Wrap myself in asterisk, but yet to me she will not do that grace, for which fall pale and welked is my face. Withered, but sirs, to you it is no courtesy to speak unto an old man villainy, but he trespass in word or else in deed. Except in holy writ ye may yourselves read. Against asterisk an old man, whore upon his head, to meet ye should arise. Therefore I you read, advise ne do unto an old man no harm now, no more than ye would a man did you in age, if that ye may so long abide. And God be with you, whether ye go or ride I must go thither as I have to go. Nay, oldie churl, by God thou shalt not so, said this other hazardor anon. Thou partest not so lightly, by St. John. Thou spakest right now of that traitor death, that in this country all our friends slayth. Have here my troth, as thou art his espy. Spy tell where he is, or thou shalt at abbey asterisk suffer for by God and by the holy sacrament, for soothly thou art one of his assent to slay us young folk, thou false thief. Now, sirs, quoth he, if it be you so lief desire to find death, turn up this crooked way. For in that grove I left him by my fay under a tree, and there he will abide, nor for your boast he will him nothing hide. See that oak. Right there ye shall him find. God save you, that bought again mankind, and you amend. Thus said this oldie man, and ever each of these rioters ran, till they came to the tree, and there they found a florins fine, of gold wycoined round, well nigh a 7 bushels, as them thought. No longer as then after death they sought, but each of them so glad was of the sight, for that the florins were so fair and bright, that down they sat them by the precious hoard. The youngest of them spake the first word. Brethren, quoth he, take keep asterisk what I shall say. Heed my wit is great, though that I bird and play joke, frolic this treasure hath fortune unto us given in mirth and jollity our life to liven, and lightly as it comes, so will we spend. Hey, God's precious dignity. Who wend asterisk weaned, thought today that we should have so fair a grace. But might this gold he carried from this place home to my house, or else unto yours, for well I wot that all this gold is ours, then were we in high felicity. But truly by day it may not be, men woulda say that we were thieves strong, and for our own treasure do us hong. Have us hanged this treasure must carried be by night, as wisely and as slyly as it might. Wherefore I read, that cut asterisk among us all asterisk advise asterisk lots we draw, and let's see where the cut will fall. And he that hath the cut, with heart blithe shall run unto the town, and that full swith, quickly and bring us bread and wine full privily, and two of us shall keep subtly this treasure well. And if he will not tarry, when it is night, we will this treasure carry, by one assent, where as us thinketh best. Then one of them the cut brought in his fist, and bade them draw and look where it would fall, and it fell on the youngest of them all, and forth toward the town he went anon. And all so soon as that he was wygone, the one of them spake thus unto the other, Thou knowest well that thou art my sworn brother, asterisk thy profit will I tell thee right anon. What is for thine thou knowest well that our fellow is gone, advantagent here is gold, and that full great plenty, that shall departed asterisk he among us three. Divided but nathless, if I could shape it so asterisk contrive that it departed were among us two, had I not done a friend's turn to thee? Other answered, I not how that may be, know not he knows well that the gold is with us tway. What shall we do? What shall we to him say? Shall it be counsel? Said the first shrew, secret asterisk wretch, and I shall tell to thee in words few what we shall do, and bring it well about. I grant, quoth the other, out of doubt, that by my truth I will thee not bewray. Betray now, quoth the first, thou know'st he well we be tway, and two of us shall stronger be than one. Look, when that he is set, thou right anon sat down arise, as though thou wouldest with him play, and I shall rive asterisk him through the sides tway, stab while that thou strugglest with him as in game, and with thy dagger look thou do the same. And then shall all this gold departed asterisk be, asterisk divided my dear friend, betwixt thee and me. Then may we both our lusts all fulfill, pleasures and play at dice right at our own will. And thus accorded be these shrews asterisk tway asterisk, agreed asterisk wretches to slay the third, as ye have heard me say. The youngest, which that went to the town, full oft in heart he rolled up and down the beauty of these florins new and bright. O Lord, quoth he, if so were that I might have all this treasure to myself alone, there is no man that lives under the throne of God, that should have so merry as I, and at the last the fiend our enemy put in his thought, that he should poison by, with which he might slay his fellows twy. Asterisk 2, for why, the fiend found him in such living, asterisk leading such a that he had leave to sorrow him to bring. Bad life for this was utterly his full intent to slay them both, and never to repent. And forth he went, no longer would he tarry, into the town to an apothecary, and prayed him that he him woulda sell some poison, that he might his rats quell asterisk. Kill his rats and eke there was a polecat in his haw asterisk farmyard, hedge 27 that, as he said, his epons had Weislaw, asterisk slain and fain he would him wreak, if that he might, revenge of vermin that destroyed him by night. Apothecary answered, Thou shalt have a thing, as wisly God my soul save, asterisk surely in all this world there is no creature that eat or drank hath of this confecture, not but the mountains of a corn of wheat, amount that he shall not his life anon forlete, immediately lay down asterisk yea, sterve he shall, and that in less while die than thou wilt go asterisk a pace not but a mile. Quickly this poison is so strong and violent. This cursed man hath in his hand Wyhant asterisk taken this poison in a box, and swift he ran into the next street, unto a man, and borrowed of him large bottles 3, and in the 2 the poison poured he, the 3rd he kept clean for his own drink, for all the night he shope him for to swink asterisk purposed asterisk labor in carrying off the gold out of that place. And when this rioter, with sorry grace, had filled with wine his great bottles 3, to his fellows again repaired he, what needeth it thereof to sermon asterisk more? Talk, discourse for right as they had cast his death before, asterisk plotted right so they have him slain, and that anon. And when that this was done, thus spake the one, Now let us sit and drink and make us merry, and afterward we will his body bury. And with that word it happened him par cas asterisk by chance to take the bottle where the poison was, and drank, and gave his fellow drink also, for which anon they served both the two. Died, but certes I suppose that Avacen wrote never in no Canon, nor no fen, 28 more wondrous signs of empoisoning, than had these wretches two ere their ending. Thus ended be these homicides too, and eke the false empoisoner also. O cursed sin, full of all cursedness, O traitorous homicide, O wickedness, O gluttony, luxury, and hazardry, thou blasphemer of Christ with villainy, asterisk outrage, impiety and oaths great of usage and of pride, alas! Mankind, how may it betide that to thy Creator which that thee wrought, and with his precious heart blood thee bought, thou art so false and so unkind, asterisk alas! Unnatural now, good men, God forgive you your trespass, and wear asterisk you from the sin of avarice. Keep mine holy pardon may you all wearis. Asterisk asterisk heel so that ye offer nobles or sterlings, asterisk gold or silver coins asterisk or else silver brooches, spoons or rings, bow your head under this holy bowl. Come up, ye wives, and offer of your will, your names I enter in my roll anon, into the bliss of heaven shall ye gone. I you assoil by mine high power, absolve 29 you that will offer, as clean and eke as clear as ye were born. Lo, sires, thus I preach, and Jesus Christ, that is our souls, leech asterisk healer so grant you his pardon to receive, for that is best, I will not deceive. But sirs, one word forgot I in my tale, I have relics and pardon in my mail, as fair as any man in England, which were me given by the Pope's hand. If any of you will of devotion offer, and have mine absolution come forth anon, and kneel here adown and meekly receive my pardon, or else take pardon, as ye wend. Asterisk go all new and fresh at every town's end, so that ye offer, always new and new, nobles or pence which that be good and true. 'Tis an honor to evereach that is here. Each one that ye have a sufficient asterisk pardoner suitable asel you in country as ye ride, asterisk absolve for adventures which that may betide. Peradventure there may fall one or two down of his horse, and break his neck in two. Look, what a surety is it to you all, that I am in your fellowship wifall, that may assoil asterisk you both asterisk more and lass, asterisk absolve, when that the soul shall from the body pass. Great and small asterisk I read that our host shall begin, advise for he is most enveloped in sin. Come forth, sir host, and offer first anon, and thou shalt kiss. The relics every one yea, for a groat, unbuckle anon thy purse. Nay, nay, quoth he, then have I Christ's curse let be, quoth he, it shall not be asterisk so fetch. So may I thrive asterisk thou wouldest make me kiss than oldie breach, and swear it were a relic of a saint, though it were with thy fundament to paint. Stained by your bottom asterisk, but by the cross which that Saint Helen fanned, asterisk asterisk found 30 I would I had thy coilons in mine hand, testicles instead of relics or of sanctuary. Let cut them off, I will thee help them carry, they shall be shrined in a hogge's turd. The pardoner answered not one word, so wroth he was, no word would he say. Now, quoth our host, I will no longer play with thee, nor with none other angry man. But right anon the worthy knight began, when that he saw that all the people laughed no more of this, for it is right enough. Sir pardoner, be merry and glad of cheer, and ye, sir host, that be to me so dear, I pray you that ye kiss the pardoner, and pardoner, I pray thee draw thee asterisk nearer, and as we did, let us laugh and play. Anon they kissed, and rode forth their way. The Shipman's Tale, 1. The Prologue. Our host upon his stirrup stood anon and said, Good men, hearken every one, this was a thrifty asterisk tale for the knowns. Discreet, profitable sir parish priest, quoth he, for God's bones tell us a tale as was thy asterisk forward your, asterisk asterisk promise formerly I see well that ye learned men in lore can much good by God's dignity. No, the parson him answered, Bendicite, what ails the man so sinfully to swear? Our host answered, O Jankin be ye there. Now, good men, quoth our host, hearken to me, I smell a lollard too in the wind, quoth he. Abide for God's dean passion, worthy for we shall have a predication, this lollard here will preach in us somewhat. Nay, by my father's soul, that shall he not, said the shipman. Here shall he not preach, he shall no gospel glose here nor teach. Comment upon we all believe in the great God, quoth he. He would sow some difficulty, or springe cockle 3 in our clean corn. And therefore, host, I warn thee beforn, my jolly body shall a tale tell, and I shall clink you so merry a bell, that I shall waken all this company. But it shall not be of philosophy, nor of physic, nor terms quaint of law there is but little Latin in my maw. Asterisk belly. Notes to the Prologue to the Shipman's Tale. 1. The prologue here given was transferred by Tyrwhitt from the place, preceding the Squire's tale, which it had formerly occupied, the Shipman's Tale having no prologue in the best manuscripts. 2. Lollard, a contemptuous name for the followers of Wycliffe, presumably derived from the Latin lolium, tares, as if they were the tares among the Lord's wheat. So, a few lines below, the shipman intimates his fear lest the parson should spring cockle in our clean corn. 3. Cockle, a weed, the Agrostemma githago of Linnaeus, perhaps named from the Anglo-Saxon siachen, because it chokes the corn. Transcriber's note: it is also possible Chaucer had in mind Matthew 13:25, where in some translations an enemy sowed cockle amongst the wheat. Other translations have tares and darnel. The tale. 1. A merchant whilom dwelled at Saint Denis, that rich was, for which men held him wise. A wife he had of excellent beauty, and companiable and revellous was she, fond of society, and which is a thing that causeth more dispense merry-making than worth, is all the cheer and reverence that men them do at feasts and at dances. Such salutations and countenances passen, as doth the shadow on the wall, put woe is him that pay must for all. The selly husband algate he must pay, innocent always he must us to clothe, and he must us array all for his own worship richly, in which array we dance jollily. And if that he may not, peradventure, or else list not such dispense endure, but thinketh it is wasted and why lost, then must another pay for our cost, or lend us gold, and that is perilous. This noble merchant held a noble house, for which he had all day so great repair, resort of visitors for his largesse, and for his wife was fair, that wonder is. But hearken to my tale. Amonges all these guests great and smale. There was a monk, a fair man and a bold, I trow a 30 winter he was old, that ever in one was drawing to that place. Constantly this young monk, that was so fair of face acquainted, was so with this good man, since that their first knowledge began, that in his house as familiar was he as it is possible any friend to be. And for as muchel as this good man, and eke this monk of which that I began, were both the two born in one village, the monk him claimed, as for cousinage claimed kindred, and he again him said not once nay, with him but was as glad thereof as fowl of day. For to his heart it was a great pleasance. Thus be they knit with etern alliance, and each of them gan other to assure of brotherhood while that their life may dure. Free was Dan 3 John, and namely of dispense, especially spending as in that house, and full of diligence to do pleasance, and also great costage. Liberal outlay he not forgot to give the least page in all that house. But after their degree, he gave the lord and sithen his many, afterwards servants when that he came, some manner honest thing. For which they were as glad of his coming as fowl is fain when that the sun upriseth. No more of this is now, for it sufficeth. But so befell, this merchant on a day shope him to make ready his array resolved, arranged toward the town of Bruges for to fare, to buoy there a portion of ware. Merchandise for which he hath to Paris sent anon a messenger, and prayed hath Dan John that he should come to St. Denis and play enjoy himself with him, and with his wife a day or tway, ere he to Bruges went, in a le wise. This noble monk, of which I you devise, tell had of his abbot as him list license, because he was a man of high prudence, and eke an officer out for to ride, to see their granges and their barns wide. 5. And unto St. Denis he came anon, who was so welcome as my lord Dan John, our dear cousin, full of courtesy. With him he brought a jug of malvesie, jug and eke another full of fine vernage, 6 and volatile as I was his usage. Wildfowl, and thus I let them eat, and drink, and play, this merchant and this monk, a day or tway. The 3rd day the merchant up ariseth, and on his knee days sadly him adviseth, and up into his counter house went he, counting house 7 to reckon with himself as well may be, of thilk year. How that it with him stood, that, and how that he dispended bad his good, and if that he increased were or non. His books and his bagges, many a one he laid before him on his counting board. Full rich was his treasure and his hoard, for which full fast his counter door he shet, and eke he would that no man should him let hinder of his accounts, for the meantime, and thus he sat, till it was past prime. Dan John was risen in the morn also, and in the garden walked to and fro, and had his thing said full courteously. The good wife came walking full privily into the garden, where he walked soft, and him saluted as she had done oft. A maiden child came in her company, which as her list she might govern and guide, for yet under the yard was the maid. Rod 8, O dear cousin mine, Dan John, she said, what aileth you so wrath for to arise? Early niece, quoth he, it ought enough suffice 5 hours for to sleep upon a night. But it were for an old appalled white, and less pallid, wasted as be these wedded men that lie and dare stare as in a form sits a weary hare, aleph forstraught with hounds great and smale. Distracted, confounded, but dear niece, why be ye so pale? I trow certes that our good man hath you so labored, since this night began, that you were need to resta hastily. And with that word he laughed full merrily, and of his own thought he waxed all red. This fair wife gan for to shake her head, and said thus, Yea, God wot all, quoth she. Nay, cousin mine, it stands not so with me, for by that God, that gave me soul and life, in all the realm of France is there no wife that less lust hath to that sorry play, for I may sing alas and well away, that I was born, but to no wight, quoth she, dare I not tell how that it stands with me. Wherefore I think out of this land to wend, or else of myself to make an end, so full am I of dread, and eke of care. This monk began upon this wife to stare, and said, Alas, my niece, God forbid that ye for any sorrow or any dread fordo yourself. But tell me your grief, destroy peradventure I may, in your mischief distress counsel or help, and therefore tell me all your annoy, for it shall be secker. For on my portos here I make an oath, breviary that never in my life, for lief nor loth, willing or unwilling knee shall I of no counsel you bewray. The same again to you, quoth she, I say, by God and by this portos I you swear, though men me wouldn't all in pieces tear, ne shall I never, for to go to hell, though I should bewray one word of thing that ye me tell, betray for no cussinage nor alliance, but verily for love and affiance. Confidence, promise thus be they sworn, and thereupon they kissed, and each of them told other what them list. Cousin, quoth she, if that I had space, as I have none, and namely in this place, specially then would I tell a legend of my life. What I have suffered since I was a wife with mine husband, all be he your cousin. Although nay, quoth this monk, by God and Saint Martin, he is no more cousin unto me, than is the leaf that hangeth on the tree I call him so, by Saint Denis of France, to have the more cause of acquaintance of you, which I have loved specially aboven alle women sickerly. Surely this swear I you on my profession. By my vows of religion tell me your grief, lest that he come adown and hasten you and go away anon. My dear love, quoth she, O my Dan John full leaf, were me this counsel for to hide, pleasant, but out it must, I may no more abide. My husband is to me the worst man that ever was since that the world began. But since I am a wife, it sits not me becomes to tell no wight of our privity, neither in bed, nor in none other place. God shield I shoulda tell it for his grace. Forbid a wife shall not say of her husband but all honor, as I can understand, save unto you thus much I tell shall, as help me God, he is not worth at all in no degree, the value of a fly. But yet me grieveth most his niggardly stinginess, and well ye wot, that women naturally desire things six as well as I. They woulda that their husbands shoulda be hearty, and wise, and rich, and thereto free, brave and buxom to his wife, and fresh in bed. Yielding, obedient, but by that ilk Lord that for us bled, same for his honor myself for to array, on Sunday next I must needs pay 100 francs, or else am I lorn. Ruined, undone yet were me lever that I were unborn, I would rather than me were done slander or villainy, and if mine husband eke mighted espy, I were but lost. And therefore I you pray, lend me this sum, or else must I die. Die Dan John, I say, lend me these 100 francs. Party, I will not fail you, my thanks, if I can help it if that you list to do that I you pray, for at a certain day I will you pay, and do to you what pleasance and service that I may do, right as you list devise. And but I do, God take on me vengeance, unless as foul as air had Ganilian 9 of France. This gentle monk answered in this manner, Now truly, mine own lady dear, I have, quoth he, on you so great ruth, pity that I you swear, and plight you my truth, that when your husband is to Flanders fair, gone I will deliver you out of this care, for I will bringe you 100 francs. And with that word he caught her by the flanks, and her embraced hard, and kissed her oft. Go now your way, quoth he, all still and soft, and let us dine as soon as that ye may, for by my cylinder 'tis prime of day. Portable Sundell go now, and be as true as I shall be. Now else God forbid, sir, quoth she, and forth she went, as jolly as a pie, and bade the cooks that they should them high asterisk make haste so that men might dine, and that anon. Up to her husband is this wife gone, and knocked at his contour boldly. Qui est là? Quoth he. Peter, it am I, who is there? Quoth she, what, sir, how lunge all will ye fast? How lunge time will ye reckon and cast your sums, and your books, and your things? The devil have part of all such reckonings. Ye have enough party of God's son. Sending, gifts come down today, and let your baggage stand. Stand ne be ye not ashamed, that Dan John shall fasting all this day allenge gone? See note 10 what? Let us hear a mass, and go we dine. Wife, quoth this man, little canst thou divine the curious business that we have, for of us chapmen also God me save, asterisk merchants, and by that Lord that cleaped his Saint Ive. Scarcely amongst 20, 10 shall thrive continually, lasting unto our age. We may well make cheer and good visage, and drive forth the world as it may be, and keep in our estate in privity, till we be dead, or else that we play a pilgrimage or go out of the way. And therefore have I great necessity upon this quaint world to advise asterisk me. Strange asterisk consider for evermore must we stand in dread of hap and fortune in our chapman head. Trading to Flanders will I go tomorrow at day, and come again as soon as e'er I may. For which, my dear wife, I thee beseech as be to every wight buxom and meek, civil, courteous, and for to keep our good be curious, and honestly govern well our house. Thou hast enough in every manner wise, that to a thrifty household may suffice. Thee lacketh none array, nor no victual, of silver in thy purse thou shalt not fail. And with that word his contour door he shut, and down he went. No longer would he let asterisk delay, hinder, and hastily a mass was there said, and speedily the tables were laid, and to the dinner fast they them sped, and richly this monk the chapman fed. And after dinner Dan John soberly this chapman took apart, and privily he said him thus. Cousin, it standeth so, that well I see, to Bruges ye will go, God and Saint Austin speed you and guide. I pray you, cousin, wisely that ye ride, govern you also of your diet attemperly, and namely in this heat. Moderately betwixt us two needeth no asterisk strange fare. Adieu, ceremony farewell, cousin, God shield you from care. If anything there be, by day or night, if it lie in my power and my might, that ye me will command in any wise, it shall be done, right as ye will devise. But one thing ere ye go, if it may be, I would pray you for to lend to me 100 francs for a week or twi for certain beasts that I must buy to store with a place that is ours. God help me so, I would that it were yours. I shall not fail surely of my day not for 1,000 francs a mile way. But let this thing be secret, I you pray, for yet tonight these beasts must I buy, and fare now well, mine owen cousin dear, grand mercy of your cost and of your cheer. Great thanks. This noble merchant gently anon like a gentleman answered and said, O cousin mine, Dan John, now sickerly this is a small request. My gold is yours, when that it you lest, and not only my gold but my chaffare. Merchandise take what you list, God shielda that ye spare. God forbid that you but one thing is, ye know it well Eno should take too little asterisk of chapmen, that their money is their plough. We make creance while we have a name, obtain credit but goldless for to be it is no game. Pay it again when it lies in your ease, after my might full fain would I you please. These 100 francs set he forth anon, and privily he took them to Dan John, no wight in all this world wist of this loan, saving the merchant and Dan John alone. They drink and speak and roam a while, and play till that Dan John rode unto his abbey. The morrow came, and forth this merchant rideth to Flanders ward, his prentice well him guideth, till he came unto Bruges merrily. Now went this merchant fast and busily about his need, and bide and creanced. Asterisk got credit, he neither played at the dice, nor danced, but as a merchant, shortly for to tell, he led his life, and their eye let him dwell. The Sunday next the merchant was wygone, after to St. Denis Wykemen is Dan John, with crown and beard all fresh and newly shave. In all the house was not so little a knave, servant boy nor no white ells that was not full fain for that my lord Dan John was come again. And shortly to the point right for to gone, the fair wife accorded with Dan John, that for these 100 francs he should all night have her in his arms bolt upright, and this accord performed was indeed. In mirth all night a busy life they lead till it was day, that Dan John went his way and bade the mainy asterisk farewell, have good day. Servants for none of them, nor no wight in the town, had of Dan John right no suspicion, and forth he rode home to his abbey or where him list, no more of him I say. The merchant, when that ended was the fair, to St. Denis he gan for to repair, and with his wife he made feast and cheer, and told her that chaffare was so dear, merchandise that needs must he make a chevisance. Loan 11, for he was bound in a recognizance to pay 20,000 shields anon crowns. Ecis, for which this merchant is to Paris gone, to borrow of certain friends that he had certain francs, and some with him he lad. Took, and when that he was come into the town, for great churt and great affection love unto Dan John, he went first to play, not for to borrow of him no money, bat for to weet and see of his welfare. No, and for to tell him of his chaffare, as friends do, when they be met in fear. Company Dan John him made feast and merry cheer, and he him told again full specially, how he had well wybought and graciously, thanked be God, all whole his merchandise, save that he must in a le manner wise make an chevisance, as for his best, and then he should be in joy and rest. Dan John answered, Certes, I am fain glad that ye in health be come born again, and if that I were rich, as have I bliss, of 20,000 shields should ye not miss, for ye so kindly the other day lent me gold, and as I can and may I thank you, by God and by Saint James. But nathless I took unto our dame, your wife at home, the same gold again upon your bench. She wot it well, certain. By certain tokens that I can her tell now, by your leave, I may no longer dwell, our abbot will out of this town anon, and in his company I must gone. Greet well our dame, mine own niece sweet, and farewell, dear cousin, till we meet. This merchant, which that was full ware and wise, Creanst hath, and paid eke in Paris had obtained credit to certain Lombards ready in their hand the sum of gold, and got of them his bond, and home he went, merry as a popinjay. Parrot for well he knew he stood in such array that needs must he win in that voyage 1,000 francs, above all his costage. Expenses his wife full ready met him at the gate, as she was won of old usage algate * always, and all that night in mirth they beset. Spent for he was rich, and clearly out of debt. When it was day, the merchant gan embrace his wife all new, and kissed her in her face, and up he went, and maked it full tough. No more, quoth she, by God ye have enough, and wantonly again with him she played, till at the last this merchant to her said, By God, quoth he, I am a little wroth with you, my wife, although it be me loth, and wot ye why? By God, as that I guess, that ye have made a * manner strangeness a kind of estrangement betwixt me and my cousin Dan John. Ye should have warned me, ere I had gone, that he who had 100 francs paid by ready token, he had him evil apaid, was displeased for that I to him spake of chevisance, * borrowing. He seemed so as by his countenance. But nathless, by God of heaven king, I thought not to ask of him no thing. I pray thee, wife, do thou no more so. Tell me alway, ere that I from thee go, if any debtor hath in mine absence why paid thee, lest through thy negligence I might him ask a thing that he hath paid. This wife was not afeard nor afraid, but boldly she said, and that anon. Mary, I defy that false monk Dan John, I keep * not of his tokens never deal, * care wit he took me certain gold, I wot it well. What? Evil the dim on his monk's snout. * thriving for, God it wot, I weened without doubt that he had given it me, because of you, to do therewith mine honor and my prow, profit for cussonage, and eke for bell cheer that he hath had full often here. But since I see I stand in such disjoint, * awkward position, I will answer you shortly to the point. Ye have more slacky debtors than am I, for I will pay you well and readily from day to day, and if so be I fail, I am your wife, score it upon my tail, and I shall pay as soon as ever I may, for, by my troth, I have on mine array, and not in waste, bestowed it every deal. And for I have bestowed it so well, for your honor, for God's sake I say, as be not wroth, but let us laugh and play. Ye shall my jolly body have * to wed, * in pledge by God, I will not pay you but in bed. Forgive it me, mine own spouse dear, turn hitherward, and make better cheer. The merchant saw none other remedy, and for to chide it were but a folly, since that the thing might not amended be. Now, wife, he said, and I forgive it thee, but by thy life be no more so large, * liberal, lavish keep better my good, this give I thee in charge. Thus endeth now my tale, and God ascend tailing enough until our lives end. The Prioress's Tale. The Prologue. Well said by * corpus domini, quoth our host, the Lord's body, now lunge mayst thou sail by the coast, thou gentle master, gentle mariner, God give the monk 1,000 last quad year. Ever so much evil one aha. Fellows, beware of such a jape. Trick the monk put in the man's hood an ape fooled him and in his wife's eke, by St. Austin. Draw no monks more into your inn. But now pass over and let us seek about. Who shall now tell first of all this rout another tale? And with that word he said, as courteously as it had been a maid, My lady Prioress, by your leave, so that I wist I should you not grieve, offend I would a deem that ye tell should judge, decide a tale next, if so were that ye would. Now will ye vouchsafe, my lady dear? Gladly, quoth she, and said as ye shall hear. Notes to the prologue, to the Prioress's tale. 1,000 last quad year, ever so much evil. Last means a load, quad, bad, and literally we may read 1,000 weight of bad years. The Italians use mal anno in the same sense. The tale, 1. O Lord our Lord, thy name how marvellous is in this large world widespread. 2, quoth she, for not only thy laud precious praise performed is by men of high degree, but by the mouth of children thy bount, goodness performed is, for on the breast sucking sometimes show they thy hurrying. 3, glory. Wherefore in laud, as I best can or may of thee, and of the white lily flower which that thee bear, and is a maid alway, to tell a story I will do my labor, not that I may increase her honor, for she herselven is honor and root of bount, next her son and soul's boot. Help. O mother maid, O maid and mother free. Bounteous O bush unburnt, burning in Moses' sight, that ravish'd thee down from the deity, through thy humless, the ghost that in thee light, for of whose virtue, when he thine heart light, lightened, gladdened conceived was the Father's sapience, help me to tell it to thy reverence. Lady, thy bounty, thy magnificence, thy virtue, and thy great humility there may no tongue express in no science, for sometimes, lady, ere men pray to thee thou goest ye before of thy benignity, and gettest us the light, through thy prayer, to guiden us unto thy Son so dear. My conning is so weak, O blissful Queen, skill, ability for to declare thy great worthiness, that I not may the weight of it sustain. But as a child of 12-month old, or less, that can unnethes any word express, scarcely write so fair I. And therefore, I you pray guide my song that I shall of you say. There was in Asia, in a great city Amonja's Christian folk, a Jewery, 5 sustained by a lord of that country, for foul usurer and lucre of villainy, hateful to Christ and to his company, and through the street men might ride and wend, go, walk for it was free, and open at each end. A little school of Christian folk there stood down at the farther end, in which there were children and heap wycombe of Christian blood, that learned in that school year by year such manner doctrine as men used there. This is to say, to singen and to read, as small children do in their childhood. Among these children was a widow's son, a little clergyman, 7 year of age, young clerk or scholar that day by day to scale was his one study want and eke also. Whereso he saw image of Christ's mother, had he in usage, as him was taught, to kneel adown, and say Ave Maria as he went by the way. Thus had this widow her little son taught our blissful lady, Christ's mother dear, to worship I, and he forgot it not, for selly child will always soon lear. Innocent learn, but when I remember on this matter, Saint Nicholas 6, stands ever in my presence, for he so young to Christ did reverence. This little child his little book learning, as he sat in the school at his primer, he Alma Redemptoris 7 heard sing, as children learned their antiphoner. 8, and as he durst, he drew him near and nearer and hearkened I the words and the note, till he the first verse knew all by rote. Not wist he what this Latin was tasse, meant for he so young and tender was of age. But on a day his fellow gan he pray to expound him this song in his language, or tell him why this song was in usage. This prayed he him to construe and declare, full oftentime upon his knees bare. His fellow, which that elder was than he answered him thus, This song, I have heard say, was maked of our blissful lady free, her to salute, and eke her to pray to be our help and succor when we day. I can no more expound in this matter, I learn song, I know but small grammar. And is this song why made in reverence of Christ's mother? Said this innocent. Now certes I will do my diligence to con it all, ere Christmas be went. Learn, con though that I for my primer shall be shent, disgraced, and shall be beaten thrice in an hour, I will it con, Our Lady to honor. His fellow taught him homeward privily on the way home from day to day, till he cowed asterisk it by rote, knew and then he sang it well and boldly from word to word according with the note. Twice in a day it passed through his throat, to schoolward, and homeward when he went, on Christ's mother was set all his intent. As I have said, throughout the Jewry, this little child, as he came to and fro, full merrily then would he sing and cry, O Alma Redemptoris evermo. The sweetness hath his heart pierced so of Christ's mother, that to her to pray he cannot stint of singing by the way. Cease. Our first foe, the serpent Satanas, that hath in Jews' heart his wasp's nest, upswelled and said, O Hebrew people, alas, is this to you a thing that is honest, creditable, becoming that such a boy shall walk in as him, lest in your despite, and sing of such sentence, which is against your law's reverence. From thenceforth the Jews have conspired this innocent out of the world to chase. A homicide thereto have they hired, that in an alley had a privy place. And as the child gan forth by for to pace, this cursed Jew him hent, and held him fast asterisk seized and cut his throat, and in a pit him cast. I say that in a wardrobe he him threw, privy where as the Jews purged their entrail. O cursed folk! O Herods all knew, what may your evil intent you avail? Murder will out, certain it will not fail, and namely where honor of God shall spread. Asterisk especially the blood out crieth on your cursed deed. O martyr souted asterisk to virginity, asterisk confirmed 9 now mayst thou sing, and follow ever'n one asterisk continually the white lamb celestial quoth she. Of which the great evangelist Saint John in Patmos wrote, which saith that they that gone before this lamb, and sing a song all new, that never fleshly woman they knew. 10. This poor widow waited all that night after her little child, but he came not. For which, as soon as it was day's light, with face pale, in dread and busy thought, she hath at school and elsewhere him sought, till finally she gan so far espy that he was last seen in the Jewry. With mother's pity in her breast enclosed, she went, as she were half out of her mind, to every place, where she hath supposed by likelihood her little child to find. And ever on Christ's mother meek and kind she cried, and at the last thus she wrought, among the cursed Jews she him sought. She freined, and she prayed piteously asked 11 to every Jew that dwelled in that place, to tell her, if her child went thereby, they said, Nay. But Jesus of his grace gave in her thought within a little space, that in that place after her son she cried, where he was cast into a pit beside. O great God, that performest thy laud by mouth of innocence, lo hear thy might. This gem of chastity, this emerald and eke of martyrdom the ruby bright, where he with throat y-carven lay upright, cut he Alma Redemptoris gan to sing so loud, that all the place began to ring. The Christian folk, that through the street went, in came for to wonder on this thing, and hastily they for the provost sent. He came anon without tarrying, and hurried Christ, that is of heaven King, praised and eke his mother, honor of mankind, and after that the Jews let asterisk he bind. Caused. With torment, and with shameful death, each one the provost did these Jews for to stirve asterisk caused asterisk die that of this murder wist, and that anon, he would no such cursedness observe overlook evil shall have that evil will deserve, therefore with horses wild he did them draw, and after that he hung them by the law. The child, with piteous lamentation, was taken up, singing his song alway, and with honor and great procession, they crry him unto the next abbey. His mother swooning by the bier lay, unnethes might the people that were there scarcely this new Rachel bringe from his bier. Upon his bier lay this innocent before the altar while the masses last. Asterisk lasted, and after that, abbot with his convent have sped them for to bury him full fast, and when they holy water on him cast, yet spake this child, when sprinkled was the water, and sang, O Alma Redemptoris Mater. This abbot, which that was a holy man, as monks be, or else ought to be, this younger child to conjure he began, and said, O dear child, I house asterisk thee, implore 12 in virtue of the Holy Trinity, tell me what is thy cause for to sing, since that thy throat is cut, to my seeming. My throat is cut unto my neck bone, said this child, and, as by way of kind, asterisk in course of nature I should have died, yea long time agone. But Jesus Christ, as ye in books find, will that his glory last and be in mind, and, for the worship of his mother dear, glory yet may I sing O Alma loud and clear. This well asterisk of mercy, Christ's mother sweet, fountain I loved alway, after my conning, *** knowledge, and when that I my life should forlete, leave to me she came, and bade me for to sing this anthem verily in my dying, as ye have heard. And when that I had sung, methought she laid a grain upon my tongue. Wherefore I sing, and sing I must certain, in honor of that blissful maiden free, till from my tongue off taken is the grain. And after that thus said she to me, my little child, then will I fetch thee, when that the grain is from thy tongue take, be not aghast, I will thee not forsake. Afraid. This holy monk, this abbot him mean I, his tongue out caught, and took away the grain, and he gave up the ghost full softly. And when this abbot had this wonder seen, his salt tears trickled down as rain, and groff he fell all flat upon the ground, prostrate, grovelling, and still he lay, as he had been bound. The convent lay eke on the pavement, all the monks weeping, and hurrying * Christ's mother dear. Praising, and after that they rose, and forth they went, and took away this martyr from his bier, and in a tomb of marble stones clear enclosed they his little body sweet, where he is now, God lean * us for to meet. Grant. O young Hugh of Lincoln, 13 slain also with cursed Jews. As it is notable, for it is but a little while ago, pray eke for us, we sinful folk unstable, that, of his mercy, God so merciable * merciful on us his great mercy multiply, for reverence of his mother Mary. Chaucer's Tale of Sir Thopas. The Prologue, 1. When said was this miracle, every man as sober * was, that wonder was to see, serious till that our host to japen he began, * talk lightly, and then at erst he looked upon me, for the first time * and said thus, What man art thou? Quoth he. Thou lookest as thou wouldest find in hair, for ever on the ground I see thee stare. Approach near, and look up merrily. Now wear you, sirs, and let this man have place. He in the waist is shapen as well as I. To this were a puppet in an arm-tea embrace for any woman small and fair of face. He seemeth elvish by his countenance, surly, morose, for unto no wight doth he dalliance. Say now somewhat, since other folk have said, tell us a tale of mirth, and that anon. Host, quoth I, be not evil apaid, * dissatisfied for other tale certes can * I none, no ute of a rhyme I learned your agon. Long, yea, that is good, quoth he, now shall we hear some dainty thing methinketh by thy cheer. Expression mean. Notes to the Prologue, to Chaucer's Tale of Sir Thopas. 1. This prologue is interesting, for the picture which it gives of Chaucer himself, riding apart from and indifferent to the rest of the pilgrims, with eyes fixed on the ground, and an elvish, morose, or rather self-absorbed air. Portly, if not actually stout in body, and evidently a man out of the common, as the closing words of the host imply. 2. Referring to the poet's corpulency. The Tale 1. The first fit * part. Listen, lordings, in good intent, and I will tell you veriment truly of mirth and of solas, * delight, solace all of a knight was fair and * gentle in battle and in tournament. His name was Sir Thopas. Wyborn he was in far country, in Flanders, all beyond the sea at Popering too in the place. His father was a man full free, and lord he was of that country, as it was God's grace. 3. Sir Thopas was a doughty swain, white was his face as paindemain, for his lips red as rose. His road is like scarlet in grain, complexion, and I you tell in good certain he had a seemly nose. His hair, his beard, was like saffron, that to his girdle reached adown, his shoes of corduane, 5 of Bruges were his hosen brown, his robe was of Siclatown, 6 that cost many a Jane. 7. He could a hunt at the wild deer, and ride on hawking for river by the river * with grey goshawk on hand. 8 thereto he was a good archer, of wrestling was there none his peer, where any ram 9 should stand. Full many a maiden bright and bower they mourned for him par amour, when them were better sleep, but he was chaste, and no lecher, and sweet as is the bramble flower that beareth the red heap. Hip. And so it fell upon a day, for sooth as I you tell may, Sir Thopas would outride, he worth upon his steed grey, mounted and in his hand a launcegae * spear 10 long sword by his side. He pricked through a fair forest, wherein is many a wilde beast, yea, both buck and hare, and as he pricked north and east, I tell it you, him had almost * almost betid a sorry care. Befallen. There sprange herbs great and small. The licorice and the setwall asterisk valerian and many a clove gilaffer, 12 and newdameg to put in ale, whether it be moist or stale, new or for to lay in coffer. The birds sang, it is no nay. The spurhawk and the popinjay asterisk sparrowhawk asterisk parrot 13 that joy it was to hear. The throstlecock made eke his lay, the wood dove upon the spray she sang full loud and clear. Sir Thopas fell in love-longing all when he heard the throstle sing, and pricked as he were wood. Asterisk rode as if he his fair steed in his pricking were mad asterisk so sweated, that men might him wring, his sides were all blood. Sir Thopas eke so weary was for pricking on the soft grass, so fierce was his courage asterisk inclination, spirit that down he laid him in that place, to make his steed some solace, and gave him good forage. Ah, Saint Mary, bendicite, what aileth thilke asterisk love at me this to bind me so sore, me dreamed all this night party, an elf queen shall my leman be, mistress and sleep under my gore. Shirt. An elf queen will I love, wise, asterisk assuredly, for in this world no woman is worthy to be my make asterisk mate in town, all other women I forsake, and to an elf queen I me take by dale and eke by down. 14. Into his saddle he clomb anon, and pricked over stile and stone an elf queen for to spy, till he so long had ridden and gone, that he found in a privy one haunt the country of Faery, so wild, for in that country was there none that to him durst ride or gone, neither wife nor child. Till that there came a great giant. His name was Sir Oliphant, 15 a perilous man of deed, he said, child, by Termagaunt, 16 young man but if thou prick out of mine haunt, unless anon I slay thy steed with mace. Here is the Queen of Faery, with harp and pipe and symphony, dwelling in this place. The child said, also may I that asterisk thrive tomorrow will I meet thee, when I have mine armor, and yet I hope, par ma fay asterisk by my faith that thou shalt with this launcegae abien it full sore. Asterisk suffer for thy maw asterisk belly shall I pierce, if I may, ere it be fully prime of day, for here thou shalt be slain. Sir Thopas drew aback full fast, this giant at him stones cast out of a fell staff sling, but fair escaped child Thopas, and all it was through God's grace and through his fair bearing. 17. Yet listen, lordings, to my tale, merrier than the nightingale, for now I will you roan, whisper how Sir Thopas, with sides smale, asterisk small 18 pricking over hill and dale, is come again to town. His merry men commanded he to make him both game and glee. For needs must he fight with a giant with heads 3, for paramour and jollity of one that shone full bright. Asterisk do come, he said, my minstrels summon asterisk and jesters for to tell tales. Storytellers anon in mine arming, of romances that be royals, 19 of popes and of cardinals, and eke of love-longing. They fetched him first the sweet wine, and mead eke in a maceline asterisk drinking bowl and royal spicery. Of maple wood 20 of gingerbread that was full fine, and licorice and eke cummin, with sugar that is refined. He did, next his white lear, asterisk put on asterisk skin of cloth of lake fine and clear, asterisk fine linen a breech and eke a shirt, and next his shirt and hacket an asterisk cassock, and over that an habergeon asterisk coat of mail for piercing of his heart. And over that a fine hauberk asterisk plate armor was all wyrot of Jews' work, magicians, full strong it was of plate, and over that his coat armor asterisk knights surcoat as white as is the lily flower, 21 in which he would fight. His shield was all of gold so red, and therein was a boar's head, a charbuckle beside. Carbuncle 22, and there he swore on ale and bread, how that the giant should be dead, betide whatso betide. His jambo were of cuirbuli, 23 asterisk boots his sword's sheath of ivory. His helm of laton bright, brass his saddle was of rewel 24 bone, his bridle as the sun shone, or as the moonalight. His spear was of fine cypress, that bodeth war, and nothing peace, the head full sharp ground. His steed was all dapple grey, it went an amble in the way full softly and round inland. Lo, lords mine, here is a fit if you will any more of it, to tell it will I fand. Try. The second fit. Now hold your mouth for charity, both knight and lady free, and hearken to my spell. Tale 25 of battle and of chivalry, of ladies' love and drury, asterisk gallantry, anon I will you tell. Men speak of romances of price worth, esteem of horn child, and of ipodes of Bevis and Sir Guy, 26 of Sir Libucks, 27 and Plaindammer. But Sir Thopas, he bears the flower of royal chivalry. His good steed he all bestrode, and forth upon his way he glode, shone as sparkle out of brand. Torch upon his crest he bare a tower, and therein sticked a lily flower. 28 God shield his course from shand. Asterisk body asterisk harm. And for he was a knight antress, adventurous he would asleep in none house, but liggen in his hood. Lie his bright helm was his wanger, asterisk pillow 29, and by him baited his distray asterisk fed asterisk horse, 30 of herbs fine and good. Himself drank water of the well, as did the knight Sir Percival, 31 so worthy under weed, till on a day. Chaucer's Tale of Melibœus. The Prologue. No more of this for God's dignity, quoth Are Host, for thou makest me so weary of thy very lewdness, asterisk stupidity, ignorance one that, all so wistly God my soul bless, asterisk surely mine ears ache for thy draughty asterisk speech. Worthless too now such a rhyme the devil I be tech, asterisk commend to this may well be rhyme doggerel, quoth he. Why so? Quoth I, why wilt thou let me asterisk prevent more of my tale than any other man, since that it is the best rhyme that I can? No, by God. Quoth he, for, plainly at one word, thy draughty rhyming is not worth a tord, thou dost not else but dispendest asterisk time. Wastest, sir, at one word, thou shalt no longer rhyme. Let's see whether thou canst tell in aught in jest, asterisk by way of or tell in prose somewhat, at the least, narrative asterisk in which there be some mirth or some doctrine. Gladly, quoth I, by God's sweet pine, asterisk suffering I will you tell a little thing in prose, that ought like you, as I suppose, asterisk please or else certes ye be too dangerous. Fastidious it is a moral tale virtuous, albeit told sometimes in sundry wise, although it be asterisk by sundry folk, as I shall you devise. As thus ye wot that every evangelist, that telleth us the pain of Jesus Christ, passion he saith not all thing as his fellow doth, but nathless their sentence is all soth, true and all accordant as in their sentence, meaning all be there in their telling difference, for some of them say more, and some say less, when they his piteous passion express. I mean of Mark and Matthew, Luke and John, but doubtless their sentence is all one. Therefore, lordings all, I you beseech, if that ye think I vary in my speech, as thus, though that I tell some deal more of proverbs, than ye have heard before comprehended in this little treatise here, enforce with the effect of my matter, with which too and though I not the same words say enforce asterisk as ye have heard, yet to you all I pray blame me not. For as in my sentence shall ye nowhere find no difference from the sentence of thilke asterisk treatise light, asterisk this little after the which this merry tale I write, and therefore hearken to what I shall say, and let me tell in all my tale, I pray. Notes to the Prologue to Chaucer's Tale of Melibœus. 1. Chaucer crowns the satire on the Romanticists by making the very landlord of the Tabard cry out in indignant disgust against the stuff which he had heard recited. The good host ascribing to sheer ignorance the string of pompous platitudes and prosaic details which Chaucer had uttered. Too draughty, worthless, vile, no better than draught or dregs, from the Anglo-Saxon, driffen to drive away, expel. The tale 1. A young man called Melibœus, mighty and rich, begat upon his wife, that called was Prudence, a daughter which that called was Sophia. Upon a day befell, that he for his disport went into the fields him to play. His wife and eke his daughter hath he left within his house, of which the doors were fast shut. 3 of his old foes have it espied, and set ladders to the walls of his house, and by the windows be entered, and beaten his wife, and wounded his daughter with 5 mortal wounds in 5 sundry places. That is to say, in her feet, in her hands, in her ears, in her nose, and in her mouth, and left her for dead, and went away. When Melibœus returned was into his house, and saw all this mischief, he, like a man mad, rending his clothes, gan weep and cry. Prudence his wife, as far forth as she durst, besought him of his weeping for to stint. But not for thee, he gan to weep and cry ever longer the more. This noble wife Prudence remembered her upon the sentence of Ovid, in his book that called is the Remedy of Love, 2 where he saith, he is a fool that disturbeth the mother to weep in the death of her child, till she have wept her fill, as for a certain time. And then shall a man do his diligence with amiable words her to recomfort and pray her of her weeping for to stint. For which reason this noble wife Prudence suffered her husband for to weep and cry, as for a certain space. And when she saw her time, she said to him in this wise, Alas, my lord, quoth she, why make ye yourself for to be like a fool? Forsooth it appertaineth not to a wise man to make such a sorrow. Your daughter, with the grace of God, shall warish and escape. And all were it so that she right now were dead, ye ought not for her death yourself to destroy. Seneca saith, The wise man shall not take too great discomfort for the death of his children, but certes he should suffer it in patience, as well as he abideth the death of his own proper person. Melibœus answered anon and said, What man, quoth he, should of his weeping stint that hath so great a cause to weep? Jesus Christ, our Lord, himself wept for the death of Lazarus his friend. Prudence answered, Certes, well I wot, a tempered weeping is nothing defended to him that sorrowful is among folk in sorrow, but it is rather granted him to weep. The Apostle Paul unto the Romans writeth, Man shall rejoice with them that make joy, and weep with such folk as weep. But though temperate weeping be granted, outrageous weeping, certes, is defended. Measure of weeping should be conserved, after the lore that teacheth us Seneca. When that thy friend is dead, quoth he, let not thine eyes too moist be of tears, nor too much dry. Although the tears come to thine eyes, let them not fall. And when thou hast forgone thy friend, do diligence to get again another friend. And this is more wisdom than to weep for thy friend which that thou hast lorn, for therein is no boot. And therefore, if he govern you by sapience, put away sorrow out of your heart. Remember you that Jesus Sirach saith, A man that is joyous and glad in heart, it him conserveth flourishing in his age, but soothly a sorrowful heart maketh his bones dry. He said eke thus, that sorrow in heart slayeth full many a man. Solomon saith, that right as moths in the sheep's fleece annoy to the clothes, and the small worms to the tree, right so annoyeth sorrow to the heart of man. Wherefore us ought as well in the death of our children, as in the loss of our goods temporal, have patience. Remember you upon the patient Job, when he had lost his children and his temporal substance, and in his body endured and received full many a grievous tribulation, yet said he thus, Our Lord hath given it to me, our Lord hath bereft it me, right as our Lord would, right so be it done, blessed be the name of our Lord. To these foresaid things answered Melibœus unto his wife Prudence, All thy words, quoth he, be true, and thereto profitable, but truly mine heart is troubled with this sorrow so grievously, that I know not what to do. Let call, quoth Prudence, thy true friends all, and thy lineage, which be wise, and tell to them your case, and hearken what they say in counselling, and govern you after their sentence. Solomon saith, Work all things by counsel, and thou shalt never repent. Then, by counsel of his wife Prudence, this Melibœus let call a great congregation of folk, as surgeons, physicians, old folk and young, and some of his old enemies reconciled, as by their semblance to his love and to his grace. And therewithal there come some of his neighbors, that did him reverence more for dread than for love, as happeneth oft. There come also full many subtle flatterers, and wise advocates learned in the law. And when these folk together assembled were, this Melibœus in sorrowful wise showed them his case, and by the manner of his speech it seemed that in heart he bare a cruel ire, ready to do vengeance upon his foes, and suddenly desired that the war should begin, but nevertheless yet asked he their counsel in this matter. A surgeon, by license and assent of such as were wise, uprose, and to Melibœus said as ye may hear. Sir, quoth he, as to us surgeons appertaineth, that we do to every wight the best that we can, whereas we be withholden, and to our patient that we do no damage. Wherefore it happeneth many a time and oft, that when two men have wounded each other, one same surgeon healeth them both. Wherefore unto our art it is not pertinent to nurse war, nor parties to support. But certes, as to the warishing of your daughter, albeit so that perilously she be wounded, we shall do so attentive business from day to night, that, with the grace of God, she shall be whole and sound, as soon as is possible. Almost right in the same wise the physicians answered, save that they said a few words more. That right as maladies be cured by their contraries, right so shall man warish war by peace. His neighbors full of envy, his feigned friends that seemed reconciled, and his flatterers made semblance of weeping, and impaired and aggragged much of this matter, in praising greatly Melibœus of might, of power, of riches, and of friends, despising the power of his adversaries. And said utterly, that he anon should wreak him on his foes, and begin war. Uprose then an advocate that was wise, by leave and by counsel of other that were wise, and said, Lordings, the need for which we be assembled in this place is a full heavy thing, and an high matter, because of the wrong and of the wickedness that hath been done, and eke by reason of the great damages that in time coming be possible to fall for the same cause, and eke by reason of the great riches and power of the parties both. For which reasons, it were a full great peril to err in this matter. Wherefore, Melibœus, this is our sentence. We counsel you, above all things, that right anon thou do thy diligence in keeping of thy body, in such a wise that thou want no espy nor watch thy body to save. And after that, we counsel that in thine house thou set sufficient garrison, so that they may as well thy body as thy house defend. But, certes, to move war or suddenly to do vengeance, we may not deem in so little time that it were profitable. Wherefore we ask leisure and space to have deliberation in this case to deem, for the common proverb saith thus, He that soon deemeth soon shall repent. And eke men say, that judge is wise, that soon understandeth a matter, and judge it by leisure. For albeit so that all tarrying be annoying, algates it is no reproof in giving of judgment, nor in vengeance taking, when it is sufficient and reasonable. And that showed our Lord Jesus Christ by example. For when that the woman that was taken in adultery was brought in his presence to know what should be done with her person, albeit that he wist well himself what he would answer, yet would he not answer suddenly, but he would have deliberation, and in the ground he wrote twice. And by these causes we ask deliberation, and we shall then by the grace of God counsel the thing that shall be profitable. Up started then the young folk anon at once, and the most part of that company have scorned these old wise men and begun to make noise, and said, Right as well that iron as hot men should smite, right so men should wreak their wrongs while that they be fresh and new. And with loud voice they cried, War, war! Up rose then one of these old wise, and with his hand made countenance that men should hold them still, and give him audience. Lordings, quoth he, there is full many a man that crieth, War, war! That wot full little what war amounteth. War at his beginning hath so great an entering and so large, that every wight may enter when him liketh, and lightly find war. But certes what end shall fall thereof it is not light to know. For soothly when war is once begun, there is full many a child unborn of his mother, that shall sterve young by cause of that war, or else live in sorrow and die in wretchedness. And therefore, ere that any war be begun, men must have great counsel and great deliberation. And when this old man weened to enforce his tale by reasons, well nigh all at once began they to rise for to break his tale, and bid him full oft his words abridge. For sooly he that preacheth to them that list not hear his words, his sermon them annoyeth. For Jesus Sirach saith, that music and weeping is a noyous thing. This is to say, as much availeth to speak before folk to whom his speech annoyeth, as to sing before him that weepeth. And when this wise man saw that him wanted audience, all shamefast he sat him down again. For Solomon saith, Whereas thou mayest have no audience, and force thee not to speak. I see well, quoth this wise man, that the common proverb is sooth, that good counsel wanteth, when it is most need. Yet had this Melibœus in his counsel many folk, that privily in his ear counselled him certain thing, and counselled him the contrary in general audience. When Melibœus had heard that the greatest part of his counsel were accorded that he should make war, anon he consented to their counselling, and fully affirmed their sentence. Dame Prudence, seeing her husband's resolution thus taken, in full humble wise, when she saw her time, begins to counsel him against war, by a warning against haste in requital of either good or evil. Melibœus tells her that he will not work by her counsel, because he should be held a fool if he rejected for her advice the opinion of so many wise men, because all women are bad, because it would seem that he had given her the mastery over him, and because she could not keep his secret, if he resolved to follow her advice. To these reasons Prudence answers that it is no folly to change counsel when things, or men's judgments of them, change, especially to alter a resolution taken on the impulse of a great multitude of folk, where every man crieth and clattereth what him liketh. That if all women had been wicked, Jesus Christ would never have descended to be born of a woman, nor have showed himself first to a woman after his resurrection, and that when Solomon said he had found no good woman, he meant that God alone was supremely good. 3. That her husband would not seem to give her the mastery by following her counsel, for he had his own free choice in following or rejecting it, and that he knew well and had often tested her great silence, patience, and secrecy. And whereas he had quoted a saying, that in wicked counsel women vanquish men, She reminds him that she would counsel him against doing a wickedness on which he had set his mind, and cites instances to show that many women have been, and yet are full good, and their counsel wholesome and profitable. Lastly, she quotes the words of God himself, when he was about to make woman as an helpmeet for man, and promises that, if her husband will trust her counsel, she will restore to him his daughter whole and sound, and make him have honor in this case. Melibœus answers that because of his wife's sweet words, and also because he has proved and assayed her great wisdom and her great truth, he will govern him by her counsel in all things. Thus encouraged, Prudence enters on a long discourse, full of learned citations, regarding the manner in which counselors should be chosen and consulted, and the times and reasons for changing a counsel. First, God must be besought for guidance. Then a man must well examine his own thoughts, of such things as he holds to be best for his own profit, driving out of his heart anger, covetousness, and hastiness, which perturb and pervert the judgment. Then he must keep his counsel secret, unless confiding it to another shall be more profitable. But in so confiding it, he shall say nothing to bias the mind of the counselor toward flattery or subserviency. After that, he should consider his friends and his enemies, choosing of the former such as be most faithful and wise, and eldest and most approved in counseling, and even of these only a few. Then he must eschew the counseling of fools, of flatterers, of his old enemies that be reconciled, of servants who bear him great reverence and fear, of folk that be drunken and can hide no counsel, of such as counsel one thing privily and the contrary openly, and of young folk, for their counseling is not ripe. Then, in examining his counsel, he must truly tell his tale. He must consider whether the thing he proposes to do be reasonable, within his power, and acceptable to the more part and the better part of his counselors. He must look at the things that may follow from that counseling, choosing the best and waiving all besides. He must consider the root whence the matter of his counsel is engendered, what fruits it may bear, and from what causes they be sprung. And having thus examined his counsel and approved it by many wise folk and old, he shall consider if he may perform it and make of it a good end. If he be in doubt, he shall choose rather to suffer than to begin. But otherwise he shall prosecute his resolution steadfastly till the enterprise be at an end. As to changing his counsel, a man may do so without reproach if the cause cease, or when a new case betides, or if he find that by error or otherwise harm or damage may result, or if his counsel be dishonest or come of dishonest cause, or if it be impossible or may not properly be kept. And he must take it for a general rule that every counsel which is affirmed so strongly, that it may not be changed for any condition that may betide, that counsel is wicked. Melibœus, admitting that his wife had spoken well and suitably as to counselors and counsel in general, prays her to tell him in especial what she thinks of the counselors whom they have chosen in their present need. Prudence replies that his counsel in this case could not properly be called a counseling, but a movement of folly, and points out that he has erred in sundry wise against the rules which he had just laid down. Granting that he has erred, Melibœus says that he is all ready to change his counsel, right as she will devise. For, as the proverb runs, to do sin is human, but to persevere long in sin is work of the devil. Prudence then minutely recites, analyses, and criticizes the counsel given to her husband in the assembly of his friends. She commends the advice of the physicians and surgeons, and urges that they should be well rewarded for their noble speech and their services in healing Sophia. And she asks Melibœus how he understands their proposition that one contrary must be cured by another contrary. Melibœus answers that he should do vengeance on his enemies who had done him wrong. Prudence, however, insists that vengeance is not the contrary of vengeance, nor wrong of wrong, but the like, and that wickedness should be healed by goodness, discord by accord, war by peace. She proceeds to deal with the counsel of the lawyers and wise folk that advised Melibœus to take prudent measures for the security of his body and of his house. First, she would have her husband pray for the protection and aid of Christ, then commit the keeping of his person to his true friends, then suspect and avoid all strange folk, and liars, and such people as she had already warned him against. Then beware of presuming on his strength, or the weakness of his adversary, and neglecting to guard his person, for every wise man dreadeth his enemy. Then he should evermore be on the watch against ambush and all espial, even in what seems a place of safety. Though he should not be so cowardly, as to fear where is no cause for dread. Yet he should dread to be poisoned, and therefore shun scorners and fly their words as venom. As to the fortification of his house, she points out that towers and great edifices are costly and laborious, yet useless unless defended by true friends that be old and wise. And the greatest and strongest garrison that a rich man may have, as well to keep his person as his goods, is that he be beloved by his subjects and by his neighbors. Warmly approving the counsel that in all this business Melibœus should proceed with great diligence and deliberation, Prudence goes on to examine the advice given by his neighbors that do him reverence without love, his old enemies reconciled, his flatterers that counseled him certain things, privily and openly counseled him the contrary, and the young folk that counseled him to avenge himself and make war at once. She reminds him that he stands alone against 3 powerful enemies, whose kindred are numerous and close, while his are fewer and remote in relationship, that only the judge who has jurisdiction in a case may take sudden vengeance on any man, that her husband's power does not accord with his desire, and that, if he did take vengeance, it would only breed fresh wrongs and contests. As to the causes of the wrong done to him, she holds that God, the causer of all things, has permitted him to suffer because he has drunk so much honey of sweet temporal riches, and delights and honors of this world that he is drunken, and has forgotten Jesus Christ his Savior. The 3 enemies of mankind, the flesh, the fiend, and the world, have entered his heart by the windows of his body, and wounded his soul in 5 places. That is to say, the deadly sins that have entered into his heart by the 5 senses. And in the same manner Christ has suffered his 3 enemies to enter his house by the windows, and wound his daughter in the 5 places before specified. Melibœus demurs that if his wife's objections prevailed, vengeance would never be taken, and thence great mischiefs would arise. But Prudence replies that the taking of vengeance lies with the judges, to whom the private individual must have recourse. Melibœus declares that such vengeance does not please him, and that, as fortune has nourished and helped him from his childhood, he will now essay her, trusting, with God's help, that she will aid him to avenge his shame. Prudence warns him against trusting to fortune, all the less because she has hitherto favored him, for just on that account she is the more likely to fail him. And she calls on him to leave his vengeance with the sovereign judge, that avengeth all villainies and wrongs. Melibœus argues that if he refrains from taking vengeance, he will invite his enemies to do him further wrong, and he will be put and held over low. But Prudence contends that such a result can be brought about only by the neglect of the judges, not by the patience of the individual. Supposing that he had leave to avenge himself, she repeats that he is not strong enough, and quotes the common saw, that it is madness for a man to strive with a stronger than himself, peril to strive with one of equal strength, and folly to strive with a weaker. But considering his own defaults and demerits, remembering the patience of Christ and the undeserved tribulations of the saints, the brevity of this life with all its trouble and sorrow, the discredit thrown on the wisdom and training of a man who cannot bear wrong with patience, he should refrain wholly from taking vengeance. Melibœus submits that he is not at all a perfect man, and his heart will never be at peace until he is avenged, and that as his enemies disregarded the peril when they attacked him, so he might, without reproach, incur some peril in attacking them in return even though he did a great excess in avenging one wrong by another. Prudence strongly deprecates all outrage or excess, but Melibœus insists that he cannot see that it might greatly harm him though he took a vengeance, for he is richer and mightier than his enemies, and all things obey money. Prudence thereupon launches into a long dissertation on the advantages of riches, the evils of poverty, the means by which wealth should be gathered, and the manner in which it should be used, and concludes by counseling her husband not to move war and battle through trust in his riches, for they suffice not to maintain war, the battle is not always to the strong or the numerous, and the perils of conflict are many. Melibœus then curtly asks her for her counsel how he shall do in this need, and she answers that certainly she counsels him to agree with his adversaries and have peace with them. Melibœus on this cries out that plainly she loves not his honor or his worship, in counseling him to go and humble himself before his enemies, crying mercy to them that, having done him so grievous wrong, ask him not to be reconciled. Then Prudence, making semblance of wrath, retorts that she loves his honor and profit as she loves her own, and ever has done. She cites the scriptures in support of her counsel to seek peace, and says she will leave him to his own courses, for she knows well he is so stubborn that he will do nothing for her. Melibœus then relents, admits that he is angry and cannot judge aright, and puts himself wholly in her hands, promising to do just as she desires, and admitting that he is the more held to love and praise her, if she reproves him of his folly. Then Dame Prudence discovered all her counsel and her will unto him, and said, I counsel you, quoth she, above all things that ye make peace between God and you, and be reconciled unto him and to his grace. For, as I have said to you herebefore, God hath suffered you to have this tribulation and disease for your sins. And if ye do as I say you, God will send your adversaries unto you, and make them fall at your feet, ready to do your will and your commandment. For Solomon saith, when the condition of man is pleasant and liking to God, he changeth the hearts of the man's adversaries, and constraineth them to beseech him of peace of grace. And I pray you let me speak with your adversaries in privy place, for they shall not know it is by your will or your assent. And then, when I know their will and their intent, I may counsel you the more surely. Dame, quoth Melibœus, do your will and your liking, for I put me wholly in your disposition and ordinance. Then Dame Prudence, when she saw the good will of her husband, deliberated and took advice in herself, thinking how she might bring this need unto a good end. And when she saw her time, she sent for these adversaries to come into her into a privy place, and showed wisely into them the great goods that come of peace, and the great harms and perils that be in war. And said to them, in goodly manner, how that they ought have great repentance of the injuries and wrongs that they had done to Melibœus her lord, and unto her and her daughter. And when they heard the goodly words of Dame Prudence, then they were surprised and ravished, and had so great joy of her, that wonder was to tell. Ah, lady, quoth they, ye have showed unto us the blessing of sweetness, after the saying of David the prophet, for the reconciling which we be not worthy to have in no manner, but we ought require it with great contrition and humility, ye of your great goodness have presented unto us. Now see we well, that the science and conning of Solomon is full true. For he saith that sweet words multiply and increase friends, and make shrews to be debonair and meek. Certes we put our deed, and all our matter and cause, all wholly in your good will, and be ready to obey unto the speech and commandment of my lord Melibœus. And therefore, dear and benign lady, we pray you and beseech you as meekly as we can and may, that it like unto your great goodness to fulfill indeed your goodly words. For we consider and acknowledge that we have offended and grieved my lord Melibœus out of measure, so far forth that we be not of power to make him amends. And therefore we oblige and bind us and our friends to do all his will and his commandment. But peradventure he hath such heaviness and such wrath to usward, because of our offense, that he will enjoin us such a pain as we may not bear nor sustain. And therefore, noble lady, we beseech to your womanly pity to take such advisement in this need, that we, nor our friends, be not disinherited and destroyed through our folly. Certes, quoth Prudence, it is an hard thing and right perilous that a man put him all utterly in the arbitration and judgment and in the might and power of his enemy. For Solomon saith, believe me, and give credence to that I shall say, to thy son, to thy wife, to thy friend, nor to thy brother, give thou never might nor mastery over thy body while thou livest. Now, since he defendeth that a man should not give to his brother, nor to his friend, the might of his body, by a stronger reason he defendeth and forbiddeth a man to give himself to his enemy. And nevertheless, I counsel you that ye mistrust not my lord. For I wot well and know verily, that he is debonair and meek, large, courteous, and nothing desirous nor envious of good nor riches. For there is nothing in this world that he desireth save only worship and honor. Furthermore, I know well, and am right sure, that he shall nothing do in this need without counsel of me. And I shall so work in this case, that by the grace of our Lord God ye shall be reconciled unto us. Then said they with one voice, Worshipful lady, we put us and our goods all fully in your will and disposition, and be ready to come, what day that it like unto your nobleness to limit us or assign us, for to make our obligation and bond as strong as it liketh unto your goodness, that we may fulfill the will of you and of my lord Melibœus. When Dame Prudence had heard the answer of these men, she bade them go again privily, and she returned to her lord Melibœus, and told him how she found his adversaries full repentant, acknowledging full lowly their sins and trespasses, and how they were ready to suffer all pain, requiring and praying him of mercy and pity. Then said Melibœus, He is well worthy to have pardon and forgiveness of his sin, that excuseth not his sin, but acknowledge it and repenteth him, asking indulgence. For Seneca saith, There is the remission and forgiveness where the confession is, for confession is neighbor to innocence. And therefore I assent and confirm me to have peace, but it is good that we do not without the assent and will of our friends. Then was Prudence right glad and joyful, and said, Certes, sir, ye be well and goodly advised. For right as by the counsel, assent, and help of your friends ye have been stirred to avenge you and make war, right so without their counsel shall ye not accord you, nor have peace with your adversaries. For the law saith, There is nothing so good by way of kind, as a thing to be unbound by him that it was bound. And then Dame Prudence, without delay or tarrying, sent anon her messengers for their kin and for their old friends, which were true and wise, and told them by order, in the presence of Melibœus, all this matter, as it is above expressed and declared, and prayed them that they would give their advice and counsel what were best to do in this need. And when Melibœus' friends had taken their advice and deliberation of the foresaid matter, and had examined it by great business and great diligence, they gave full counsel for to have peace and rest, and that Melibœus should with good heart receive his adversaries to forgiveness and mercy. And when Dame Prudence had heard the assent of her lord Melibœus, and the counsel of his friends, accord with her will and her intention, she was wondrous glad in her heart, and said, There is an old proverb that saith, The goodness that thou mayest do this day, do it, and abide not nor delay it not till tomorrow. And therefore I counsel you that ye send your messengers, such as be discreet and wise, unto your adversaries, telling them on your behalf, that if they will treat of peace and of accord, that they shape them, without delay or tarrying, to come unto us. Which thing performed was indeed. And when these trespassers and repenting folk of their follies, that is to say, the adversaries of Melibœus, had heard what these messengers said unto them, they were right glad and joyful, and answered full meekly and benignly, yielding graces and thanks to their lord Melibœus, and to all his company, and shaped them without delay to go with the messengers, and obey to the commandment of their lord Melibœus. And right anon they took their way to the court of Melibœus, and took with them some of their true friends, to make faith for them, and for to be their barrows. And when they were come to the presence of Melibœus, he said to them these words, It stands thus, quoth Melibœus, and sooth it is, that ye causeless and without skill and reason, have done great injuries and wrongs to me, and to my wife Prudence, and to my daughter also. For ye have entered into my house by violence, and have done such outrage, that all men know well that ye have deserved the death. And therefore will I know and weet of you, whether ye will put the punishing and chastising, and the vengeance of this outrage, in the will of me and of my wife, or ye will not. Then the wisest of them three answered for them all, and said, Sir, quoth he, we know well that we be unworthy to come to the court of so great a lord and so worthy as ye be, for we have so greatly mistaken us, and have offended and aggled in such wise against your high lordship, that truly we have deserved the death. But yet for the great goodness and debonair that all the world witnesseth of your person, we submit us to the excellence and benignity of your gracious lordship, and be ready to obey to all your commandments, beseeching you, that of your merciable pity ye will consider our great repentance and low submission, and grant us forgiveness of our outrageous trespass and offense. For well we know that your liberal grace and mercy stretch them farther into goodness, than do our outrageous guilt and trespass into wickedness. Albeit that cursedly and damnably we have incurred guilt against your high lordship. Then Melibœus took them up from the ground full benignly, and received their obligations and their bonds, by their oaths upon their pledges and borrows, and assigned them a certain day to return unto his court for to receive and accept sentence and judgment, that Melibœus would command to be done on them, by the causes aforesaid. Which things ordained, every man returned home to his house. And when that Dame Prudence saw her time, she freined and asked her lord Melibœus what vengeance he thought to take of his adversaries. To which Melibœus answered and said, Certes, quoth he, I think and purpose me fully to disinherit them of all that ever they have, and for to put them in exile for evermore. Certes, quoth Dame Prudence, this were a cruel sentence, and much against reason. For ye be rich enough, and have no need of other men's goods, and ye might lightly in this wise get you a covetous name, which is a vicious thing, and ought to be eschewed of every good man. For, after the saying of the Apostle, covetousness is root of all harms. And therefore it were better for you to lose much good of your own, than for to take of their good in this manner. For better it is to lose good with worship, than to win good with villainy and shame. And every man ought to do his diligence and his business to get him a good name. And yet shall he not only busy him in keeping his good name, but he shall also enforce him alway to do something by which he may renew his good name. For it is written, that the old good lows of a man is soon gone and past, when it is not renewed. And as touching that ye say, that ye will exile your adversaries, that thinketh ye much against reason, and out of measure, considered the power that they have given you upon themselves. And it is written, that he is worthy to lose his privilege, that misuseth the might and the power that is given him. And I set case ye might enjoin them that pain by right and by law, which I trow ye may not do. I say, ye might not put it to execution peradventure, and then it were like to return to the war as it was before. And therefore, if ye will that men do you obeisance, ye must deem more courteously, that is to say, ye must give more easy sentences and judgments. For it is written, he that most courteously commandeth, to him men most obey. And therefore I pray you, that in this necessity and in this need ye cast you to overcome your heart. For Seneca saith, that he that overcometh his heart, overcometh twice. And Tullius saith, there is nothing so commendable in a great lord, as when he is debonair and meek, and appeaseth him lightly. And I pray you, that ye will now forbear to do vengeance in such a manner, that your good name may be kept and conserved, and that men may have cause and matter to praise you of pity and of mercy, and that ye have no cause to repent you of thing that ye do. For Seneca saith, he overcometh in an evil manner, that repenteth him of his victory. Wherefore I pray you let mercy be in your heart, to the effect and intent that God Almighty have mercy upon you in his last judgment. For St. James saith in his epistle, judgment without mercy shall be done to him, that hath no mercy of another wight. When Melibœus had heard the great skills and reasons of Dame Prudence, and her wise information and teaching, his heart gan incline to the will of his wife, considering her true intent, he conformed him anon and assented fully to work after her counsel, and thanked God, of whom proceedeth all goodness and all virtue, that him sent a wife of so great discretion. And when the day came that his adversaries should appear in his presence, he spake to them full goodly, and said in this wise, albeit so, that of your pride and high presumption and folly, and of your negligence and unconning, ye have misborne you, and trespassed unto me, yet forasmuch as I see and behold your great humility, and that ye be sorry and repentant of your guilts, it constraineth me to do you grace and mercy. Wherefore I receive you into my grace, and forgive you utterly all the offenses, injuries, and wrongs that ye have done against me and mine, to this effect and to this end, that God of his endless mercy will at the time of our dying forgive us our guilts, that we have trespassed to him in this wretched world. For doubtless, if we be sorry and repentant of the sins and guilts which we have trespassed in the sight of our Lord God, he is so free and so merciable, that he will forgive us our guilts, and bring us to the bliss that never hath end. Amen. The Monk's Tale. The Prologue. When ended was my tale of Melibœus, and of Prudence and her benignity our host said, as I am faithful man, and by the precious Corpus Madrian, one eye had lever than a barrel of ale, rather that good lief my wife had heard this tale. Dear, for she is no thing of such patience as was this Melibœus, wife Prudence, by God's bones. When I beat my knaves, she bringeth me the great clubbed staves, and crieth, slay the dogges every one, and break of them both back and every bone. And if that any neighbour of mine will not in church unto my wife incline, or be so hardy to her to trespass, offend when she comes home she rampeth in my face, springs and crieth, false coward, wreak thy wife avenge by Corpus Domini, I will have thy knife, and thou shalt have my distaff, and go spin. From day till night right thus she will begin. Alas, she saith, that ever I was shape asterisk destined to wed a milksop, or a coward ape, that will be overlad with every wight. Imposed on thou darest, not stand by thy wife's right. This is my life, but if asterisk that I will fight. Unless and out at door anon I must me dight, asterisk betake myself, or else I am lost, but if that I be like a wilde lion, foolhardy. I wot well she will do me slay some day, make some neighbour, and then go my way, take to flight, for I am perilous with knife in hand, albeit that I dare not her withstand, for she is big in arms, by my faith, that shall he find that her misdoth or saith. 2. But let us pass away from this matter. My lord the monk, quoth he, be merry of cheer, for ye shall tell a tale truly. Lo, Rochester stands here fast by. Ride forth, mine owen lord, break not our game. But by my troth I cannot tell your name. Whether shall I call you my lord Dan John, or Dan Thomas, or else Dan Albin? Of what house be ye? By your father's kin I vow to God, thou hast a full fair skin. It is a gentle pasture where thou goest he. Thou art not like a pennant or a ghost. Penitent upon my faith thou art some officer, some worthy sexton, or some cellarer. For by my father's soul, asterisk as to my dome, in my judgment asterisk thou art a master when thou art at home, no poor cloisterer, nor no novice, but a governor, both wily and wise, and therewithal of bronze and of bones, sinews a right well-faring person for the nonce. I pray to God give him confusion that first thee brought into religion. Thou wouldst he have been a treadfowl aright. Cock hadst thou as great leave, as thou hast might, to perform all thy lust in engendrier asterisk generation, begetting thou hadst begotten many a creature. Alas, why wearest thou so wide a cope? 3 God give me sorrow, but an I were pope, if not only thou, but every mighty man, though he were shorn full high upon his pan asterisk 4 crowns should have a wife, for all this world is lorn. Undone, ruined religion hath ta'en up all the corn of treading, and we boral men be shrimps. Lay of feeble trees there come wretched imps. Shoots 5 this maketh that our heirs be so slender and feeble, that they may not well engender. This maketh that our wives will assay religious folk, for they may better pay of Venus payments than may we, God wot, no Lushaburg 6 pay ye. But be not wroth, my lord, though that I play, full often game a sooth have I heard say. This worthy monk took all in patience, and said, I will do all my diligence, as far as asterisk soundeth unto honesty, agrees with good manners to tell you a tale, or 2 or 3. And if you list to hearken hitherward, I will you say the life of Saint Edward, or else first tragedies I will tell, of which I have 100 in my cell. Tragedy is to say asterisk a certain story, means asterisk as oldie books maken us memory of him that stood in great prosperity, and is why fallen out of high degree in misery, and endeth wretchedly. And they be versified commonly of 6 feet, which men call hexametron. In prose eke be indited many a one, also an eke in meter in many a sundry wise. Lo, this declaring ought enough suffice. Now hearken, if ye like for to hear. But first I you beseech in this matter, though I by order tell not these things, be it of popes, emperors, or kings after their ages, as men written find, in chronological order but tell them some before and some behind, as it now cometh to my remembrance. Have me excused of mine ignorance. Notes to the Prologue to the Monk's Tale. 1. The Corpus Madrian, the body of Saint Maternus of Treves. 2. That her misdoth or saith, that does or says anything to offend her. 3. Cope, an ecclesiastical vestment covering all the body like a cloak. 4. Though he were shorn full high upon his pan, though he were tongured, as the clergy are. 5. Imps, shoots, branches from Anglo-Saxon, impian, German, impfen, to implant, engraft. The word is now used in a very restricted sense, to signify the progeny, children of the devil. 6. Lushaburgs, base or counterfeit coins, so called because struck at Luxembourg. A great importation of them took place during the reigns of the earlier Edwards, and they caused much annoyance and complaint, till in 1351 it was declared treason to bring them into the country. The tale, 1. I will bewail, in manner of tragedy, the harm of them that stood in high degree and fell so, that there was no remedy to bring them out of their adversity. For, certain, when that fortune list to flee, there may no man the course of her wheel hold. Let no man trust in blind prosperity, beware by these examples true and old. At Lucifer, though he an angel were, and not a man, at him I will begin. For though fortune may no angel dare, asterisk hurt from high degree yet fell he for his sin down into hell, whereas he yet is in. O Lucifer! Brightest of angels all, now art thou Satanas, that mayst he not twin asterisk depart out of the misery in which thou art fall. Lo Adam, in the field of Damascene too with God's own finger wrought was he, and not begotten of man's sperm unclean, and dwelt all paradise saving one tree. Commanded had never worldly man so high degree as Adam, till he for misgovernance misbehavior was driven out of his prosperity to labor, and to hell, and to mischance. Lo Samson, which that was enunciate by the angel, long ere his nativity. 3 and was to God Almighty consecrate, and stood in noblesse while that he might see, was never such another as was he, to speak of strength, and thereto hardiness. Asterisk courage, but to his wives told he his secre, through which he slew himself for wretchedness. Samson, this noble and mighty champion without weapon, save his hands tway, he slew and all to rent the lion, tore to pieces toward his wedding walking by the way. His false wife could him so please, and pray till she his counsel knew. And she, untrue unto his foes, his counsel gan bewray, and him forsook, and took another new. 300 foxes Samson took for ire, and all their tails he together band, and set the foxes' tails all on fire, for he in every tail had knit a brand, and they burnt all the combs of that lend, and all their olivers and vines eke. Olive trees for 1,000 men he slew eke with his hand, and had no weapon but an ass's cheek. When they were slain, so thirsted him that he was asterisk well nigh lorn, for which he gan to pray near to perishing that God would on his pain have some pity, and send him drink, or else must he die. And of this ass's cheek, that was so dry, out of a wang tooth asterisk sprang on a well cheek tooth of which he drank enough shortly to say, thus helped him God, as Judicum 5 can tell. By very force at Gaza on a night, maugre the Philistines of that city, in spite of the gates of the town he hath up plight, asterisk plucked, wrenched, and on his back why carried them hath he high on an hill, where as men might them see. O noble mighty Samson, lief and dear, asterisk loved hadst thou not told to women thy secre, in all this world there had not been thy peer. This Samson never cider drank nor wine, nor on his head came razor none nor shear. By precept of the messenger divine, for all his strengths in his hairs were, and fully 20 winters, year by year, he had of Israel the governance. But soon shall he weep many a tear, for women shall him bringe to mischance. Unto his leman Dalila he told, mistress that in his hairs all his strength lay, and falsely to his foemen she him sold, and sleeping in her barm upon a day lap she made to clip or shear his hair away, and made his foemen all his craft espien. And when they found him in this array, they bound him fast, and put out both his eyne. But ere his hair was clipped or shave, there was no bond with which men might him bind, but now is he in prison in a cave, where as they made him at the quern asterisk grind. Mill 6 O noble Samson, strongest of mankind, O whilom judge in glory and riches, now mayst thou weep with thine eyne blind, since thou from weal art fallen to wretchedness. Th end of this caitiff was as I shall say, wretched man his foemen made a feast upon a day, and made him as their fool before them play, and this was in a temple of great array. But at the last he made a foul affray, for he 2 pillars shook and made them fall, and down fell temple and all, and there it lay, and slew himself and eke his foemen all. This is to say, the princes every one, and eke 3,000 bodies were there slain with falling of the great temple of stone. Of Samson now will I no more sayn, beware by this example old and plain, that no man tell his counsel to his wife of such thing as he would asterisk have secret fain, asterisk wish to be secret asterisk, if that it touch his limbs or his life. Of Hercules the sovereign conqueror singe his works, land and high renown, for in his time of strength he bare the flower. He slew and reft the skin of the lion, he of the centaurs laid the boast adown. He harpies 7 slew, the cruel birds fell. He golden apples reft from the dragon, he drew out Cerberus the hound of hell. He slew the cruel tyrant Bucerus. 8 and made his horse to fret asterisk him flesh and bone. Devour he slew the fiery serpent venomous of Achelous, 2 horns brake he one, and he slew Cacus in a cave of stone. He slew the giant Antaeus the strong, he slew the grisly boar, and that anon, and bare the heaven upon his neck long. 9. Was never wight, since that the world began, that slew so many monsters as did he throughout the wide world his name ran, what for his strength, and for his high bounty, and every realm he went he for to see, he was so strong that no man might him let, asterisk withstand at both the world's ends, as saith Trophy, 10 instead of bounds he a pillar set. A lemon had this noble champion, that hight Dejanira, fresh as May, and, as these clerks make mention, she hath him sent a shirt fresh and gay, alas. This shirt, alas and well away, envenomed was subtly withal, that ere that he had worn it half a day, it made his flesh all from his bones fall. But nathless some clerks are excuse by one, that hight Nessus, that it maked, be as he may, I will not her accuse, but on his back this shirt he wore all naked, till that his flesh was for the venom blaked. Asterisk blackened, and when he saw none other remedy, in hot coals he hath himself raked, for with no venom deigned he to die. Thus sturf this worthy mighty Hercules. Died low, who may trust on fortune any throw? For a moment asterisk for him that followeth all this world of prease, near 11 ere he beware, is often laid full low. Full wise is he that can himself know, beware, for when that fortune list to glose, then waiteth she her man to overthrow, by such a way as he would least suppose. The mighty throne, the precious treasure, the glorious scepter, and royal majesty, that had the king Nabuchodonosor with tongue unnethes may described be. Scarcely he twice won Jerusalem the city, the vessels of the temple he with him lad. Took away at Babylon was his sovereign seat in which his glory and delight he had. The fairest children of the blood royal of Israel he did do geld anon, asterisk caused to be castrated and maked each of them to be his thrall. Slave Ammonge's others Daniel was one, that was the wisest child of every one, for he the dreams of the king expounded, where in Chaldea clerks was there none that wist to what fine his dreams sounded. And this proud king let make a statue of gold 60 cubits long, and 7 in bread, to which image hath young and old commanded he to lout, and have in dread bow down to, or in a furnace, full of flames red. He should be burnt that woulda not obey, but never would assent to that deed Daniel, nor his young fellows tway. This king of kings proud was and elate. Lofty he weened that God, that sits in majesty, asterisk thought might him not bereave of his estate. But suddenly he lost his dignity, and like a beast he seemed for to be, and ate hay as an ox, and lay thereout in rain, with wilde beasts walked he, till certain time was come about. And like an eagle's feathers waxed his hairs, his nails like a bird's claws were, till God released him at certain years, and gave him wit. And then with many a tear he thanked God, and ever his life in fear was he to do amiss, or more trespass, until that time he laid was on his bier, he knew that God was full of might and grace. His son, which that hight Balthazar, that asterisk held the Rignet after his father's day, possessed the kingdom he by his father coulda not beware, for proud he was of heart and of array, and eke an idolaster was he aye. His high estate assured him in pride, confirmed but fortune cast him down, and there he lay, and suddenly his Rignet gan divide. A feast he made unto his lords all upon a time, and made them blithe be, and then his officers gan he call. Go, bringe forth the vessels, said he, which that my father in his prosperity out of the temple of Jerusalem reft, and to our high gods thanks we of honor, that our elders with us left. Forefathers. His wife, his lords, and his concubines I drank, while their appetites did last, out of these noble vessels sundry wines. And on a wall this king his eyne cast, and saw in hand armless that wrote full fast, for fear of which he quaked and sighed sore. This hand, that Balthazar so sore aghast, asterisk dismayed wrote main, tekel, fairs, and no more. In all that land magician was there none that could expound what this letter meant. But Daniel expounded it anon, and said, O king, God to thy father lent glory and honor, Rignet, treasure, rent, revenue, and he was proud, and nothing God he drad. Asterisk dreaded, and therefore God great wretch asterisk upon him sent, vengeance, and him bereft the Rignet that he had. He was cast out of man's company. With asses was his habitation, and ate hay, as a beast, in wet and dry, till that he knew by grace, and by reason that God of heaven hath domination o'er every Rignet, and every creature. And then had God of him compassion, and him restored his Rignet and his figure. Eke thou, that art his son, art proud also, and knowest all these things verily, and art rebel to God, and art his foe. Thou drankest of his vessels boldly, thy wife eke, and thy wenches sinfully drank of the same vessels sundry wines, and hurried false gods cursedly. Praised therefore to thee Y-shapen full great pine is. Asterisk great punishment is prepared for thee. This hand was sent from God, that on the wall wrote main, tekel, fairs, trust me, thy reign is done. Thou weighest not at all, divided is thy Rignet, and it shall be to Medes and to Persians given, quoth he. And thilke same night this king was slain, and Darius occupied his degree, though he thereto had neither right nor law. Lordings, example hereby may ye take, how that in lordship is no sickerness. Security for when that fortune will a man forsake, she bears away his Rignet and his riches, and eke his friends both more and less, for what man that hath friends through fortune, Mishap will make them enemies, I guess. This proverb is full sooth and full commune. Zenobia of Pommery the queen, 12 as right Persians of her noblesse, so worthy was in arms, and so keen, that no wight passed her in hardiness, nor in lineage, nor other gentleness. Asterisk noble qualities of the king's blood of Perse is she descended. Persia I say not that she had most fairness, but of her shape she might not he amended. From her childhood I find that she fled office of woman, and to woods she went, and many a wilde heart's blood she shed with arrows broad that she against them sent, she was so swift, that she anon them hent. Caught, and when that she was older, she would kill lions, leopards, and bears all to rent, asterisk torn to pieces, and in her arms wield them at her will. She durst the wilde beasts' dens seek, and runnin' in the mountains all the night, and sleep under a bush. And she could eke wrestle by very force and very might with any young man, were he ne'er so white. Asterisk active, nimble there might nothing in her arms stond. She kept her maidenhood from every wight, to no man deigned she for to be bond. But at the last her friends have her married to Odinate, 13 a prince of that country all were it so, that she them lunge tarried, and ye shall understand how that he had such fantasies as had she, but nathless when they were knit in fear. Asterisk together they lived in joy, and in felicity for each of them had other lief and dear. Loved. Save one thing that she never would assent, by no way that he should by her lie but once, for it was her plain intent to have a child, the world to multiply, and all so soon as that she might espy that she was not with child by that deed, then would she suffer him do his fantasy eftsoon, asterisk and not but once, asterisk out of dread. Again without doubt. And if she were with child at thilk asterisk cast, asterisk that no more should he play thilk game till fully 40 days were past, then would she once suffer him do the same. All asterisk were this Odinatus wild or tame, whether he got no more of her. For thus she said, it was to wives lechery and shame in other case if that men with them played. On other terms. 2 sons, by this Odinate had she, the which she kept in virtue and lechery. Asterisk learning, but now unto our tale turn, we I say, so worshipful a creature, and wise therewith, and large with measure, bountiful asterisk moderation so peanable in the war, and courteous eke, laborious nor more labor might in war endure, was none, though all this world a men should seek. Her rich array it might not be told, as well in vessel as in her clothing, she was all clad in puri and in gold, jewelry and eke she left not, for no hunting, did not neglect to have of sundry tongues full knowing. When that she leisure had, and for tea intend apply to learn books was all her liking, how she in virtue might her life dispend. And shortly of this story for to treat, so doughty was her husband and eke she, that they conquered many regnes great in th Orient, with many a fair city appurtenant unto the majesty of Rome, and with strong hand held them fast, nor ever might their foemen do asterisk them flee, make I while that Odinatus days last. Her battles, whoso list them for to read, against Sapor the king, 14 and other mo, and how that all this process fell indeed, why she conquered, and what title thereto, and after of her mischief and her woe, misfortune how that she was besieged and whitake. Let him unto my master Petrarch go, that writes enough of this, I undertake. When Odinate was dead, she mightily the Rigne held, and with her proper hand against her foes she fought so cruelly, that there as king nor prince in all that land, was not glad, if be that grace fan that she would not upon his land warre. Make war with her they madden alliance by bond, to be in peace, and let her ride and play. The Emperor of Rome, Claudius nor him before, the Roman galleon durst never be so courageous, nor no Armenian, nor Egyptian, nor Syrian, nor no Arabian, within the field durst with her fight, lest that she would them with her hands slay, or with her many, put them to flight. Asterisk troops. In kings' habit went her sons too, as heirs of their fathers' regnes all, and Hirmano and Tamalo their names were, as Persians them call, but I fortune hath in her honey gall. This mighty queen may know while endure, fortune out of her rigne made her fall to wretchedness and to misadventure. Aurelian, when that the governance of Rome came into his hands 15 he shope upon this queen to do vengeance. Prepared and with his legions he took his way toward Zenobie, and shortly for to say, he made her flee, and at the last her hent, asterisk took and fettered her, and eke her children and won the land, and home to Rome he went. Amongs other things that he won, her car, that was with gold wrought and peery. Asterisk jewels this great Roman, this Orlion hath with him led, for that men should it see. Before in his triumph walked she with gilt chains upon her neck hanging, crowned she was, as after asterisk her degree, according to and full of peery her clothing. Alas, fortune, she that whilom was dreadful to kings and to emperors now galeth all the people on her, alas. Yelleth, and she that helmed was in stark stowers, wore a helmet in and won by force towns strong and towers, obstinate battles shall on her head now wear a vitramite. 16 And she that bare the sceptre full of fleurs shall bear a distaff, her cost for to quite. To make her living. Although that Nero were so vicious as any fiend that lies full low adown, yet he, as telleth us Suetonius, 17 This wide world had in subjection both east and west, south and septentrion. Of rubies, sapphires, and of pearls white were all his clothes embroidered up and down, for he in gems greatly gan delight. More delicate, more pompous of array, more proud, was never emperor than he, that ilk cloth that he had worn one day, same robe after that time he would it never see. Nets of gold thread had he great plenty, to fish in Tiber, when him list to play. His lusts were as law in his degree, pleasures for fortune as his friend would him obey. He Rome burnt for his delicacy, pleasure the senators he slew upon a day, to hear how that men would weep and cry and slew his brother, and by his sister lay. His mother made he in piteous array, for he her wam slit, to behold where he conceived was, so well away, that he so little of his mother told. Valued. No tear out of his eyne for that sight came, but he said, a fair woman was she. Great wonder is, how that he could or might be doomesman of her dead beauty. Judge the wine to bringe him commanded he, and drank anon, none other woe he made, when might is joined unto cruelty, alas, too deep will the venom wade. In youth a master had this emperor, to teach him lettrure and courtesy, literature, learning for of morality he was the flower, as in his time, but if books lie. Unless and while this master had of him mastery, he made him so conning and so supple, subtle that lunge time it was ere tyranny, or any vice, durst in him uncouple. Be let loose. This Seneca, of which that I devise, tell because Nero had of him such dread, for he from vices would him I chastise discreetly, as by word and not by deed. Sir, he would say, an emperor must need be virtuous and hate tyranny. For which he made him in a bath to bleed on both his arms, till he must die. This Nero had eke of a custumance asterisk habit in youth against his master for to rise, stand in his presence which afterward he thought a great grievance, therefore he made him dean in this wise. But nathless, this Seneca, the wise chose in a bath to die in this manner, rather than have another tormentize, torture, and thus hath Nero slain his master dear. Now fell it so that fortune list no longer the high pride of Nero to cherish for though he were strong, yet was she stronger, she thought thus. By God, I am too nice asterisk foolish to set a man, that is full filled of vice, in high degree and emperor him call, by God, out of his seat I will him trice. Asterisk thrust 18 When he least weeneth, soonest shall he fall. Expecteth. The people rose upon him on a night for his default, and when he had espied, out of his doors anon he hath him dight asterisk bade ken himself alone, and where he weened he have been allied, regarded with he knocked fast. And I the more he cried friendship the faster shut they their doors all, then wist he well he had himself misgied, misled and went his way, no longer durst he call. The people cried and rumbled up and down, that with his ears heard he how they said, where is this false tyrant, this Neron? For fear almost out of his wit he brayed, asterisk went and to his gods piteously he prayed for succor, but it might not betide for dread of this he thought that died, and ran into a garden him to hide. And in this garden found he churls tway that sat by a fire great and red, and to these churls too he gan to pray to slay him, and to gird an asterisk off his head, strike that to his body when that he were dead, were no despite done for his defame. Asterisk infamy himself he slew, asterisk he cowed no better reed, he knew no better of which fortune laughed and had game. Counsel. Was never capitaine under a king that Rignes more put in subjection, nor stronger was in field of a lething as in his time, nor greater of renown, nor more pompous in high presumption, than Holofernes, whom fortune I kissed so licorously, and led him up and down, till that his head was off air that he wist, before he knew it. Not only that this world had of him awe for losing of richess and liberty, but he made every man reny his law. Renounce his religion 19 Nabuchodonosor was God, said he, none other God should honored be. Against his hest there dare no white trespass, command save in Bethulia, a strong city, where Eliachim priest was of that place. But keep asterisk of the death of Holofernes. Notice amid his host he drunken lay at night within his tent, large as is a barn, and yet, for all his pomp and all his might, Judith, a woman, as he lay upright sleeping, his head off smote, and from his tent full privily she stole from every wight, and with his head unto her town she went. What needeth it of King Antiochus 20 to tell his high and royal majesty, his great pride, and his works venomous? For such another was there none as he. Read what that he was in Maccabee, and read the proud words that he said, and why he fell from his prosperity, and in an hill how wretchedly he died. Fortune him had enhanced so in pride, that verily he weened he might attain unto the stars upon every side, and in a balance weigh in each mountain, and all the floods of the sea restrain. And God's people had he most in hate them would he slay in torment and in pain, weening that God might not his pride abate. And for that Nicanor and Timothy with Jews were vanquished mightily, 21 unto the Jews such an hate had he, that he bade graith his car full hastily. Prepare his chariot and swore and said full despiteously, unto Jerusalem he would eftsoon, immediately to wreak his ire on it full cruelly, but of his purpose was he let full soon. Prevented. God for his menace him so sore smote, with invisible wound incurable, that in his guts carfit so and boat cut gnawed till that his pains were importable. Unendurable, and certainly the wretch was reasonable, vengeance for many a man's guts did he pain, but from his purpose, cursed and damnable, impious for all his smart he would him not restrain, but bade anon apparel his host. Prepare. And suddenly, ere he was of it where, God daunted all his pride, and all his boast for he so sore fell out of his chair. Chariot that it his limbs and his skin to tear, so that he neither might go nor ride, but in a chair men about him bare, forebruised both back and side. The wretch of God him smote so cruelly, vengeance that through his body wicked worms crept, and therewithal he stank so horribly that none of all his many that him kept, servants whether so that he woke or else slept, ne might not of him the stink endure. In this mischief he wailed and eke wept, and knew God Lord of every creature. To all his host, and to himself also, full latsome was the stink of his carrying. Loathsome body no man might him bear to and fro, and in this stink, and this horrible pain he starve full wretchedly in a mountain. Dies thus hath this robber, and this homicide, that many a man made to weep and plain, such guerdon as belongeth unto pride. Reward. The story of Alexander is so commune, that every wight that hath discretion hath heard somewhat or all of his fortune. This wide world, as in conclusion he won by strength, or, for his high renown they were glad for peace to him to send. The pride and boast of man he laid adown, whereso he came, unto the world's end. Comparison yet never might be maked between him and another conqueror, for all this world for dread of him had quaked he was of knighthood and of freedom flower. Fortune him made the heir of her honor. Save wine and women, nothing might assuage his high intent in arms and labor, so was he full of leonine courage. What praise were it to him, though you told of Darius and 100,000 mo, of kings, princes, dukes, and earls bold, which he conquered and brought them into woe? I say, as far as man may ride or go, the world was his, why should I more devise? Tell for, though I wrote or told you evermo, of his knighthood it might not suffice. 12 years he reigned, as Seth Maccabee Philippe's son of Macedon he was, that first was king in Greece the country. O worthy gentle Alexander, alas noble that ever should thee fall such a case. Empoisoned of thine own folk thou were thy 622, fortune hath turned into an ace, and yet for thee she wept never a tear. Who shall me give tears to complain the death of Gentulus, and of franchise, generosity that all this world had in his domain, dominion, and yet he thought it might not suffice. So full was his courage of high emprise, spirit alas, who shall me help to indict false fortune, and poison to despise, the which too of all this woe I wite. Blame. By wisdom, manhood, and by great labor, from humbleness to royal majesty uprose he, Julius the Conqueror, that won all Occident by land and sea, west by strength of hand or else by treaty, and unto Rome made them tributary, and since of Rome the emperor was he, afterwards till that fortune waxed his adversary. O mighty Caesar, that in Thessaly against Pompeius, father thine in law, 23 that of Orient had all the chivalry, as far as that the day begins to daw, that through thy knighthood hast them take and slain save few folk that with Pompeius fled, through which thou put all Orient in awe. 24 thank fortune that so well thee sped. But now a little while I will bewail this Pompeius, this noble governor of Rome, which that fled at this battle I say, one of his men, a false traitor, his head off smote, to win him favor of Julius, and him the head he brought, alas. Pompey of Orient conqueror, that fortune unto such a fine thee brought. And to Rome again repaired Julius with his triumph laureate full high, but on a time Brutus and Cassius, that ever had of his estate envy, full privily have made conspiracy against this Julius in subtle wise, and cast asterisk the place in which he should die, arranged with bodkins, as I shall you devise. Daggers asterisked. This Julius to the Capitol went upon a day, as he was wont to gone, and in the Capitol anon him hent asterisk seized this false Brutus, and his other phone asterisk foes and sticked him with bodkins anon with many a wound, and thus they let him lie. But never groaned he at no stroke but one, or else at two, but if asterisk the story lie. Unless. So manly was this Julius of heart, and so well loved asterisk a stately honesty asterisk dignified propriety that, though his deadly wounds sore smart, asterisk pained him his mantle o'er his hips cast he, that ne man should see his privity, and as he lay a-dying in a trance, and wist verily that dead was he, of honesty yet had he remembrance. Lucan, to thee this story I recommend, and to Suiton, and Valerie also, that of this story right word, and end the whole asterisk 25 how that to these great conquerors to fortune was first a friend, and since asterisk a foe. Afterwards no man trust upon her favor long, but have her in a wait for evermo. Ever be watchful against her asterisk witness on all these conquerors strong. The rich Croesus, 26 whilom king of Lyd, of which Croesus Cyrus him sore dreaded yet was he caught amidst all his pride, and to be burnt men to the fire him lad, but such a rain down from the welkin shad, poured from the sky that slew the fire, and made him to escape, but to beware no grace yet he had, till fortune on the gallows made him gape. When he escaped he could not stint refrain for to begin a new war again, he weened well, for that fortune him sent such hap, that he escaped through the rain, that of his foes he might not be slain. And eke a sweven on a night he met. Dreamed of which he was so proud, and eke so fain, glad that he in vengeance all his heart set. Upon a tree he was set, as he thought, where Jupiter him washed both back and side, and Phoebus eke a fair towel him brought to dry him with, and therefore waxed his pride. And to his daughter that stood him beside, which he knew in high science to abound, he bade her tell him what it signified, and she his dream began right thus expound. The tree, quoth she, the gallows is to mean, and Jupiter betokens snow and rain, and Phoebus with his towel clear and clean, these be the sun's streams sooth to sain. Raise thou shalt why hangeth be, father, certain, rain shall thee wash, and sun shall thee dry. Thus warned him full plat and eke full plain his daughter, which that called was Fanny. And hanged was Croesus the proud king, his royal throne might him not avail. Tragedy is none other manner thing, nor can in singing creen nor bewail. But for that fortune all day will assail with unware stroke the Rignes that be proud, 27 kingdoms for when men trust her, then will she fail, and cover her bright face with a cloud. O noble, O worthy Pedro, 28 glory of Spain, whem fortune held so high in majesty, well ought men thy piteous death complain. Out of thy land thy brother made thee flee, and after at a siege, by subtlety, thou wert betrayed and led unto his tent, whereas he with his own hand slew thee, succeeding in thy Rignet and in thy rent. Kingdom revenues. The field of snow, with eagle of black therein, caught with the lion, red-colored as the gleed burning coal he brewed this cursedness and all this sin. Wickedness, villainy the wicked nest was worker of this deed not Charles Oliver, 29 that took heed of truth and honor, but of Armorite Ganilian Oliver, corrupt for meed reward, bribe brought this worthy king in such a breach, ruin. O worthy Petro, king of Cypre 30 also, that Alexander won by high mastery. Full many a heathman wroughtest thou full woe, of which thine own lieges had envy. And, for no thing but for thy chivalry, they in thy bed have slain thee by the morrow. Thus can fortune her wheel govern and guide, and out of joy bringe men into sorrow. Of Milan great Barnabo Viscount, 30 god of delight and scourge of Lombardy, why should I not thine clamen wert so high? Climbed thy brother's son, that was thy double ally, for he thy nephew was and son-in-law within his prison made thee to die, but why nor how, not I that thou were slaw. I know not slain asterisk. Of Th, Earl Hugolin of Pies the languor asterisk agony, there may no tongue tell for pity. But little out of Pisa stands a tower, in which tower in prison put was he, odd with him be his little children 3, the eldest scarcely 5 years was of age, alas. Fortune, it was great cruelty such birds for to put in such a cage. Damned was he to die in that prison, for Roger, which that bishop was of Pies, had on him made a false suggestion, through which the people gan upon him rise, and put him in prison in such a wise as ye have heard. And meat and drink he had so small, that well unneth asterisk it might suffice, scarcely and therewithal it was full poor and bad. And on a day befell, that in that hour when that his meat want was to be brought, the jailer shut the doors of the tower, he heard it right well, but he spake not. And in his heart anon there fell a thought, that they for hunger would do him dean, cause him to die alas. Quoth he, alas that I was wrought. Asterisk made, born therewith the tears fell from his eyne. His youngest son, that 3 years was of age unto him, said, Father, why do ye weep? When will the jailer bring in our pottage? Is there no morsel bread that ye do keep? I am so hungry, that I may not sleep. Now would a God that I might sleep in ever, then should not hunger in my womb creep. Stomach there is no thing, save bread, that one were lever dearer. Thus day by day this child begun to cry till in his father's barm adown he lay, lap and said, Farewell, father, I must die, and kissed his father and died the same day. And when the woeful father did it say, asterisk see for woe his arms too he gan to bite, and said, Alas, fortune and well away to thy false wheel my woe all may I wite. Blame. His children weened that it for hunger was that he his arms gnawed, and not for woe, and said, Father, do not so, alas, but rather eat the flesh upon us too. Our flesh thou gave us, our flesh take us fro, and eat enough. Right thus they to him said. And after that, within a day or two, they laid them in his lap adown and died. Himself, despaired, eke for hunger starve. Died thus ended is this Earl of Pies, from high estate fortune away him carf. Cut off of this tragedy, it ought enough suffice whoso will hear it in a longer wise, at greater length read the great poet of El Tale, that Dante hight, for he can it devise 32 from point to point, not one word will he fail. The Nun's Priest's Tale. The Prologue. Ho, quoth the knight, good sir, no more of this, that ye have said is right enough, why wise asterisk of a surety and much more, for little heaviness is right enough to much folk, I guess. I say for me, it is a great disease, asterisk source of distress, annoyance whereas men have been in great wealth and ease, to herein of their sudden fall, alas. And the contrary is joy and great solas, asterisk delight, comfort as when a man hath been in poor estate, and climbeth up and waxeth fortunate, and there abideth in prosperity, such thing is gladsome, as it thinketh me, and of such thing were goodly for to tell. Yea, quoth our host, by St. Paul's bell, ye say right sooth, this monk hath clapped loud, talked he spake how fortune covered with a cloud I wot not what, and owls of a tragedy right now ye heard. And party no remedy it is for to bewail, nor complain that that is done, and also it is pain, as ye have said, to hear of heaviness. Sir Monk, no more of this, so God you bless, your tale annoyeth all this company. Such talking is not worth a butterfly, for therein is there no sport nor game. Therefore, Sir Monk, Dan Piers by your name, I pray you heartily, tell us somewhat else, for sickerly, enter clinking of your bells, were it not for the that on your bridle hang on every side. By heaven's king, that for us a lead died, I should ere this have fallen down for sleep, although the slough had been never so deep. Then had your tale been all told in vain. For certainly, as these clerks sayn, whereas a man may have no audience, not helpeth it to tell his sentence. And well I wot the substance is in me, if anything shall well reported be, sir, say somewhat of hunting, one eye you pray. Nay, quoth the monk, I have no lust to play, no fondness for now let another tell as I have told. Jesting then spake our host with rude speech and bold, and said unto the nun's priest anon, Come near, thou priest, come hither, thou Sir John, to tell us such thing as may our hearts glade. Gladden be blithe, although thou ride upon a jade. What though thine horse be both foul and lean? If he will serve thee, reck thou not a bean, look that thine heart be merry evermo. Yes, host, quoth he, so may I ride or go, but I be merry, why I will be blamed. Unless and right anon his tale he hath a tamed asterisk commenced 3, and thus he said unto us every one, this sweet priest, this goodly man Sir John. Notes to the prologue, to the nun's priest's tale. 1. The request is justified by the description of monk in the prologue, as an outrider, that loved venery. 2. On this Tyrwhitt remarks, I know not how it has happened that in the principal modern languages John or its equivalent is a name of contempt or at least of slight. So the Italians use Gianni, from whence Zanni, the Spaniards Juan as Bobo Juan, a foolish John, the French Jean, with various additions, and in English when we call a man a John, we do not mean it as a title of honor. The title of Sir was usually given by courtesy to priests. 3. A tamed, commenced broached. Compare French and tamer, to cut the first piece off a joint, thence to begin. The tale, 1. A poor widow some deal wysteped in age, somewhat advanced was whilom dwelling in a poor cottage, beside a grove, standing in a dale. This widow, of which I tell you my tale, since thilk day that she was last a wife, in patience led a full simple life, for little was her chattel and her rent. Her goods and her income by husbandry of such as God her sent, thrifty management she found herself, and eke her daughters too. Maintained 3 large sows had she, and no mo, 3 kine, and eke a sheep that hight mall. Full sooty was her bower, and eke her hall, chamber in which she ate full many a slender meal, of poignant sauce knew she never a deal. Wit no dainty morsel passed through her throat, her diet was accordant to her coat. In keeping with her cottage repletion, her maid never sick, a temper diet was all her physic, moderate and exercise, and heart sufficence. Contentment of heart the gout let her nothing for to dance, did not prevent her nor apoplexy shent not her head. From dancing hurt no wine drank she, neither white nor red. Her board was served most with white and black milk and brown bread, in which she found no lack, sane bacon, and sometimes an egg or tway. Singed for she was as it were a manner day. Kind of day laborer 2 a yard she had, enclosed all about with sticks, and a dry ditch without, in which she had a cock, hight Chanticleer, in all the land of crowing and as his peer. Was not his equal his voice was merrier than the merry organ organ 3 on mass days that in the church is gone. Well sickerer was his crowing in his lodge, more punctual than is a clock, or an Abbe Horlog. Clock 4 by nature, he knew each ascension of th, equinoctial in thilk town, for when degrees 15 were ascended, then crew he, that it might not be amended. His comb was redder than the fine coral, embattled 5 as it were a castle wall. His bill was black, and as the jet it shone, like azure were his leges and his tone. Toes his nails whiter than the lily flower, and like the burnished gold was his color. This gentle cock had in his governance 7 hens, for to do all his pleasance, which were his sisters and his paramours, and wondrous like to him as of colors. Of which the fairest hued in the throat was called Damosel Partelote. Courteous she was, discreet and debonair, and companiable and bare herself so fair, sociable since the day that she 7 night was old, that truly she had the heart and hold of Chanticleer, locked in every limb he loved her so, that well was him therewith. But such a joy it was to hear them sing, when that the bright sun gan to spring, in sweet accord, my leaf is fair in land. 6 My love is for, at that time, as I have understand, gone abroad beasts and birds coulda speak and sing. And so befell that in a dawning, as Chanticleer among his wives all sat on his perche, that was in the hall, and next him sat this fair Partelote. This Chanticleer gan groanin in his throat, as man that in his dream is dretched sore, oppressed, and when that Partelote thus heard him roar she was aghast, and said, Heart dear, afraid what aileth you to groan in this manner, ye be a very sleeper, fie for shame. And he answered and said thus, Madame, I pray you that ye take it not agrief. Amiss in umbrage by God, me met I was in such mischief, I dreamed trouble right now, that yet mine heart is sore affright. Now God, quoth he, my sweven read aright dream, vision, and keep my body out of foul prison. Me met how that I roamed up and down I dreamed asterisk within our yard, whereas I saw a beast was like an hound, and would have asterisk made arrest asterisk seized asterisk upon my body, and would have had me dead. His color was betwixt yellow and red, and tipped was his tail, and both his ears with black, unlike the remnant of his hairs. His snout was small, with glowing ein tway, yet of his look almost for fear I day. Died this caused me my groaning, doubtless. Away, seven, quoth she, fie on you heartless, asterisk coward, alas. Quoth she, for by that God above, now have ye lost my heart, and all my love I cannot love a coward by my faith. For certes, whatso any woman saith, we all desiren, if it might be, to have husbands hardy, wise, and free, and secret, asterisk and no niggard nor no fool, asterisk discreet nor him that is aghast of every tool, asterisk asterisk afraid asterisk rag, trifle nor no aventure, by that God above. Braggart, how durst ye for shame say to your love that anything might make you afeard? Have ye no man's heart, and have a beard, alas? And can ye be aghast of swevens? Dreams nothing but vanity, God wot, in sweven is, swevens engender of repletions, are caused by overeating and oft of fume, asterisk and of complexions, drunkenness when humours be too abundant in a wight. Certes this dream, which ye have met tonight, cometh of the great superfluity of ure reed cholera, asterisk party, bile which causeth folk to dreaden in their dreams of arrows, and of fire with red beams of red beasts, that they will them bite, of contec asterisk and of whelps great and light. Asterisk contention, little right as the humour of melancholy causeth full many a man in sleep to cry, for fear of bulls, or of bears blake. Or else that black devils will them take. Of other humours could I tell also, that work many a man in sleep much woe, that I will pass as lightly as I can. Lo Cato, which that was so wise a man, said he not thus. Need do no force of asterisk dreams aid attach no weight to now, sir, quoth she. When we fly from these beams for God's love, as take some laxative on peril of my soul, and of my life I counsel you the best, I will not lie that both of choler and melancholy ye purge you. And for ye shall not tarry, though in this town is no apothecary, I shall myself 2 herbs teach you, that shall be for your health and for your prow. Profit, and in our yard the herbs shall I find, the which have of their property by kind nature to purge you beneath, and eke above. Sire, forget not this for God's love, ye be full choleric of complexion, where that the sun, in his ascension, you find not replete of humours hot. And if it do, I dare well lay a groat, that ye shall have a fever tertian, or else an ague, that may be your bane a day or 2 ye shall have digestives of worms, ere ye take your laxatives, of laurel, centaury, 9 and fumitorer, 10 or else of elderberry that groweth there of catapuse, 11 or of the gatorberries, 12 or herb ivy growing in our yard that merry is. Pick them right as they grow, and eat them in be merry, husband, for your father's kin, dread no dream. I can say you no more. Madame, quoth he, grand mercy of your lore, but nathless, as touching asterisk Dan Caton, asterisk Cato that hath of wisdom such a great renown, though that he bade no dreams for to dread, by God, men may in oldie books read of many a man more of authority than ever Cato was. So may I that asterisk thrive that all the reverse say of his sentence, asterisk opinion, and have well founden by experience that dreams be significations as well of joy. As tribulations that folk enduren in this life present, there needeth make of this no argument, the very preve showeth it indeed. Trial, experience one of the greatest authors that men read 13 saith thus, that whilom 2 fellows went on pilgrimage in a full good intent. And happened so, they came into a town where there was such a congregation of people, and eke so strait of herbergage, asterisk without lodging that they found not as much as one cottage in which they both might lodged be, wherefore they must of necessity, as for that night, depart company. And each of them went to his hostelry, asterisk inn, and took his lodging as it would a fall. The one of them was lodged in a stall far in a yard, with oxen of the plough, that other man was lodged well eno, as was his adventure, or his fortune, that us governeth all as in commune. And so befell that long ere it were day this man met in his bed there. As he lay, asterisk dreamed how that his fellow gan upon him call, and said, Alas! For in an ox's stall this night shall I be murdered, where I lie now help me, dear brother, or I die, in a haste come to me, he said. This man out of his sleep for fear abraid. Asterisk started, but when that he was whacked out of his sleep, he turned him, and took of this no keep. Paid this no attention, he thought his dream was but a vanity. Thus twice in his sleeping dreamed he, twice, and at the third time yet his fellow again came as he thought and said, I am now slain, behold my bloody wounds deep and wide. Arise up early in the morning tide, and at the west gate of the town, quoth he, a cart full of dung there shalt thou see, in which my body is hid privily, do thilk cart erust boldly. Stop my gold caused my murder, sooth to sayn. And told him every point how he was slain, with a full piteous face and pale of hue. And, trust well, his dream he found full true, for on the morrow, as soon as it was day, to his fellows in he took his way. And when that he came to this ox's stall, after his fellow he began to call. The hosteler answered him anon, and said, Sir, your fellow is wygone, as soon as day he went out of the town. This man gan fallen in suspicion, remembering on his dreams that he met, *** dreamed, and forth he went. No longer would he let * delay unto the west gate of the town, and found a dung cart, as it went for to dung land, that was arrayed in the same wise as ye have heard the dead man devise. Describe, and with an hearty heart he gan to cry, Vengeance and justice of this felony, my fellow murdered in this same night, and in this cart he lies, gaping upright. I cry out on the ministers, quoth he, that should keep and rule this city, Harrow, alas, here lies my fellow slain. What should I more unto this tale sayn? The people outstart, and cast the cart to ground, and in the middle of the dung they found the dead man, that murdered was all new, O blissful God! That art so good and true, lo, how that thou bewrayst murder alway, murder will out, that see we day by day. Murder is so loathsome and abominable loathsome to God, that is so just and reasonable, that he will not suffer it held, b. Concealed 14 though it abide a year, or 2, or 3, murder will out, this is my conclusion, and right anon, the ministers of the town have hent the carter, and so sore him pined, seized, tortured, and eke the hosteler so sore engined. Racked that they beknew their wickedness anon, confessed, and were hanged by the neck bone. Here may ye see that dreams be to dread, and certes in the same book one read, right in the next chapter after this. I gab not, so have I joy and bliss. Talk idly two men that would have passed over sea for certain cause into a far country, if that the wind not had been contrary, that made them in a city for to tarry, that stood full merry upon an haven side, but on a day against the even tide, the wind gan change, and blew right as them lest. As they wished jolly and glad, they went to their rest, and cast them full early for to sail. Resolved, but to the one man fell a great marvel that one of them, in sleeping as he lay, he met a wondrous dream against the day. Dreamed he thought a man stood by his bed's side, and him commanded that he should abide, and said him thus, If thou tomorrow wend, thou shalt be drowned, my tale is at an end. He woke and told his follow what he met, and prayed him his voyage for to let. Delay as for that day, he prayed him to abide. His fellow, that lay by his bed's side, gan for to laugh and scorned him full fast. No dream, quoth he, may so my heart aghast, fright that I will let for to do my things. Delay I set not a straw by thy dreamings, for swevens be but vanities and japes. Dreams jokes, deceits men dream all day of owls and of apes, and eke of many a maze therewithal. Wild imagining men dream of thing that never was nor shall. But since I see that thou wilt here abide, and thus forsloth wilfully thy tide, idle away time God wot, it ruth me, and have good day. I am sorry for attend thus he took his leave, and went his way. But ere that he had half his course sailed, I know not why, nor what mischance it ailed. But casually the ship's bottom rent, by accident, and ship and man under the water went. In sight of other ships, there beside that with him sailed at the same tide. And therefore, fair partalote so dear, by such examples oldie mazed thou lear. Learn that no man should be too reckless of dreams, for I say thee doubtless, that many a dream full sore is for to dread. Lo, in the life of Saint Kenelm 15 I read, that was Kenelphus' son, the noble king of Mercenreich, 16 how Kenelm met a thing. A little ere he was murdered on a day, his murder in his vision he say. Saw his Norris him expounded every deal nurse part his sweven, and bade him to keep him well guard for treason. But he was but 7 years old, and therefore little tale hath he told he attached little of any dream, so holy was his heart. Significance to by God, I had lever than my shirt that ye had read his legend, as have I, Dame Partalote, I say you truly, Macrobius that wrote the vision in Afric of the worthy Cyprian, 17 affirmeth dreams, and saith that they be warnings of things that men after see. And furthermore, I pray you look well in the Old Testament of Daniel. If he held dreams any vanity, read eke of Joseph, and there shall ye see whether dreams be sometimes, I say not all, warnings of things that shall after fall. Look of Egypt the king, Dan Pharaoh, his baker and his butiler also, whether they felt none effect in dreams. Significance whoso will seek the acts of sundry realms may read of dreams many a wondrous thing. Lo Croesus, which that was of Lydia king, met he not that he sat upon a tree, which signified he should a hanged be. 18 Lo here Andromache, Hector's wife, 19 that day that Hector should a lose his life, she dreamed on the same night beforn, how that the life of Hector should be lorn, lost if thilke day he went into battle, she warned him, but it might not avail. He went forth to fight nathless, and was slain anon of Achilles. But thilke tale is all too long to tell, and eke it is nigh day, I may not dwell. Shortly I say, as for conclusion, that I shall have of this avision adversity, and I say furthermore, that I ne asterisk tell of laxatives no store hold laxatives for they be venomous, I wot it well. Of no value asterisk I them defy, I love them never del asterisk distrust wit. But let us speak of mirth, and stin all this. Cease Madam Partelote, so have I bliss, of one thing God hath sent me large asterisk grace. Liberal, for when I see the beauty of your face, ye be so scarlet-hued about your eyne, I maketh all my dread for to dean, for all so sicker as in principio 20 cert mulier est homines confusio. 21 Madam, the sentence of this Latin is, meaning woman is man's joy and man's bliss. For when I feel at night your soft side, albeit that I may not on you ride, for that our perch is made so narrow, alas, I am so full of joy and of solas, asterisk delight that I defy both sweven and eke dream. And with that word he flew down from the beam, for it was day, and eke his hens all, and with a chuck he gan them for to call, for he had found a corn, lay in the yard. Royal he was no more afeard, he feathered Partelote 20 time, and as oft trode her, ere that it was prime. He looked as it were a grim lion, and on his toes he roamed up and down, he deigned not to set his feet to ground, he chucked when he had a corn wife found, and to him ran then his wives all. Thus royal, as a prince is in his hall, leave I this Chanticleer in his pasture, and after will I tell his adventure. When that the month in which the world began that height march, when God first maked man was complete, and white past were also, since March ended, 30 days and 2, befell that Chanticleer in all his pride, his 7 wives walking him beside, cast up his eyne to the bright sun, that in the sign of Taurus had run 20 degrees and 1, and somewhat more. He knew by kind, and by none other lore, asterisk nature asterisk learning that it was prime, and crew with blissful Stephen. Voice, the sun, he said, is clommen up in heaven 20 degrees and 1, and more wise. Asterisk assuredly Madam Partelote, my world is bliss, hearken these blissful birds how they sing, and see the fresh flowers how they spring, full is mine heart of revel and solace. But suddenly him fell a sorrowful case. Casualty for ever the latter end of joy is woe, God wot that worldly joy is soon go, and, if a reader asterisk could affair indite, orator he in a chronicle might it safely write. As for a sovereign notability a thing supremely notable now every wise man, let him hearken me. This story is all as true, I undertake, as is the book of Launcelot du Lake, that women hold in full great reverence. Now will I turn again to my sentence. A call fox, 22 full of sly iniquity, that in the grove had 1 years 3, dwelt by high imagination forecast. The same night thorough the hedges brast burst into the yard, where Chanticleer the fair was wont, and eke his wives, to repair and in a bed of wort still he lay, cabbages till it was past under 23 of the day, waiting his time on Chanticleer to fall, as gladly do these homicides all, that in a wait lie to murder men. O false murderer, rouking in thy den. Asterisk crouching, lurking O new Iscariot, new Ganilion. 24 O false dissimular, O Greek Sinon, 25 that broughtest Troy all utterly to sorrow, O Chanticleer. Accursed be the morrow that thou into thy yard flew from the beams, asterisk rafters thou wert full well warned by thy dreams that thilke day was perilous to thee. But what that God forewot must needs be, foreknows after th, opinion of certain clerks. Witness on him that any perfect clerk is, that in school is great altercation in this matter, and great disputation, and hath been of 100,000 men. But I ne cannot asterisk bolt it to the Bren asterisk examine, it thoroughly 26 says can the holy Dr. Augustine, or Bose, or the Bishop Bradwardine, 27 Whether that God's worthy foreweeding for knowledge asterisk straineth me needly for to do a thing forces me asterisk. Needly call I simple necessity. Or else if free choice be granted me to do that same thing, or do it not, though God forewot asterisk it ere that it was wrought. Knew in advance, or if his weeding straineth never deal, his knowing constrains but by necessity conditional. Not at all asterisk I will not have to do of such matter. My tale is of a cock, as ye may hear, that took his counsel of his wife, with sorrow, to walken in the yard upon the morrow that he had met the dream, as I you told. Woman's counsels be full often cold. Asterisk mischievous, unwise woman's counsel brought us first to woe, and made Adam from paradise to go there as he was full merry and well at case. But, for I not to whom I might displease asterisk know not if I counsel of women would a blame, pass over, for I said it in my game. Just read authors, where they treat of such matter, and what they say of women ye may hear. These be the cock's words, and not mine. I can no harm of no woman divine. Asterisk conjecture, imagine fair in the sand, to bathe her merrily, bask lies Partelote, and all her sisters by against the sun, and Chanticleer so free sang merrier than the mermaid in the sea, for physiologus saith sickerly. Asterisk certainly how that they singe well and merrily. 28 And so befell that, as he cast his eye among the worts on a butterfly, cabbages he was ware of this fox that lay full low. Nothing ne list him then for to crow, he had no inclination asterisk but cried anon, cock, cock, and up he start as man that was afraid in his heart. For naturally a beast desireth flee from his contrary if be may at sea, enemy though he ne'er erst had soon it with his eye never before this Chanticleer, when he gan him espy, he would have fled but that the fox anon said, Gentle sir, alas, why will ye gone, be ye afraid of me that am your friend? Now, certes, I were worse than any fiend, if I to you would harm or villainy. I am not come your counsel to espy. But truly the cause of my coming was only for to hearken how ye sing, for truly ye have as merry a Stephen, voice as any angel hath that is in heaven, therewith ye have of music more feeling than had Bose, or any that can sing. My lord your father, God his soul bless, and eke your mother of her gentleness, have an M9 house been to my great ease, asterisk satisfaction, and certes, sir, full fain would I you please. But, for men speak of singing, I will say, so may I brook well mine ein tway enjoy possess, or you save you, I heard never man so sing as did your father in the morrowing. Certes it was of heart all that he sung. And for to make his voice the more strong, he would so pain him, that with both his eyne make such an exertion he must wink. So loud he would a cryin, and stand in on his tiptoes therewithal, and stretch forth his neck long and small. And eke he was of such discretion, that there was no man, in no region, that him in song or wisdom might pass. I have well read in Dan Bernal the Ass, 29 among his verse, how that there was a cock that, for asterisk a priest's son gave him a knock because upon his leg, while he was young and nice, asterisk foolish he made him for to lose his benefice. But certain there is no comparison betwixt the wisdom and discretion of your father, and his subtlety. Now singe, sir, for Saint Charity, let's see, can ye your father counterfeit? This Chanticleer his wings began to beat, as man that could not his treason espy, so was he ravished with his flattery. Alas! Ye lords, many a false flatterer asterisk flatterer 30 is in your court, and many a lusengiar, deceiver 31 that please you well more, by my faith, than he that soothfastness unto you saith. Truth read in Ecclesiast of flattery, beware, ye lords, of their treachery. This Chanticleer stood high upon his toes, stretching his neck, and held his eyne close, and gan to crow loud for the nonce and Dan Russell 32 the fox start up at once, and by the gorge hent Chanticleer, asterisk seized by the throat asterisk, and on his back toward the wood him bare. For yet was there no man that him pursued. O destiny, that mayst he not be eschewed. Escaped alas, that Chanticleer flew from the beams, alas, his wife wrought not of dreams. Regarded and on a Friday fell all this mischance. O Venus, that art goddess of pleasance, since that thy servant was this Chanticleer, and in thy service did all his power more for delight than the world to multiply. Why wilt thou suffer him on thy day to die, O Goffred, dear master sovereign, 33 that, when thy worthy King Richard was slain with shot, complainedest his death so sore, why en had I now thy sentence and thy lore, the Friday for to chiden, as did ye. For on a Friday, soothly, slain was he. Then would I show you how that I could plain lament for Chanticleer's dread, and for his pain. Certes such cry nor lamentation was ne'er of ladies made, when Ilion was won, and Pyrrhus with his straight sword, when he had hent King Priam by the beard, asterisk seized and slain him, as Sethus Enados asterisk. 30 for the Aeneid as madden all the hens in the close, asterisk yard, when they had seen of Chanticleer the sight. But sovereignly asterisk Dame Partelote Shrite, asterisk above all others full louder than did Hasdrubal's wife, shrieked when that her husband had lost his life, and that the Romans had wyburnt Carthage. She was so full of torment and of rage that wilfully into the fire she start, and burnt herself with a steadfast heart. O woeful hens! Right so cried ye, as when that Nero burned the city of Rome, cried the senators' wives, for that their husbands lost in all their lives. Without guilt this Nero hath them slain. Now will I turn unto my tale again. The Selly asterisk widow and her daughters too, asterisk simple, honest heard these hens cry and make woe, and at the doors out started they anon, and saw the fox toward the wood is gone, and bear upon his back the cock away, they cried, Out, harrow, and well away, aha, the fox. And after him they ran, and eke with staves many another man ran call our dog, and Talbot and Garland, and Malkin, with her distaff in her hand, ran cow and calf, and eke the very hogges so feared they were for barking of the dogges, and shouting of the men and women eke. They ran so, them thought their hearts would break. They yelled as the fiends do in hell, the ducks cried as men would them quell. Asterisk kill, destroy the geese for fear flew in o'er the trees, out of the hive came the swarm of bees, so hideous was the noise, bendicite. Certes he, Jacky Straw 35, and his many, asterisk followers ne made never shouts half so shrill when that they wouldn't any Fleming kill, as thilk day was made upon the fox. Of brass they brought beams and of box, trumpets 36 of horn and bone, in which they blew and pooped, asterisk tooted and therewithal they shrieked and they whooped, it seemed as the heaven should a-fall. Now, good men, I pray you hearken all low, how fortune turneth suddenly the hope and pride eke of her enemy. This cock that lay upon the fox's back, in all his dread unto the fox he spake, and said, Sir, if that I were as ye, yet would I say, as wisly God help me. Asterisk surely, turn ye again, ye proud churls all, a very pestilence upon you fall. Now am I come unto the wood side, maugre your head, the cock shall here abide, I will him eat in faith, and that anon. The fox answered, In faith it shall be done. And as he spake the word, all suddenly the cock brake from his mouth deliverly, asterisk nimbly, and high upon a tree he flew anon. And when the fox saw that the cock was gone, alas, quoth he, O Chanticleer, alas, I have, quoth he, why didn't you trespass, asterisk offence inasmuch as I maked you afeard, when I you hent and brought out of your yard, took but sir, I did it in no wick intent, come down, and I shall tell you what I meant. I shall say sooth to you, God help me so. Nay then, quoth he, I shrew us both the two, curse and first I shrew myself, both blood and bones, if thou beguile me oftener than once. Thou shalt no more through thy flattery do asterisk me to sing and wink with mine eye, cause for he that winketh when he should a see, all wilfully, God let him never the asterisk thrive, nay, quoth the fox. But God give him mischance that is so indiscreet of governance, that jangleth when that he should hold his peace. Chatters, lo, what it is for to be reckless and negligent, and trust on flattery. But ye that hold this tale of folly, as of a fox, or of a cock or hen take the morality thereof, good men, for St. Paul saith, that all that written is to our doctrine it written is wise. 37 asterisk is surely written for take the fruit, and let the chaff be still. Our instruction. Now good God, if that it be thy will, as saith my Lord, 38 so make us all good men, and bring us all to thy high bliss. Amen. The Epilogue 1. Sir Nun's priest, our host said anon, why blessed be thy breach, and every stone, this was a merry tale of Chanticleer. But by my truth, if thou wert secular, asterisk a layman thou wouldest be a treadafowl aright, cock for if thou have courage as thou hast might, thee were need of hens, as I ween, yea more than 7 times 17. See, what bronze hath this gentle priest, asterisk muscles, sinews so great a neck, and such a large breast he looketh as a spurhawk with his eyne him needeth not his colour for to dine with Brazil, nor with grain of Portugal. But sir, fair fall you for your tale. And, after that, he with full merry cheer said to another, as ye shall hear. The second nun's tale 1. The minister and Norris unto vices, nurse which that men call in English idleness. The porter at the gate is of Delisses, delights Tieshu, and by her contraire her oppress, that is to say, by lawful business, occupation, Activity well ought we to do our all intent asterisk apply ourselves lest that the fiend through idleness us hent. Seize. For he, that with his 1,000 cords sly continually us waiteth to beclap, asterisk entangle, bind when he may man in idleness espy. He can so lightly catch him in his trap, till that a man be hent right by the lap asterisk seize asterisk hem, he is not where the fiend hath him in hand well ought we work, and idleness withstand. And though men dreaded never for to die, yet see men well by reason, doubtless, that idleness is root of sluggardy, of which there cometh never good increase, and see that sloth them holdeth in a leash too only to sleep, and for to eat and drink, and to devour in all that others swink. Labor. And for to put us from such idleness, that cause is of so great confusion, I have here done my faithful business. After the legend, in translation right of thy glorious life and passion, thou with thy garland wrought of rose and lily, thee mean I, maid and martyr, Saint Cecily. And thou art the flower of virgins all, of whom that Bernard lists so well to write, 3 to thee at my beginning first I call, thou comfort of us wretches, do me indite thy maiden's death, that won through her merit eternal life, and o'er the fiend victory, as man may after readin in her story. Thou maid and mother, daughter of thy son, thou well of mercy, sinful souls, cure, in whom that God of bounty chose to one. Dwell thou humble and high o'er every creature. Thou noblest, so far forth our nature, as far as our nature admits that no disdain the Maker had of kind, asterisk nature his son in blood and flesh to clothe and wind. Rap. Within the cloister of thy blissful sides took man's shape eternal love and peace. That of the trine compass, Lord and guide, is the Trinity whom earth, and sea, and heaven, asterisk out of release, unceasingly asterisk I hurry. And thou, virgin wemless asterisk forever praise immaculate bear of thy body, and dweltest maiden pure, the creator of every creature. Assembled is in thee magnificence for with mercy, goodness, and with such pity, that thou that art the Son of excellence, not only helpest them that pray to thee, but oftentime of thy benignity full freely, ere that men thine help beseech, thou goest he before and art their lives leech. Asterisk healer, Saviour. Now help thou meek and blissful fair maid me, fleemed asterisk wretch, in this desert of Gaul. Asterisk banished, outcast think on the woman Canony that said that whelps eat some of the crumbs all that from their Lord's table be wifall. 5, and though that I, unworthy son of Eve, 6 be sinful, yet accept my believe. Faith. And for that faith is dead without works, for to work give me wit and space, that I be quit from thens that most dirk is. Freed from thee most O thou, that art so fair and full of grace, dark place, hell, be thou mine advocate in that high place, where as without an end is sung Osan, thou Christ's mother, daughter dear of Anne. And of thy light my soul in prison light, that troubled is by the contagion of my body, and also by the weight of earthly lust and false affection. O haven of refuge, O salvation of them that be in sorrow and distress, now help, for to my work I will me dress. Yet pray I you, that read what I write, 6 forgive me that I do no diligence this ilk asterisk story subtly indite. Same for both have I the words and sentence of him that at the saints reverence the story wrote and follow her legend, and pray you that you will my work amend. First will I you the name of Saint Cecily expound, as men may in her story see. It is to say in English, heaven's lily, 7 for pure chasteness of virginity, or for she whiteness had of honesty, purity and green of conscience, and of good fame the sweet savor, Lily was her name. Or Cecily is to say, the way of blind, 7 for she example was by good teaching, or else Cecily, as I written find, is joined by a manner conjoining of heaven and Leah. 7 and herein figuring the heaven is set for thought of holiness, and Leah for her lasting business. Cecily may eke be said in this manner, wanting of blindness, for her great light of sapience, and for her thews asterisk clear. Qualities or else, lo, this maiden's name bright of heaven and Leo's 7 comes, for which by right men might her well the heaven of people call, example of good and wise works all. For Leo's people in English is to say, and right as men may in the heaven see the sun and moon, and stars every way, right so men ghostly, in this maiden-free asterisk spiritually son of faith the magnanimity, and eke the clearness whole of sapience, and sundry works bright of excellence. And right so as these philosophers write, that heaven is swift and round, and eke burning, right so was fair Cecily the white full swift and busy in every good working, and round and whole in good persevering, ate and burning ever in charity full bright. Now have I you declared what she hight. Why she had her name. This maiden bright Cecile, as her life saith, was come of Romans and of noble kind, and from her cradle fostered in the faith of Christ, and bare his gospel in her mind she never ceased. As I written find, of her prayer, and God to love and dread, beseeching him to keep her maidenhead. And when this maiden should unto a man wedded be, that was full young of age, which that called was Valerian, and come was the day of marriage she, full devout and humble in her courage, heart under her robe of gold, that sat full fair, had next her flesh clad her in an hair. Garment of hair cloth. And while the organs made melody, to God alone thus in her heart sang she, O Lord, my soul and eke my body guide unwemmed, lest that I confounded be. Unblemished, and for his love that died upon the tree, every second or third day she fast, I bidding in her orisons full fast. Praying. The night came, and to bed must she gone with her husband, as it is the manner, and privily she said to him anon, O sweet and well-beloved spouse dear, there is a counsel, and ye will it hear, secret if which that right fain I would unto you say, so that ye swear ye will it not betray. Valerian gan fast unto her swear that for no case nor thing that might be, he never should to none bewrayen her, and then at erst thus to him said she, For the first time, I have an angel which that loveth me, that with great love, whether I wake or sleep, is ready I my body for to keep. And if that he may feelen, out of dread, without doubt that ye me touch or love in villainy, he right anon will slay you with the deed, and in your youth thus ye shoulda die. And if that ye in clean love me guide, he will you love as me, for your cleanness, and show to you his joy and his brightness. Valerian, corrected as God walled, answered again, If I shall trust thee, let me that angel see and him behold, and if that it a very angel be, then will I do as thou hast prayed me. And if thou love another man, forsooth right with this sword, then will I slay you both. Cecile answered anon right in this wise, If that you list, the angel shall ye see, so that ye trow of Christ, and you baptize, no go forth to Via Appia, quoth she, that from this town stands but miles 3, and to the poor folks that there dwell say them right thus, as that I shall you tell. Tell them that I, Cecile, you to them sent to shew you the good Urban the old, for secret needs, and for good intent. Business, and when that ye Saint Urban have behold, tell him the words which I to you told, and when that he hath purged you from sin, then shall ye see that angel ere ye twin depart. Valerian is to the place gone, and, right as he was taught by her learning, he found this holy old Urban anon among the saints' burials louting. Lying concealed 9, and he anon, without tarrying, did his message, and when that he it told, Urban for joy his hands gan uphold. The tears from his eyne let he fall. Almighty Lord, O Jesus Christ, quoth he, sower of chaste counsel, heard of us all, shepherd the fruit of thilk seed of chastity that thou hast sown in Cecile, take to thee low, like a busy bee, without guile, thee serveth I thine owen thrall Cecile, servant. For thilk spouse, that she took but now lately full like a fierce lion, she sendeth here, as meek as e'er was any lamb to owe. And with that word anon there gan appear an old man, clad in white clothes clear, that had a book with letters of gold in hand, and gan before Valerian to stand. Valerian, as dead, fell down for dread when he him saw, and he uphent him though, took there, and on his book right thus he gan to read, One Lord, one faith, one God without mo, one Christendom, one Father of all also, above in all and over all everywhere. These words all with gold written were. When this was read, then said this oldie man, Believest thou this or no? Say yea or nay. I believe all this, quoth Valerian, for soother thing than this, I dare well say, truer under the heaven no wight think may. Then vanished the old man, he wist not where, and Pope Urban him christened right there. Valerian went home, and found Cecily within his chamber with an angel stand. This angel had of roses and of lily corones too, the which he bare in hand, crowns, and first to Cecile, as I understand. He gave the one, and after gan he take the other to Valerian her make. Mate, husband. With body clean and with unwemmed asterisk thought, unspotted, blameless keep I well these corons too. Quoth he. From paradise to you I have them brought, nor evermore shall they rotten be, nor lose their sweet savour, trust me, nor ever wight shall see them with his eye, but he be chaste, and hate villainy. And thou, Valerian, for thou so soon assented hast to good counsel, also say what thee list, and thou shalt have thy boon. Asterisk wish asterisk desire, I have a brother, quoth Valerian, though, then that in this world I love no man so, I pray you that my brother may have grace to know the truth, as I do in this place. The angel said, God liketh thy request, and both with the palm of martyrdom ye shall come unto this blissful rest. And, with that word, Tibers his brother came. And when that he the savour undergnome asterisk perceived which that the roses and the lilies cast, within his heart he gan to wonder fast. And said, I wonder this time of the year, whence that sweet savour cometh so of rose and lilies that I smell here, for though I had them in mine hands too, the savour might in me no deeper go, the sweet smell, that in my heart I find, hath changed me all in another kind. Valerian said, 2 crowns here have we snow-white and rose-red that shine clear, which that thine eyne have no might to see, and, as thou smellest them through my prayer, so shalt thou see them, leave, brother dear. Asterisk beloved, if it so be thou wilt without sloth believe aright, and know the very troth. Tibers answered, Say'st thou this to me in soothness, or in dream hear I this? In dreams, quoth Valorian, have we be unto this time, brother mine, why wise, but now at erst in truth our dwelling is. For the first time how know'st thou this? Quoth Tibers. In what wise? Quoth Valerian, that shall I thee devise describe. The angel of God hath me the truth why taught, which thou shalt see, if that thou wilt renounce the idols, and be clean, and else not. And of the miracle of these crowns tway Saint Ambrose in his preface list to say, solemnly this noble doctor dear commendeth it, and saith in this manner. The palm of martyrdom for to receive, Saint Cecily, full filled of God's gift, the world and eke her chamber gan to wive. Forsake witness Tibers's and Cecily's shrift, asterisk confession to which God of his bounty would a shift corons too, of flowers well smelling, and made his angel them the crowns bring. The maid hath brought these men to bliss above, the world hath wist what it is worth, certain devotion of chastity to love. 10 then showed him Cecily all open and plain, that idols all are but a thing in vain, for they be dumb, and thereto they be deave, therefore asterisk deaf, and charged him his idols for to leave. Whoso that troweth not this, a beast he is, asterisk believeth, quoth this Tibers, if that I shall not lie. And she gan kiss his breast when she heard this, and was full glad he could the truth espy. This day I take thee for mine ally. Asterisk chosen friend, said this blissful fair maiden dear, and after that she said as ye may hear. Lo, right so as the love of Christ, quoth she, made me thy brother's wife, right in that wise anon for mine ally here take I thee, since that thou wilt thine idols despise. Go with thy brother now and thee baptize, and make thee clean, so that thou mayst behold the angel's face, of which thy brother told. Tibers answered and said, Brother dear, first tell me whither I shall, and to what man? To whom? Quoth he, Come forth with good cheer, I will thee lead unto the Pope Urban. To Urban, brother mine Valerian, quoth then Tibers. Wilt thou me thither lead? Me thinketh that it were a wondrous deed. Meanest thou not that Urban, quoth he though, then, that is so often damned to be dead, and one's in halks asterisk always to and fro, dwells asterisk corners and dare not one's put forth his head. Men should him brennen in a fire so red, burn if he were found, or if men might him spy, and us also to bear him company. And while we seek that divinity that is hid in heaven privily, algate burnt in this world should we be. Nevertheless, to whom Cecily answered boldly, men might dread well and skillfully asterisk reasonably this life to lose, mine own dear brother, if this were living only, and none other. But there is better life in other place, that never shall be lost, dread thee not, which God's Son us told through his grace that Father's Son which alle things wrought, and all that wrought is with a skillful asterisk thought, reasonable the ghost, that from the Father gan proceed, asterisk Holy Spirit hath sold them, without any dreed. Asterisk endowed them with a soul doubt by word and by miracle high God's Son, when he was in this world, declared here, that there is other life where men may one. Dwell to whom answered Tibers, O sister dear, Saidst thou not right now in this manner, there was but one God, Lord in soothfastness * truth, and now of three how maisty thou bear witness. That shall I tell, quoth she, ere that I go, right as a man hath sapiences * 3, mental faculties memory, engine * and intellect also, wit 11 so in one being of divinity 3 persons there may right well be. Then gan she him full busily to preach of Christ's coming, and his pains teach. And many point of his passion, how God's Son in this world was withhold * employed to do mankind plain * remission, * full that was bound in sin and cares cold. * wretched 12 all this thing she unto Tibers told, and after that Tibers, in good intent, with Valerian to Pope Urban he went. That thanked God, and with glad heart and light he christened him, and made him in that place perfect in his learning, and God's knight. And after this Tibers got such grace, that every day he saw in time and space angel of God, and every manner boon * request, favor that be God asked, it was sped full anon. Granted, successful. It were full hard by order for to sayn how many wonders Jesus for them wrought. But at the last, to tell short and plain, the sergeants of the town of Rome them sought. And them before Almach the prefect brought, which them opposed, and knew all their intent, questioned, and to image of Jupiter them sent. And said, whoso will not do sacrifice, swap * off his head, this is my sentence here. Striken on these martyrs, that I you devise, * of whom I tell you * one Maximus, that was an officer of the prefect, and his cornicular 13 them hent, and when he forth the saints lad, * seized led himself he wept for pity that he had. When Maximus had heard the saints' lore * doctrine, teaching he got him of the tormentors leave, torturers and led them to his house without more, and with their preaching, ere that it were eve they gonen from the tormentors to reeve, * began * rest, root out and from Maxim, and from his folk each one, the false faith to trow in God alone. Believe. Cecilia came, when it was waxen night, with priests that them christened all in fear. In a company and afterward, when day was waxen light, Cecil them said with a full steadfast cheer. * mean now, Christ's owen knights leaf and dear, * beloved cast all away the works of darkness, and arm you in armor of brightness. Ye have forsooth wide on a great battle your courses done, your faith have ye conserved. 14 to the crown of life that may not fail, the rightful judge, which that ye have served shall give it you, as ye have it deserved. And when this thing was said, as I devise, relate men led them forth to do the sacrifice. But when they were unto the place brought to tell shortly the conclusion, they would incense nor sacrifice right not, but on their knees they set them adown, with humble heart and sad devotion, steadfast and lost both their heads in the place, their souls went to the King of Grace. This Maximus, that saw this thing betide, with piteous tears told it anon right, that he their souls saw to heaven glide with angels, full of clearness and of light ant with his word converted many a wight, for which Almachius did him to beat * C note 15 with whip of lead, till he his life gan leet. Quit. Cecil him took, and buried him anon by Tibers and Valerian softly, within their burying place, under the stone. And after this Almachius hastily bade his ministers fetchen openly Cecile, so that she might in his presence do sacrifice and Jupiter incense. Burn incense too. But they, converted at her wise lore, * teaching wept full sore, and gave full credence unto her word, and cried more and more. Christ, God's Son, without difference, is very God. This is all our sentence, opinion that hath so good a servant him to serve thus with one voice we trow, though we sterve. Believe die. Almachius that heard of this doing bade fetch Cecily that he might her see and alder first. Lo, this was his asking, first of all what manner woman art thou? Quoth he, I am a gentle woman born, quoth she. I ask thee, quoth he, though it thee grieve of thy religion and of thy believe. Ye have begun your question foolishly, quoth she, that wouldst two answers conclude in one demand, ye ask lewdly. Ignorantly Almach answered to that similitude, of whence comes thine answering so rude? Of whence? Quoth she, when that she was freined, asked of conscience, and of good faith unfeigned. Almachius said, Takest thou no heed of my power? And she him answered this, Your might, quoth she, full little is to dread, for every mortal man's power is but like a bladder full of wind, why wise. certainly for with a needle's point when it is blow, may all the boast of it be laid full low. Full wrongfully begunnest thou, quoth he, and yet in wrong is thy perseverance. Know'st thou not how our mighty princes free have thus commanded and made ordinance, that every Christian wight shall have penance * punishment, but if that he his Christendom with say * deny and go all quit, if he will it renounce. Your princes Aaron, as your nobly * doth, * nobility quoth then Cecile, and with a * would sentence * mad judgmenty make us guilty, and it is not sooth. * true for ye that know well our innocence, forasmuch as we do reverence to Christ, and for we bear a Christian name, ye put on us a crime and eke a blame. But we that know thilk name so for virtuous, we may it not with say. Almach answered, choose one of these two, do sacrifice or Christendom renee, that thou mayst he now escape by that way. At which the holy blissful fair maid gan for to laugh, and to the judge said, O judge, confused in thy nicety, confounded in thy folly * wouldest thou that I reny innocence, to make me a wicked wight, quoth she, lo, he dissimuleth here in audience, * dissembles he starreth and wouldeth in his advertence. * grows furious * thought to whom Almachius said, unselly * wretch, * unhappy knowest thou not how far my might may stretch. Have not our mighty princes to me given yea both power and eke authority to make folk to dean or to liven, why speakest thou so proudly then to me? I speak not but steadfastly, quoth she not proudly, for I say, as for my side, we hate deadly * thilk vice of pride. Mortally. And, if thou dread not a sooth * to hear, truth then will I show all openly by right, that thou hast made a full great leasing here. Falsehood thou sayst thy princes have thee given might both for to slay, and for to quick a wight. Give life to thou that mayst not but only life bereave, thou hast none other power nor no leave. But thou mayst say, thy princes have thee maked minister of death, for if thou speak of mo, thou least, for thy power is full naked. Do away thy boldness, said Almachius though * then, and sacrifice to our gods, ere thou go, I reck not what wrong that thou me proffer, for I can suffer it as a philosopher. But those wrongs may I not endure, that thou speak'st of our gods here, quoth he, Cecile answered. O nice * creature, * foolish thou saidst no word, since thou spake to me, that I knew not therewith thy nicety * folly, and that thou wert in every manner wise * every sort of way lewd * officer, of vain justice. Ignorant. There lacketh nothing to thine outward in that thou art blind, for thing that we see all that it is stone, that men may well espien, that ilk, stone a god thou wilt it call. Very, self-same I read thee let thine hand upon it fall, advise and taste * it well, and stone thou shalt it find. Examine, test since that thou seest not with thine eye blind. It is a shame that the people shall so scorn thee, and laugh at thy folly, for commonly men wot it well over all, know it everywhere that mighty God is in his heaven high, and these images, well mayst thou espy, to thee nor to themselves may not profit, for in effect they be not worth a mite. These words and such others said she, and he waxed wroth and bade men should her lead home to her house. And in her house, quoth he, burn her right in a bath with flames red. And as he bade, right so was done the deed, for in a bath they gan her fast shut, confine and night and day great fire they underbetten. Kindled, applied. The lunge night, and eke a day also for all the fire, and eke the bathes heat, she sat all cold, and felt of it no woe, it made her not one drop for to sweat, but in that bath her life she must lead. Leave for he Almachius with full wick intent, to slay her in the bath his son sent. Message order. 3 strokes in the neck he smote her though, there the tormentor, but for no manner chance executioner he might not smite her fair neck in two, and, for there was that time an ordinance that no man should do man such penance, severity. Torture the 4th stroke to smite, soft or sore, this tormentor he durst do no more. But half dead, with her neck carven there gashed he let her lie, and on his way is went. The Christian folk, which that about her were, with sheets have the blood full fair wyhent. Taken up 3 days lived she in this torment, and never ceased them the faith to teach, that she had fostered them, she gan to preach. And them she gave her mebles and her thing, goods, and to the Pope Urban betook them though. Commended then and said, I ask this of heaven's king, to have respite 3 days and no mo, to recommend to you, ere that I go these souls low, and that I might do worch asterisk cause to be made asterisk here of mine house perpetually a church. Saint Urban, with his deacons, privily the body fetched, and buried it by night among his other saints honestly. Her house the church of Saint Cecily hight, is called Saint Urban hallowed it, as he well might, in which unto this day, in noble wise, men do to Christ and to his saint service. The Canon's Yeoman's Tale, 1. The Prologue. When ended was the life of Saint Cecile, ere we had ridden fully 5 mile, 2 at Botten underbly us gan ordake a man, that clothed was in clothes black, and underneath he wore a white surplice. His hackney, which was all pomely gris *** nag dapple grey so sweated, that it wonder was to see, it seemed as he had pricked miles 3. Spurred the horse eke that his yeoman rode upon so sweated, that unnethes might he gone. Hardly go about the patrol 3, stood the foam full high, he was of foam, as flecked as a pie. Spotted like a magpie a male twyfold 4 on his crupper lay. It seemed that he carried little array, all light for summer rode this worthy man. And in my heart to wonder I began what that he was, till that I understood how that his cloak was sewed to his hood, for which, when I had long advised me, considered I deemed him some canon for to be. His hat hung at his back down by a lace cord, for he had ridden more than trot or pace, he had pricked like as he were wood. Mad a clote leaf he had laid under his hood, burdock leaf for sweat, and for to keep his head from heat. But it was joy for to see him sweat, his forehead dropped as a stillatory still were full of plantain or of paratory. Wallflower, and when that he was come, he gan to cry, God save, quoth he, this jolly company. Fast have I pricked, quoth he, for your sake, because that I would you overtake, to ride in this merry company. His yeoman was eke full of courtesy, and said, Sirs, now in the morning tide out of your hostelry I saw you ride, and warned here my lord and sovereign, which that to ride with you is full fain for his disport, he loveth dalliance. Friend, for thy warning God give thee good chance, Fortune said our host. Certain it would seem thy lord were wise, and so I may well deem, he is full jocund also, dare I lay, can he ought tell a merry tale or tway with which he gladden may this company? Who, sir? My lord. Yea, sir, without lie, he can of mirth and eke of jollity knows not but enough. Also, sir, trust me, not less than and ye him knew also well as do I, if ye would wonder how well and craftily he could a work, and that in sundry wise. He hath take on him many a great emprise, task, undertaking which were full hard for any that is here to bring about, but they of him at lear. Unless learn as homely as he rides amongs you, if ye him knew, it would be for your prow. Advantage ye would not forgo his acquaintance for much good, I dare lay and balance all that I have in my possession. He is a man of high discretion. I warn you well, he is a passing man. Asterisks are passing, extraordinary well, quoth our host. I pray thee tell me then is he a clerk, or no? Tell what he is. Scholar priest, nay, he is greater than a clerk, why wise, certainly said this yeoman. And, in words few, host of his craft somewhat I will you show, I say, my lord can such a subtlety knows. But all his craft ye may not weed of me, learn and somewhat help I yet to his working, that all the ground on which we be riding till that we come to Canterbury town, he could all clean turnen up so down, and pave it all of silver and of gold. And when this yeoman had this tale told unto our host, he said, Bendicite, this thing is wonder marvellous to me, since that thy lord is of so high prudence, because of which men should him reverence, that of his worship recketh he so light. Honor little his overrest slop, it is not worth a mite upper garment as an effect to him, so may I go, it is all body and tutor also. Slovenly why is thy lord so sluttish, I thee pray, and is of power better clothes to buy if that his deed accordeth with thy speech, tell me that, and that I thee beseech. Why, quoth this yeoman, whereto ask ye me, God help me so, for he shall never the thrive. But I will not avow that I say, admit and therefore keep it secret, I you pray. He is too wise in faith as I believe. Thing that is overdone, it will not preve stand the test aright, as clerks say. It is a vice, wherefore in that I hold him lewd and nice. Ignorant and foolish for when a man hath over great a wit, full oft him happens to misuse in it, so doth my lord, and that me grieveth sore. God it amend. I can say now no more. Thereof no force, good yeoman, quoth our host, No matter, since of the conning of thy lord thou know'st he knowledge tell how he doth, I pray thee heartily, since that be is so crafty and so sly. Wise where dwell ye if it to tell be? In the suburbs of a town, quoth he, lurking in herns and in lanes blind, corners where as these robbers and these thieves by kind asterisk nature hold their privy fearful residence, as they that dare not show their presence, so fare we, if I shall say the sooth. Truth yet, quoth our host, let me talk to thee, why art thou so discolored of thy face? Peter, quoth he, God give it hard grace, I am so us the hote fire to blow that it hath changed my color, I trow, I am not one in no mirror to pry, but swink sore and learn to multiply. 5 labor we blunder ever, and pourin in the fire, toil asterisk peer, and for all that, we fail of our desire for ever we lack our conclusion to much folk we do illusion, and borrow gold, be it a pound or 2, or 10 or 12 or many sums mo. And make them weenen, at the least way, fancy that of a pound we can make 2. Yet is it false, and we have good hope it for to do, and after it we grope, asterisk search, strive, but that science is so far us beforn, that we may not, although we had it sworn, it overtake, it slides away so fast, it will us make beggars at the last. While this yeoman was thus in his talking, this canon drew him near, and heard all thing which this yeoman spake, for suspicion of men's speech ever had this canon, for Cato saith, that he that guilty is, 6 deemeth all things be spoken of him wise. Surely because of that he gan so nigh to draw to his yeoman, that he heard all his saw, and thus he said unto his yeoman though asterisk then, hold thou thy peace and speak no words mo, for if thou do, thou shalt at dear abbey. Pay dearly for it thou slanderest me here in this company, and eke discoverest that thou shouldest hide. Yea, quoth our host, tell on, whatso betide, of all his threatening reck not a mite. In faith, quoth he, no more do I but light. Little and when this canon saw it would not be, but his yeoman would tell his privity, secrets he fled away for very sorrow and shame. Ah, quoth the yeoman, here shall rise a game, some diversion all that I can anon I will you tell, since he is gone, the foul fiend him quell. Destroy for ne'er hereafter will I with him meet, for penny nor for pound, I you beheat. Asterisk promise he that me brought first unto that game, ere that he die, sorrow have he and shame. For it is earnest to me by my faith, a serious matter that feel I well, whatso any man saith, and yet for all my smart, and all my grief, for all my sorrow, labor, and mischief, asterisk trouble I coulda never leave it in no wise. Now would to God my wit might suffice to tell in all that longeth to that art. But nathless yet will I tell part, since that my lord is gone, I will not spare, such thing as that I know, I will declare. The tale, 1. With this canon I dwelt have 7 year, and of his science am I ne'er the near asterisk nearer all that I have lost thereby, and God wot so have many more than I. Where I was wont to be right fresh and gay of clothing, and of other good array now may I wear an hose upon mine head, and where my colour was both fresh and red, now is it wan, and of a leaden hue, whoso it useth, sore shall he it rue. And of my swink yet bleared is mine eye, labour lo what advantage is to multiply. That sliding science hath me made so bare, asterisk slippery, deceptive that I have no good, where that ever I fare. Property and yet I am indebted so thereby of gold, that I have borrowed truly, that, while I live, I shall it quite never. Repay let every man beware by me forever. What manner man that casteth asterisk him thereto, betaketh if he continue, I hold his thrift why do. Prosperity at an end asterisk so help me God, thereby shall he not win, but empty his purse and make his wits thin. And when he, through his madness and folly, hath lost his own good through Jew party, asterisk hazard too then he exciteth other men thereto, to lose their good as he himself hath do. For unto shrews joy it is, and ease asterisk wicked folk to have their fellows in pain and disease. Trouble thus was I once learned of a clerk, of that no charge, I will speak of our work. Matter. When we be there as we shall exercise our elvish craft, we seem wonder wise, fantastic, wicked our terms be so asterisk clergyal and quaint. Asterisk learned and strange I blow the fire till that mine heart faint. Why should I tell in each proportion of things, which that we work upon, as on 5 or 6 ounces, may well be of silver or some other quantity, and busy me to tell you the names, as orpiment, burnt bones, iron squams, scales 3 that into powder grounden be full small. And in an earthen pot how put is all, and salt why put in, and also pepper, before these powders that I speak of here, and well why covered with a lamp of glass, and of much other thing which that there was, and of the pots and glasses ingluting, sealing up that of the air might passen out no thing, and of the easy asterisk fire, and smart also, slow asterisk quick which that was made. And of the care and woe that we had in our matters subliming, and in amalgaming and calcining of quicksilver, called mercury crude, for all our sleights we cannot conclude. Our orpiment, and sublimed mercury, our ground litharge eke on the porphyry white lead of each of these of ounces a certain proportion not helpeth us, our labor is in vain. Nor neither our spirits essentiaun, nor our matters that lie all fixed adown, may in our working nothing us avail, for lost is all our labor and travail. And all the cost, a 20 devil way is lost also, which we upon it lay. There is also full many another thing that is unto our craft appertaining, though I by order them not rehearse can, because that I am a lewd asterisk man. Unlearned yet will I tell them as they come to mind, although I cannot set them in their kind, as salarmoniac, verdigris, borace, and sundry vessels made of earth and glass. For our urinals, and our descensories, files, and crosslets, and sublimatories, cucurbites, and alembics eke, and other such, asterisk dear enough a leak, asterisk worth less than a leak asterisk it needeth not for to rehearse them all. Waters rubifying, and bulls, gall, arsenic, salarmoniac, and brimstone, and herbs could I tell eke many a one, as egremoine, valerian, and lunary, asterisk agrimony asterisk moonwort, and other such, if that me list to tarry our lamps burning both night and day, to bring about our craft if that we may. Our furnace eke of calcination, and of water's albification, unslaked lime, chalk, and glare of an eye asterisk egg white powders diverse, ashes, dung, piss, and clay, seared poquettes, 5 saltpeter, and vitriol, and divers fires made of wood and coal, sal tartar, alkali, salt prepare it, and combust matters and coagulate. Clay made with horse and man's hair, and oil of tartar, alum, glass, barm, wort, argol, asterisk potters, clay 6, rosalgar asterisk and other matters imbibing, flowers of antimony and eke of our matters incorporating and of our silver citronation, 7 our cementing and fermentation, our ingots, tests, and many things mo. Molds 8 I will you tell, as was me taught also, the 4 spirits and the bodies 7, by order, as oft I heard my lord them nevin. Name the first spirit quicksilver called is the second orpiment, the third, wise salarmoniac, and the 4th brimstone. The bodies 7 eke, lo them here anon. Sol gold is, and Luna silver we threep asterisk name 9 Mars iron, Mercury quicksilver we cleep. Call Saturnus lead, and Jupiter is tin, and Venus copper, by my father's kin. This cursed craft whoso will exercise, he shall no good have that him may suffice, for all the good he spendeth thereabout, he lose shall, thereof have I no doubt. Whoso that list to utter asterisk his folly, display, let him come forth and learn to multiply, and every man that hath aught in his coffer, let him appear, and wax a philosopher, esconce that craft is so light to lear. As if asterisk learn nay, God wot, all be he monk or friar, priest or canon or any other wight, though he sit at his book both day and night. In learning of this elvish nice lore, fantastic, foolish all is in vain, and party much more is to learn a lewd asterisk man this subtlety, asterisk ignorant speak not thereof, for it will not be. And con he letterer, asterisk or con he none, if he knows learning asterisk as an effect, he shall it find all one, for both two, by my salvation, concluden in multiplication transmutation by alchemy alike well, when they have all do, this is to say, they fail both two. Yet forgot I to make rehearsal of waters corrosive, and of limil, metal filings, and of bodies mollification, and also of their induration oils, ablutions, metal fusible, to tell in all would pass in any Bible that o her is. Wherefore, as for the best, anywhere of all these names now will I me rest, for, as I trow, I have you told enough to raise a fiend, all look he ne'er so rough. Ah nay, let be, the philosopher's stone, elixir called, we seek fast each one, for had we him then were we sicker eno. Secure but unto God of heaven I make a vow, confession for all our craft when we have all do, and all our slight, he will not come us to. He hath made us spend much good, for sorrow of which almost we waxed wood asterisk mad, but that good hope creeped in our heart, supposing ever, though we sore smart, to be relieved by him afterward. Such supposing and hope is sharp and hard, I warn you well it is to seek in ever. That future temps asterisk hath made men dissever, asterisk time part from in trust thereof, from all that ever they had, yet of that art they cannot wax sad. Repentant, for unto them it is a bitter sweet, so seemeth it. For had they but a sheet which that they might wrap them in at night, and a brat to walk in by day a light, asterisk cloak 10 they would them sell, and spend it on this craft, they cannot stint, until no thing be laughed. Cease and evermore, wherever that they gone men may them know by smell of brimstone, for all the world they stink in as a goat. Their savour is so ramish and so hot, that though a man a mile from them be, the savour will infect him, trust me. Lo, thus by smelling and threadbare array if that men list, this folk they know may. And if a man will ask them privily, why they be clothed so unthriftily, shabbily they right anon will ronin in his ear, asterisk whisper and sayin, if that they espied were, men would them slay, because of their science. Lo, thus these folk betray an innocence. Pass over this, I go my tale unto, ere that the pot be on the fire why do asterisk placed of metals, with a certain quantity my lord them tempers, and no man but he adjusts the proportions. Now he is gone, I dare say boldly. For as men say, he can do craftily, algate I wot well he hath such a name, although and yet full oft he runneth into blame, and know ye how? Full oft it happeneth so, the pot to breaks, and farewell, all is go. Gone these metals be of so great violence, our walls may not make them resistance, but if asterisk they were wrought of lime and stone, unless they pierce so, that through the wall they gone, and some of them sink down into the ground. Thus have we lost by times many a pound, and some are scattered all the floor about, some leap into the roof without doubt. Though that the fiend not in our sight him show, I trow that he be with us that shrew, impious wretch in hell, where that he is lord and sire is there no more woe, rancor, nor ire. When that our pot is broke, as I have said, every man chides and holds him evil apaid. Asterisk dissatisfied some said it was long on the fire making, because of 11 some said nay, it was on the blowing, then was I feared, for that was mine office. Straw. Quoth the third, ye be asterisk lewd and nice, ignorant asterisk foolish it was not tempered as it ought to be. Mixed in due proportions, nay, quoth the fourth, stint and hearken me, stop because our fire was not why made of beech, that is the cause, and other none asterisk so thatch. So may I thrive asterisk I cannot tell whereon it was along, but well I wot great strife is us among. What? Quoth my lord, there is no more to dawn of these perils I will beware eftsoon. Another time I am right sicker that the pot was crazed. Asterisk sure asterisk cracked be as be may, be ye no thing amazed. Confounded as usage is, let sweep the floor as swith, quickly pluck up your hearts and be glad and blithe. The mullock on a heap why sweeped was, rubbish and on the floor why cast a canvas, and all this mullock in a sieve why throw, and sifted and why picked many a throw. Time, party, quoth one, somewhat of our metal yet is there here, though that we have not all, and though this thing mishapped hath as now, has gone amiss another time it may be well eno. At present we must put our good in adventure. Risk our property a merchant, party, may not I endure, trust me well, in his prosperity. Sometimes his good is drenched in the sea, asterisk drowned, sunk, and sometimes comes it safe unto the land. Peace, quoth my lord. The next time I will fand endeavour to bring our craft all in another plight, to a different conclusion end, but I do, sirs, let me have the white. Blame there was default in somewhat, well I wot. Another said the fire was over hot. But be it hot or cold, I dare say this, that we conclude in evermore amiss. We fail alway of that which we would have, and in our madness evermore we rave. And when we be together every man seemeth a Solomon, but all thing which that shineth as the gold, it is not gold, as I have heard it told, nor every apple that is fair at eye it is not good, whatso men clap or cry. Assert right so, lo, fareth it amongst us. He that the wisest seemeth, by Jesus, is most fool when it cometh to the proof, test, and he that seemeth truest is a thief. That shall ye know, ere that I from you wend by that I of my tale have made an end. There was a canon of religion amonges us, would infect all a town, deceive though it as great were as was Nineveh, Rome, Alexander asterisk Troy, or other three. Alexandria his sleights and his infinite falseness asterisk cunning tricks there could a no man writen, as I guess, though that he might live 1,000 year. In all this world of falseness any's his peer. There's not for in his terms he will him so wind, and speak his words in so sly a kind, when he commune shall with any wight, that he will make him dote anon aright, become foolishly but at a fiend be, as himself is. Fond of him full many a man hath he beguiled ere this, and will, if that he may live any while, And yet men go and ride many a mile him for to seek, and have his acquaintance, not knowing of his false governance. Asterisk deceitful conduct, and if you list to give me audience, I will it tell here in your presence. But worshipful canons religious, ne deem not that I slander your house, although that my tale of a canon be, of every order some shrew is, party, and God forbid that all a company should rue a singular asterisk man's folly. Individual to slander you is no thing mine intent, but to correct that is amiss I meant. This tale was not only told for you, but eke for other more. Ye wot well how that amongst Christ's apostles 12 there was no traitor but Judas himself. Then why should all the remenant have blame, that guiltless were? By you I say the same. Save only this, if you will hearken me, if any Judas in your convent be, remove him betimes, I you read, asterisk counsel if shame or loss may causen any dread, and be no thing displeased, I you pray, but in this case hearken what I say. In London was a priest, an annualer, 12 that therein dwelled had many a year, which was so pleasant and so serviceable unto the wife, whereas he was at table, that she would suffer him no thing to pay for board nor clothing, went he ne'er so gay, and spending silver had he right eno. Thereof no force, will proceed as now, no matter, and tell forth my tale of the canon, that brought this priest to confusion. This false canon came upon a day unto the priest's chamber, where he lay, beseeching him to lend him a certain of gold, and he would quitted him again. Lend me a mark, quoth he, but days 3, and at my day I will it quite thee, and if it so be that thou find me false, another day hang me up by the house. Neck this priest him took a mark, and that as swith, quickly, and this canon him thanked often scythe, asterisk times, and took his leave, and went forth his way, and at the 3rd day brought his money. And to the priest he took his gold again, whereof this priest was wondrous glad and fain. Pleased, certes, quoth he, nothing annoyeth me, I am not unwilling to lend a man a noble, or 2, or 3, or what thing were in my possession, when he so true is of condition that in no wise he break will his day, to such a man I never can say nay. What, quoth this canon, should I be untrue? Nay, that were asterisk thing why fallen all of new. A new thing to happen asterisk truth is a thing that I will ever keep, unto the day in which that I shall creep into my grave, and else God forbid believe this as sicker as your creed. Sure God thank I, and in good time be it said, that there was never man yet evil apaid asterisk displeased, dissatisfied asterisk for gold, nor silver that he to me lent, nor ever falsehood in mine heart I meant. And sir, quoth he, now of my privity, since ye so goodly have been unto me, and kith to me so great gentleness, asterisk shown somewhat to quite with your kindness I will you show, and if you list to learn I will you teach plainly the manner how I can work in philosophy. Take good heed, ye shall well see it I with your own eye that I will do a mastery ere I go. Yea, quoth the priest. Yea, sir, and will ye so, marry? Thereof I pray you heartily. At your commandment, sir, truly, quoth the canon, and else God forbid. Lo, how this thief could his service bead, offer. Full sooth it is that such proffered service stinketh, as witness these oldie wise. Those wise folk of olden that full soon I will it verify in this canon, root of all treachery, that evermore delight had in gladness, such fiendly thoughts in his heart impress. Press into his heart how Christ's people he may to mischief bring. God keep us from his false dissimuling. What wist this priest with whom that he dealt, nor of his harm coming he nothing felt. O selly priest, O selly innocent. Simple with covetise anon thou shalt be blent. Asterisk blinded. Beguiled O graceless, full blind is thy conceit. For nothing art thou ware of the deceit which that this fox Y-shapen hath to thee. Contrived his wily wrenches thou not mayest flee. Snares wherefore, to go to the conclusion that referreth to thy confusion, unhappy man, anon I will me high asterisk hasten to tell, thine unwit, and thy folly, stupidity, and eke the falseness of that other wretch, as far forth as that my conning will stretch. Knowledge this canon was my lord, ye would aween. Imagine sir host, in faith, and by the heavens queen, it was another canon, and not he, that can 100-fold more subtlety. Knows he hath betrayed folks many a time of his falseness, it doleth asterisk me to rhyme. Paineth and ever when I speak of his falsehead, for shame of him my cheeks wax red, algates they begin for to glow, at least for redness have I none, right well I know, in my visage. For fumes diverse of metals, which ye have me heard rehearse, consumed have and wasted my redness. Now take heed of this canon's cursedness. Villainy. Sir, quoth he to the priest, Let your man gone for quicksilver that we had anon, and let him bring in ounces 2 or 3, and when he comes, as fast shall ye see a wondrous thing, which ye saw ne'er ere this. Sir, quoth the priest, it shall be done wise. Certainly he bade his servant fetch him this thing, and he already was at his bidding and went him forth, and came anon again with this quicksilver, shortly for to sayn, and took these ounces 3 to the Canon, and he them laid well and fair adown, and bade the servant coals for to bring, that he anon might go to his working. The coals right anon wherein Wyfet asterisk fetched, and this Canon Wy took a crosselet asterisk crucible out of his bosom, and showed to the priest. This instrument, quoth he, which that thou seest take in thine hand, and put thyself therein of this quicksilver an ounce, and here begin, in the name of Christ, to wax a philosopher. There be full few, which that I would proffer to shew them thus much of my science. For here shall ye see by experience that this quicksilver I will mortify, 13 right in your sight anon without lie, and make it as good silver, and as fine as there is any in your purse or mine or elsewhere, and make it malleable, and else hold me false and unable amonge folk for ever to appear. I have a powder here that cost me dear, shall make all good, for it is cause of all my conning, which that I you shew shall. Knowledge void asterisk your man, and let him be thereout. Send away and shut the door, while we be about our privity, that no man us espy, while that we work in this philosophy. All, as he bade, fulfilled was indeed. This ilk servant right anon out yed, went and his master Wy shut the door anon, and to their labor speedily they gone. This priest at this cursed canon's bidding upon the fire anon he set this thing, and blew the fire, and busied him full fast. And this canon into the crosslet cast a powder, I know not whereof it was Wy made, either of chalk, either of glass, or somewhat else, was not worth a fly to blinden with this priest, and bade him hide deceive asterisk make haste the coals for to couchen all above lay in order the crosslet. For in token I thee love, quoth this canon, thine own hands too shall work all thing that here shall be due. Grand mercy, quoth the priest, and was full glad, great thanks and couched the coals as the canon bade. And while he busy was, this fiendly wretch, this false canon, the foul fiend him fetch, out of his bosom took a beechen coal, in which full subtifly was made a hole, and therein put was of silver limel filings an ounce, and stopped was without fail the hole with wax, to keep the limel in. And understand that this false gin asterisk contrivance was not made there, but it was made before, and other things I shall tell you more, hereafterward, which that he with him brought, ere he came there, him to beguile he thought, and so he did, ere that they went atwin, asterisk separated asterisk till he had turned him, could he not blin. Cease 14 it doleth asterisk me, when that I of him speak. Paineth on his falsehood fain would I me auric asterisk revenge myself if I wist how, but he is here and there, he is so variant, he abides nowhere. Changeable. But take heed, sirs, now for God's love. He took his coal of which I spake above, and in his hand he bare it privily. And while the priest cooshed busily the coals, as I told you ere this canon said, Friend, ye do amiss, this is not cooshed as it ought to be, but soon I shall amend in it, quoth he. Now let me meddle therewith but a while, for of you have I pity, by Saint Gile, ye be right hot, I see well how ye sweat, have here a cloth, and wipe away the wet. And while that the priest whipped his face, this canon took his coal, with sorry grace, evil fortune, and laid it above on the midward attend him of the crosslet, and blew well afterward, till that the coals began fast to brenn. Burn, now give us drink, quoth this canon then, and swith all shall be well, I undertake. Quickly sit we down, and let us merry make. And when that this canon's beechen coal was burnt, all the limel out of the hole into the crosselet anon fell down, and so it must needs, by resound, since it above so even couched asterisk was. Exactly laid but thereof wist the priest no thing, alas, he deemed all the coals alike good, for of the sleight he nothing understood. And when this alchemister saw his time, Rise up, sir priest, quoth he, and stand by me and, for I wot well ingot have ye none. Mould go, walk forth, and bring me a chalk stone, for I will make it of the same shape that is an ingot, if I may have hap. Bring eke with you a bowl, or else a pan full of water, and ye shall well see then asterisk then how that our business shall asterisk hap and preve succeedend yet. For ye shall have no misbelieve asterisk mistrust nor wrong conceit of me in your absence. I will not be out of your presence, but go with you and come with you again. The chamber door, shortly for to sayn, they opened and shut and went their way, and forth with them they carried the key, and came again without any delay. Why should I tarry all the lunge day? He took the chalk, and shapped it in the wise of an ingot, as I shall you devise. Describe, I say, he took out of his owen sleeve a ta'en asterisk of silver, evil may he sheave. Little piece asterisk prosper, which that knee was but a just ounce of weight. And take heed now of his cursed sleight. He shapped his ingot, in length and in breed asterisk breadth of this ta'en, withouten any dreed asterisk doubt so slyly, that the priest it not espied, and in his sleeve again he gan it hide. And from the fire he took up his matter, and in ingot put it with merry cheer, and in the water vessel he it cast, when that him list, and bade the priest as fast look what there is. Put in thine hand and grope, there shalt thou find silver, as I hope. What devil of hell, should it else be, shaving of silver, silver is party. He put his hand in and took up a ta'en of silver fine, and glad in every vein was this priest, when he saw that it was so. God's blessing, and his mother also, and alle hallows have ye, Sir Canon. Saints, said this priest, and I their malice and curse, but, an ye vouchsafe to teach me if this noble craft and this subtility, I will be yours in all that ever I may. Quoth the Canon, yet will I make assay the second time, that ye may take heed and be expert of this, and in your need, another day assay in mine absence this discipline and this crafty science. Let take another ounce. Quoth he, though, then, of quicksilver without words mo, and do therewith as ye have done ere this with that other, which that now silver is. The priest him busied, all that ere he can, to do as this Canon, this cursed man commanded him, and fast he blew the fire for to come to effect of his desire. And this Canon right in the meanwhile already was this priest eft asterisk to beguile. Again, and for a countenance, in his hand bare stratagem and hollow stick, take, keep, and beware. Heed of silver limel put was, as before was in his coal, and stopped with wax welfur to keep in his limel every deal. Particle, and while this priest was in his business, this Canon with his stick gan him dress apply to him anon, and his powder cast in as he did erst. The devil out of his skin him turn, I pray to God, for his falsehead, for he was ever false in thought and deed. And with his stick above the cross elet, that was ordained with that false get, asterisk provided asterisk contrivance he stirred the coals, till relent gan the wax against the fire, as every man, but he a fool be. Knows well it must need, and all that in the stick was out yed, went and in the crosslet hastily it fell. Quickly now, good sirs, what will ye bet than well? Better when that this priest was thus beguiled again, supposing naught but truth, sooth to sayn, he was so glad, that I cannot express in no manner his mirth and his gladness, and to the Canon he proffered eftsoon asterisk forthwith, again body and good. Yea, quoth the Canon soon, though poor I be, crafty thou shalt me find, skilful I warn thee well, yet is there more behind, is any copper here within? Said he. Yea, sir, the priest said, I trow there be. Else go buy us some, and that is swith. Swiftly now, good sir, go forth thy way and hie thee. Hasten he went his way, and with the copper came, and this Canon it in his hand's name, took 15 and of that copper weighed out an ounce. Too simple is my tongue to pronounce, as minister of my wit, the doubleness of this Canon, root of all cursedness. He friendly seemed to them that knew him not, but he was fiendly, both in work and thought. It wearieth me to tell of his falseness, and nathless yet will I it express, to that intent men may beware thereby, and for none other cause truly. He put this copper in the crosselet, and on the fire as swith he hath it set, swiftly and cast in powder, and made the priest to blow, and in his working for to stoop low, as he did erst, and all was but a jape. Asterisk before asterisk trick right as him list the priest he made his ape. Asterisk befooled him and afterward in the ingot he it cast, and in the pan he put it at the last of water, and in he put his own hand and in his sleeve, as ye beforehand heard me tell, he had a silver ta'en. Small piece he silly took it out, this cursed hine asterisk wretch, unweeting this priest of his false craft. Unsuspecting, and in the pan's bottom he it laughed asterisk left, and in the water rumbleth to and fro, and wondrous privily took up also the copper ta'en, not knowing thilk priest, and hid it, and him hent by the breast, took and to him spake, and thus said in his game, Stoop now adown, by God ye be to blame, help me now as I did you whiler, before put in your hand and look what is there. This priest took up this silver ta'en anon, and then said the Canon, Let us gone, with these 3 ta'ens which that we have wrought, to some goldsmith, and weet if they be aught. Asterisk find out if they are for, by my faith, I would not for my hood worth anything but if asterisk they were silver fine and good, unless and that as swith well proved shall it be. Quickly unto the goldsmith with these ta'ens 3 they went anon, and put them in assay asterisk proof to fire and hammer. Might no man say nay, but that they weren as they ought to be. This sotted priest, who gladder was than he. Stupid, besotted was never bird gladder against the day, nor nightingale in the season of May was never none, that better list to sing, nor lady lustier in carolling, or for to speak of love and womanhead, nor knight in arms to do a hardy deed, to stand in grace of his lady dear, then had this priest this craft for to leer. And to the Canon thus he spake and said, For love of God, that for us a lead died, and as I may deserve it unto you, what shall this receipt cost? Tell me now. By Our Lady, quoth this Canon, it is dear. I warn you well that save I and a Friar, in England there can no man it make. No force, quoth he. Now, sir, for God's sake, no matter what shall I pay, tell me I you pray. Why wise, quoth he, it is full dear, I say. Certainly, sir, at one word, if that you listed have, ye shall pay £40, so God me save, and enter the friendship that ye did ere this, were it not for to me, ye should a pay more why wise. This priest the sum of £40 anon of nobles fet, and took them every one asterisk fetch to this Canon, for this ilk receipt. All his working was but fraud and deceit. Sir priest, he said, I keep asterisk to have no loss asterisk care praise 16 of my craft, for I would it were kept close. And as ye love me, keep it secker, for if men knewen all my subtlety, by God, they would have so great envy to me, because of my philosophy I should be dead, there were no other way. God it forbid, quoth the priest, what ye say, yet had I lever asterisk spenden all the good rather which that I have and else where I would, mad than that ye should have fallen such mischief. For your good will, sir, have ye right good prief, results of your quoth the Canon, and farewell, grand mercy. Experiments he went his way, and never the priest him say saw after that day, and when that this priest should make an assay, at such time as he would of this receipt farewell, it would not be. Lo, thus bejaped and beguiled was he. Tricked thus made he his introduction to bringe folk to their destruction. Consider, sirs, how that in each estate betwixt men and gold there is debate, so far forth that unnethes is there none. Scarcely is there any this multiplying blint so many a one blinds, deceive that in good faith I trow that it be the cause greatest of such scarcity. These philosophers speak so mistily in this craft, that men cannot come thereby for any wit that men have howadays. They may well chatter, as do these jays, and in their terms set their asterisk lust and pain asterisk pleasure and exertion, but to their purpose shall they ne'er attain. A man may lightly learn, if he have aught, easily to multiply, and bring his good to naught. Lo, such a lucre asterisk is in this lusty asterisk game. Profit asterisk pleasant a man's mirth, it will turn all to grame. Sorrow 17 and empty also great and heavy purses, and make folk for to purchase curses of them that have thereto their good wylent. Oh, fie for shame, they that have been burnt alas, can they not flee the fire's heat? Ye that it use, I read that ye at leet, advise leave lest ye lose all. For better than never is late, never to thrive were too long a date. Though ye prowl ye shall it never find, ye be as bold as is Bayard the blind that blunders forth and peril casteth none. Perceives no danger he is as bold to run against a stone, as for to go beside it in the way, so fare ye that multiply, I say. If that your eyne cannot see aright, look that your mind lack ye not his sight. For though you look never so broad and stare, ye shall not win a mite on that chaffair, asterisk traffic, commerce but waste in all that ye may rape and ren. Get by hook or crook withdraw the fire, lest it too fast burn metal no more with that art, I mean, for if ye do, your thrift is gone full clean. Prosperity and right as swith I will you tell here quickly what philosophers say in this matter. Lo, thus saith Arnold of the New Town, 18 as his rosary maketh mention, he saith right thus, without any lie. There may no man Mercury mortify, 13 but it be with his brother's knowledging. Except lo, how that he, which first said this thing of philosopher's father was, Hermes, 19 he saith, how that the dragon doubtless he dieth not, but if that he be slain with his brother. And this is for to sayn by the dragon, Mercury, and none other, he understood, and brimstone by his brother that out of Sol and Luna were wide draw. Asterisk drawn, derived, and therefore, said he, take heed to my saw. Saying let no man busy him this art to seech asterisk study. Explore but if asterisk that he th intention and speech, unless of philosophers understand can, and if he do, he is a lewd asterisk man. Ignorant, foolish for this science and this conning, quoth he, asterisk knowledge is of the secret of secrets 20 party. Also there was a disciple of Plato that on a time said his master to as his book, senior, 21 will bear witness, and this was his demand in soothfastness, tell me the name of thilk asterisk privy asterisk asterisk stone. That secret, and Plato answered unto him anon, take the stone that Titanos men name. Which is that? Quoth he. Magnesia is the same, said Plato. Yea, sir, and is it thus? This is ignotum per ignotius. 22. What is magnesia, good sir, I pray? It is a water that is made, I say, of elements 4, quoth Plato. Tell me the root, good sir, quoth he, though, then of that water, if that it be your will. Nay, nay, quoth Plato, certain that I ill. Will not the philosophers sworn were every one, that they should not discover it to none, nor in no book it write in no manner? For unto God it is so lief and dear, precious that he will not that it discovered be. But where it liketh to his deity man for to inspire, and eke for to defend, asterisk protect whom that he liketh. Lo, this is the end. Then thus conclude I, since that God of heaven will not that these philosophers neven asterisk asterisk name how that a man shall come unto this stone, I read as for the best to let it gone. Counsel for whoso maketh God his adversary, as for to work anything in contrary of his will, certes never shall he thrive, though that he multiply term of his life. 23. And their appoint, for ended is my tale. End God send every good man asterisk boot of his bail. Asterisk remedy for his sorrow. The Manciple's tale. The Prologue. Weet ye not where there stands a little town, no which that why called is Bobbapin down, one under the Blee in Canterbury way, there gan our host for to jape and play, and said, Sirs, what? Done is in the mire. Two is there no man, for prayer nor for hire, that will awaken our fellow behind. A thief him might full rob and bind, easily see how he nappeth, see, for cock's bones, as he would fall from his horse at once. Is that a cook of London with mischance? 3. Do him come forth, he knoweth his penance. Make for he shall tell a tale, by my fay asterisk faith, although it be not worth a bottle hay. Awake, thou cook, quoth he. God give thee sorrow, what aileth thee to sleep by the morrow? In the daytime haste thou had fleas all night, or art drunk, or had thou with some queen all night weiswunk, asterisk whore labored so that thou mayest not hold up thine head. The cook, that was full pale and nothing red, said to host, So God my soul bless, as there is fallen on me such heaviness, I know not why, that me were lever sleep, rather than the best gallon wine that is in cheap. Well, quoth the Manciple, if it may do ease to thee, sir cook, and to no white displease which that here rideth in this company, and that our host will of his courtesy, I will as now excuse thee of thy tale, for in good faith thy visage is full pale. Thy 9 days, soely as me thinketh, are dim and well I wot, thy breath full sour stinketh, that showeth well thou art not well disposed, of me cert thou shalt not be wyglost. Flattered see how he yawneth, lo, this drunken wight, as though he would us swallow an on right. Hold close thy mouth, man, by thy father's kin, the devil of hell set his foot therein, thy cursed breath infect will us all fie. Stinking swine, fie, foul may thee befall. Ah, take heed, sirs, of this lusty man. Now, sweet sir, will ye joust at the fan, for thereto, methinketh, ye be well Y-shape. I trow that ye have drunken wine of ape, 5, and that is when men play with a straw. And with this speech the cook waxed all raw asterisk wrathful, and on the Manciple he gan nod fast for lack of speech. And down his horse him cast, where as he lay, till that men him up took. This was a fair chevauchee of a cook, cavalry expedition alas, that he had held him by his ladle, and ere that he again were in the saddle there was great shoving both to and fro to lift him up, and much care and woe, so unwieldy was this silly paled ghost. And to the Manciple then spake our host, Because that drink hath domination upon this man, by my salvation I trow he lewdly asterisk will tell his tale. Stupidly, for were it wine, or old or moisty ale, knew that he hath drunk, he speaketh in his nose, and sneezeth fast, and eke he hath the pose 6 he also hath to do more than enough to keep him on his capel out of the slough, asterisk horse, and if he fall from off his capel eftsoon, asterisk again then shall we alle have enough to don in lifting up his heavy drunken course. Tell on thy tale, of him make I no force. I take no account asterisk, but yet Manciple, in faith thou art too nice foolish thus openly to reprove him of his vice. Another day he will peradventure reclaim thee, and bring thee to the lore. 7 I mean, he speak will of small things, as for to pincheon at thy reckonings, pick flaws in that were not honest, if it came to proof. Asterisk test, proof quoth the Manciple, that were a great mischief, so might he lightly bring me in the snare. Yet had I lever pay for the mare rather which he rides on, than he should with me strive. I will not wraith him, so may I thrive, that I spake, I said it in my bird. Jest and weet ye what? I have here in my gourd a draught of wine, yea, of a ripe grape, and right anon ye shall see a good jape. Asterisk trick this cook shall drink thereof, if that I may, on pain of my life he will not say nay. And certainly, to tellen as it was, of this vessel the cook drank fast, alas, what needed it? He drank enough beforn, and when he had pooped in his horn, asterisk belched asterisk to the Manciple he took the gourd again. And of that drink the cook was wondrous fain, and thanked him in such wise as he could. Then gan our host to laugh wondrous loud, and said, I see well it is necessary where that we go good drink with us to carry, for that will turn rancor and disease asterisk trouble, annoyance accord and love, and many a wrong appease. O Bacchus, Bacchus, blessed be thy name that so canst turn an earnest into game. Worship and thank be to thy deity. Of that matter ye get no more of me. Tell on thy tale, Manciple, I thee pray. Well, sir, quoth he, now hearken what I say. The tale, 1. When Phoebus dwelled here in earth adown, as oldie books make mention, he was the most lusty asterisk bacalar asterisk pleasant of all this world, and eke the best archer. Also he slew Python the serpent, as he lay sleeping against the sun upon a day, and many another noble worthy deed he with his bow wrought, as men may read. Playin he could on every minstrelsy, and singe that it was a melody to hearin of his clear voice the sound. Certes the king of Thebes, Amphion, that with his singing walled the city, could never singe half so well as he. Thereto he was the seamless man that is, or was since that the world began, what needeth it his features to descrive, for in this world is none so fair alive. He was therewith full filled of gentleness, of honor, and of perfect worthiness. This Phoebus, that was flower of baclary, as well in freedom as in chivalry, generosity for his disport, in sign eke of victory of Python, so as telleth us the story, was wont to bear in his hand a bow. Now had this Phoebus in his house a crow, which in a cage he fostered many a day, and taught it speakin, as men teach a jay. White was this crow, as is a snow-white swan, and counterfeit the speech of every man he coulda, when he shoulda tell a tale. Therewith in all this world no nightingale ne coulda by 100,000 deal part singe so wondrous merrily and well. Now had this Phoebus in his house a wife, which that he loved more than his life, and night and day did ever his diligence her for to please, and do her reverence. Save only, if that I the sooth shall sayn, jealous he was, and would have kept her fain. For him were loth why japed for to be, tricked, deceived, and so is every wight in such degree, but all for naught, for it availeth not. A good wife, that is clean of work and thought, should not be kept in none await certain. Observation and truly, the labor is in vain to keep a shrew, for it will not be. Ill-disposed woman this hold I for a very nicety asterisk sheer folly to spill, labor for to keep wives. Lose. Thus write in oldie clerks in their lives. But now to purpose, as I first began. This worthy Phoebus did all that he can to please her, weaning, through such pleasance, and for his manhood and his governance, that no man should have put him from her grace. But, God it wot, there may no man embrace as to distrain a thing, which that nature succeed in constraining hath naturally set in a creature. Take any bird, and put it in a cage, and do all thine intent, and thy courage asterisk what thy heart prompts to foster it tenderly with meat and drink of a dainties that thou canst bethink, and keep it all so cleanly as thou may. Although the cage of gold be never so gay, yet had this bird, by 20,000-fold, lever asterisk in a forest, both wild and cold, rather go eat worms and such wretchedness. For ever this bird will do his business to escape out of his cage when that he may, his liberty the bird desireth I. Two let take a cat, and foster her with milk and tender flesh, and make her couch of silk, and let her see a mouse go by the wall, anon she wiveth milk and flesh, and all forsaketh and every dainty that is in that house. Such appetite hath she to eat the mouse. Lo, here hath kind asterisk her domination, nature and appetite fleemeth asterisk discretion. Drives out a she-wolf hath also a villain's kind the lewdest wolf that she may find, or least of reputation, will she take in time when her lust to have a make. She desires asterisk mate all these examples speak I by these men with reference to that be untrue, and nothing by women. For men have ever a liquorous appetite on lower things to perform their delight than on their wives, be they never so fair, never so true, nor so debonair. Asterisk gentle, mild flesh is so newy-fangled, with mischance, ill luck to it that we can in no thinge have pleasance that soundeth unto asterisk virtue any while. Accords with. This Phoebus, which that thought upon no guile deceived was for all his jollity, for under him another had she a man of little reputation, not worth to Phoebus in comparison. The more harm is, it happens often so of which there cometh much harm and woe, And so befell when Phoebus was absent, his wife anon hath for her leman sent. Unlawful lover her leman, certes that is a knavish speech, forgive it me, and that I you beseech. The wise Plato saith, as ye may read, the word must needs accord with the deed. If men shall tell properly a thing, the word must cousin be to the working. I am a boistous asterisk man, right thus I say. Rough spoken, downright there is no difference truly betwixt a wife that is of high degree, if of her body dishonest she be, and any poor wench other than this, if it so be they work both amiss. But, for the gentle is in a state above, because she shall be called his lady and his love, and for that other is a poor woman, she shall be called his wench and his leman, and God it wot, mine owen dear brother, men lay the one as low as lies the other. Right so betwixt a asterisk titleist tyrant asterisk usurper asterisk and an outlaw, or else a thief errant asterisk wandering the same I say, there is no difference. To Alexander told was this sentence. But, for the tyrant is of greater might by force of many asterisk for to slay downright, followers and burn both house and home, and make all plain level low, therefore is he called a capitaine. And for the outlaw hath but small many, and may not do so great an harm as he, nor bring a country to so great mischief. Men call him an outlaw or a thief. But, for I am a man not textual, learned in texts, I will not tell of texts never a deal. Would I will go to my tale, as I began. When Phoebus' wife had sent for her leman, anon they wrought in all their asterisk lust volage. Light or rash pleasure this white crow, that hung I in the cage, beheld their work and said never a word. And when that home was come Phoebus the Lord this crow sung, cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. What, bird, quoth Phoebus, what song sing'st thou now? Wert thou not wont so merrily to sing, that to my heart it was a rejoicing to hear thy voice? Alas, what song is this? By God, quoth he, I singe not amiss. Phoebus, quoth he, for all thy worthiness, for all thy beauty, and all thy gentleness, for all thy song, and all thy minstrelsy, for all thy waiting, bleared is thine eye despite all thy watching, with one of little reputation, thou art befooled not worth to thee, as in comparison. The mountains of a gnat, so may I thrive. Value for on thy bed thy wife I saw him swive. What will ye more? The crow and on him told, by said asterisk tokens, and by words bold, grave, trustworthy how that his wife had done her lechery, to his great shame and his great villainy, and told him oft he saw it with his eyne. This Phoebus gan a wayward for to rein. Turn aside him thought his woeful heart burst in two. His bow he bent, and set there in a flow asterisk arrow, and in his ire he hath his wife slain, this is th. Effect, there is no more to sayn. For sorrow of which he brake his minstrelsy, both harp and lute, guidern asterisk and psaltery, guitar and eke he brake his arrows and his bow, and after that thus spake he to the crow. Traitor, quoth he, with tongue of scorpion thou hast me brought to my confusion, alas that I was wrought, why enter I dead? Made asterisk was not, O dear wife, O gem of lusty head, pleasantness that wert to me so sad, and eke so true, steadfast now least thou dead, with face pale of hue, full guiltless, that durst I swear why-wise. Asterisk certainly, O rakel hand, to do so foul a misrash, hasty, O troubled wit, O ire reckless, that unadvised smidst the guiltless. O wan trust, full of false suspicion. Distrust where was thy wit and thy discretion, O? Every man beware of rakelness, asterisk rashness, nor trow no thing without strong witness. Believe smite not too soon, ere that ye weet why, asterisk know and be advised well and sickerly consider asterisk, surely ere ye do any execution, take any action upon your ire asterisk for suspicion. Upon your anger asterisk alas. 1,000 folk hath rakel ire foully fordone and brought them in the mire. Alas! For sorrow I will myself slay asterisk slay, and to the crow, O false thief, said he, I will thee quiten on thy false tale. Thou sung whilom like any nightingale, once on a time now shalt thou, false thief, thy song forgone, lose and eke thy white feathers every one, nor ever in all thy life shalt thou speak, thus shall men on a traitor be orique. Revenge thou and thine offspring ever shall be blake, asterisk black, nor ever sweet noise shall ye make. But ever cry against tempest and rain, asterisk before, in warning of in token that through thee my wife is slain. And to the crow he start, and that anon sprang and pulled his white feathers every one, and made him black and reft him all his song and eke his speech, and out at door him flung unto the devil, which I him betake, to whom I commend him and for this cause be all crows blake. Lordings, by this ensample, I you pray beware and take keep asterisk what that ye say. Heed nor tell never man in all your life how that another man hath dight his wife, he will you hate mortally certain. Dan Solomon, as wise clerk sane teacheth a man to keep his tongue well, but as I said, I am not textual. But nathless thus taught me my dame, my son, think on the crow, in God's name. My son, keep well thy tongue, and keep thy friend, a wicked tongue is worse than is a fiend, my son, from a fiend men may them bless. Defend by crossing my son, God of his endless goodness themselves walled a tongue with teeth, and lips eke, for asterisk man should him advise what he speak. Because consider my son, full often for too much speech hath many a man been spilt, as clerks teach. Destroyed but for a little speech advisedly is no man shent, asterisk to speak generally. Ruin my son, thy tongue shouldest thou restrain at a let time, but when thou dost thy pain except when you do to speak of God in honor and prayer. Your best effort the first virtue, son, if thou wilt lear, asterisk learn is to restrain and keep well thy tongue, for thus learn children when that they be young, my son, of much speaking evil advised, where less speaking had enough suffict cometh much harm, thus was me told and taught, in much speech sin wanteth not. Wast thou whereof a rakel asterisk tongue serveth? Knowest hasty right as a sword forecutteth and forecarveth an arm in two, my dear son, right so a tongue cutteth friendship all in two. A jangler is to God abominable. Prating man reads Solomon, so wise and honorable read David in his psalms and read Seneca. My son, speak not, but with thine head thou asterisk beckon, nod dissimule as thou wert deaf, if that thou hear a jangler speak of perilous matter. The Fleming saith, and learn if that thee lest, asterisk if it please thee that little jangling causeth much rest. My son, if thou no wicked word hast said, thee thar not dread for to be bewrayed. Thou hast no need to, but he that hath missaid, I dare well saying, fear to be betrayed he may by no way call his word again. Thing that is said, and forth it goth, 5 though him repent, or be he ne'er so loth, he is his thrall, to whom that he hath said slave a tale, asterisk of which he is now evil apaid. Which he now regrets, my son, beware, and be no author new of tidings, whether they be false or true. 6 Whereso thou come, amongs high or low, keep well thy tongue, and think upon the crow. The Parson's Tale. The Prologue. By that the Manciple his tale had ended. The sun from the south line was descended so low, that it was not to my sight degrees 29 as in height. 4 of the clock it was then, as I guess, for 11 foot, a little more or less. My shadow was at thilk time, as there, of such feet as my length parted were in 6 feet equal of proportion. Therewith the moon's exaltation, asterisk rising in mean asterisk Libra, gan alway ascend, in the middle of asterisk as we were entering at a thorp's end. Village for which our host, as he was wont to jie asterisk govern as in this case, our jolly company, said in this wise. Lordings every one, now lacketh us no more tales than one. Fulfilled is my sentence and my decree, I trow that we have heard of each degree. From each class or rank almost fulfilled is mine ordinance. In the company I pray to God, so give him right good chance that telleth us this tale lustily. Sir Priest, quoth he, art thou a vicary? Asterisk vicar, or art thou a parson? Say sooth by thy fay. Faith be what thou be, break thou not our play, for every man save thou hath told his tale. Unbuckle, and show us what is in thy mail. Wallet, for truly me thinketh by thy cheer thou shouldest knit up well a great matter. Tell us a fable anon, for cock's bones. This parson him answered all at once. Thou gettest fable none whitetold for me, for Paul, that write unto Timothy, reproveth them that wive soothfastness. Asterisk forsake truth and tell fables, and such wretchedness. Why should I so draff out of my fist, chaff, refuse when I may so wheat, if that me list, for which I say, if that you list to hear morality and virtuous matter. And then that you will give me audience, I would full fain at Christ's reverence do you pleasance lawful, as I can. But trust well, I am a southern man, I cannot jest, asterisk ram, rough, one by my letter. Asterisk relate stories, and, God wot, rhyme hold I but little better. And therefore if you list, I will not glose. Asterisk mince matters, I will you tell a little tale in prose, to knit up all this feast and make an end, and Jesus for his grace wit me send to shew you the way, in this voyage of thilk perfect glorious pilgrimage, to that height Jerusalem celestial. And if ye vouchsafe, anon I shall begin upon my tale, for which I pray tell your advice, I can no better say. Opinion but nathless this meditation, I put it I under correction of clerks, for I am not textual, scholars I take but the sentence, trust me well. Meaning, since therefore I make a protestation, that I will stand to correction. Upon this word we have assented soon, For, as a seemed, it was asterisk for to don asterisk a thing worth doing to and den in some virtuous sentence asterisk discourse, and for to give him space and audience, and bade our host he shoulda to him say that alle we to tell his tale him pray, our host had. The words for us all, Sir Priest, quoth he, now fair you befall, say what you list, and we shall gladly hear. And with that word he said in this manner, Tell, quoth he, your meditation, but hasten you, the sun will adown be fructuous, and that in little space, asterisk fruitful, profitable, and to do well God send you his grace.